Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
September passed, and it was now October. Chen Chuan forgot everything else, focusing solely on practicing the Zhou Yuan strength method, repeatedly honing Zhang San Shao Dash, and also taking some time to learn the basic saber moves that Cheng Zitong taught him in his spare time. On a holiday in early October, Cheng Zitong called him in the morning and said, "Little Chuan, the assigned mission can begin. The teacher has already arranged the specifics. The person leading you is my nephew, of the same generation as you. You can call him senior brother. Assigned missions always involve unexpected situations, and he is more experienced. Just listen to him when the time comes." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, teacher, I understand." Then he asked, "Teacher, what's the senior brother's name?" Cheng Zitong said, "Ren Xiaotian." Chen Chuan thought to himself, the senior brother's name is quite wild. After hanging up the phone, he thanked the dormitory manager, returned to his room to prepare, and took the elevator downstairs. Exiting the building, he saw a gray-green off-road vehicle parked not far away, with a man under 1.6 meters tall, about 30 years old, waiting in front of it. He had a stern and serious expression. Seeing him come out, he said briefly, "Chen Chuan." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Senior brother Ren." Ren Xiaotian said, "That's me. Get in the car." As he spoke, he opened the driver's side door and climbed in with a large stride. Chen Chuan went to the passenger seat, opened the door, and slid inside. After closing the door and fastening his seatbelt, the car started. However, unlike Wei Chang'an, who knew how to handle things, senior brother Ren kept a straight face and didn't say a word for a long time after leaving the school gate. Chen Chuan didn't know if this was his personality or some other reason, but since the other person didn't speak, he wouldn't disturb him. He didn't waste the time either, and practiced his breathing technique. After a while, senior brother Ren suddenly said, "Basic breathing technique." Chen Chuan said, "Yes." Senior brother Ren fell silent again, and after a while, he said, "Not bad." Chen Chuan looked over and confirmed that the senior brother was not good at conversation. He thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to speak. "Senior brother Ren, where are we going?" Senior brother Ren seemed relieved and said, "We are going to Jiao Mountain." Chen Chuan was thoughtful. Jiao Mountain. He then asked, "What exactly are we doing?" Ren Xiaotian said, "We are going to collect something for the commission side." Chen Chuan thought of what Lu Ke had told him before and could roughly guess where they were going. At this time, senior brother Ren gave him a notebook and said, "You, take a look." Chen Chuan took it and flipped through it. It was filled with densely written words about the assigned mission, with key points underlined in red. Because the commission side paid in full upfront, the reward would not be increased or compensated after the commission company and the commission side confirmed it. Therefore, all additional expenses during the execution needed to be borne by the executor of the commission. If any variables occurred, the executor also needed to handle them properly. If they were not handled properly or if the mission failed, the evaluation would be lowered, and it would be difficult to receive decent assigned missions in the future. To avoid this, one had to ensure the success rate and minimize costs. He saw a bold note at the end of the notebook, "Information channels are very important." He couldn't help but nod. This was a competition of information channels. One was to quickly find various assigned missions, and the other was to timely understand the information needed to execute the mission. The more detailed and accurate the information, the higher the success rate and the lower the cost. Therefore, personal connections were very important for those who specialized in this line of work. However, below the sentence "information channels are very important," there was another sentence, "protecting yourself is the most important." He agreed with this even more. Assigned missions were just tools on his path forward. If he couldn't protect himself, then none of this would matter. He flipped through it for a while. The things written in the notebook were both new and old, and the key points were specially underlined in red, which should be to make it easier for him to read. He thought, the senior brother Ren is considerate. The person the teacher found is indeed reliable. The off-road vehicle headed east, and after leaving the city, it crossed the national highway and drove into the wilderness where roads were almost non-existent. Chen Chuan looked at the desolate scenery outside, feeling as if he had suddenly left the civilized world, even though it wasn't far from Yangtze City. However, Yangtze City's 6 counties were concentrated in the west and south, with mountains and small towns in the north, while the area east near Jiao Mountain was truly sparsely populated. It was said that only a few illegal organizations existed there. On the other hand, Jiao Mountain was home to many people who made a living by scavenging garbage. They were nominally citizens of Deshan, but they did not enjoy any civil rights, and they didn't even have household registration, so these people did not exist in any records. He looked at the black ring of mountains in the distance. According to Lu Ke, there were many villages near the mountains, which didn't trust each other and had divided their territories. The people of Jiao Mountain mostly traded with the Zhang Mountain area and surrounding villages in the northwest to obtain supplies, with the Iron Chain Gang controlling a large share. However, it seemed that they were not going there this time. The journey was very bumpy, but fortunately, both of them were in good physical condition and did not feel any discomfort. After driving for about 3 hours, a patch of charred soil appeared in front of them. Seeing this, as well as the huge black mountain shadow rising gradually on the horizon, they knew that they were about to enter the Jiao mountain area. At this time, Ren Xiaotian handed him a mask and a scarf and said, "Put these on." Chen Chuan took them. He knew that most of the residents of Jiao mountain had lung diseases, likely caused by the special dust here. Wearing these was a necessary precaution, so he immediately put them on. At this time, they could see a vaguely flat road ahead, which should have been made by previous travelers. After driving along this road for another half an hour, a simple sign made of old tires and metal coils appeared next to the road. The words South Ditch Village were crookedly bent out of metal wire at the top. Seemingly because the sound of the car was transmitted, a man in dust-covered overalls emerged from behind the sign. He wore old goggles and a fur hat that covered his ears, and carefully peered at them. After looking at the license plate and comparing it with the note in his hand, he waved his hands at them. The off-road vehicle slowly drove over and stopped not far from the sign. Ren Xiaotian put on his hat and quickly wrapped his scarf around his neck, covering himself tightly, and said, "Get out of the car." As he spoke, he opened the door, jumped out of the car, and walked towards the man. Chen Chuan also got out of the car. As soon as he got outside, he felt gusts of wind blowing, mixed with some fine powder. He glanced at the Jiao mountain shadow in the distance that seemed to be entering the clouds, and reached out to hold his student cap, following Ren Xiaotian. As the two walked over together, the man trotted over, smiling and stretching out his dirty hands to Chen Chuan, bowing and scraping. "You must be Mr. Ren? Mr. Ren is so young and promising." Chen Chuan waved his hand, gesturing to the side, and said, "This is Mr. Ren." The man immediately knew that he had mistaken the person, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He quickly turned around and shook hands with Ren Xiaotian, saying, "Mr. Ren? Mr. Ren is really unassuming." Ren Xiaotian said with a straight face, "You are old me." Yes, that's what they all call me." "Where is the thing?" Old me sighed and said, "I originally had the thing with me, ready to bring it out for the transaction, but I encountered a bit of an accident when I left the village." Ren Xiaotian said dryly, "The price can be renegotiated, but don't lie to me." No. Old me waved his hands quickly. "It's like this, the village is afraid of accidents, right? The village chief wants to invite you to the village for the transaction. That way, everyone can feel at ease, right?" Ren Xiaotian was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a revolver from his clothes, pointed it at Old Me's forehead, stared into Old Me's shocked and panicked eyes, and said in a voice without emotional fluctuations, "Give me the thing. If you don't, you die." Seeing the dark muzzle pointed at him, Old Me was very nervous. He slowly raised both hands, indicating that he was no threat, and said repeatedly, "Wait, the thing is not with me, it's useless even if you kill me." Ren Xiaotian didn't seem to hear what he said, and said, "I'll count to 3, if you don't take it out, I'll kill you." 1. Hey, don't do it, I told you, the thing is not with me." Old Me looked very aggrieved. 2. Hey, it's really not with me. 3. Stop, I'll give it. When Ren Xiaotian counted to 3, and his finger was already preparing to pull the trigger, Old Me saw that he was serious and couldn't help but shout. Ren Xiaoshan's finger stopped, staring at him and said, "The thing." Old Me said, "It's not on me, wait, it's over there. I'll have them bring it over." Under Ren Xiaoshan's gaze, he carefully took back one hand, slowly pulled a piece of red cloth from his pocket, raised it over his head, and waved it more than a dozen times towards the rear. Chen Chuan saw that at a distance of about 200 to 300 meters, 2 people crawled out of the ground and were walking towards them with something that looked like a box. Ren Xiaotian didn't put the gun down. He waited until the 2 people walked to a place about 10 meters away from them before saying, "Put it on the ground, you retreat." Old Me also hurriedly said, "Listen to him, put it on the ground, put it on the ground." The 2 people looked at each other, put the thing on the ground, and then carefully moved backwards. Chen Chuan glanced at the box and saw that its appearance was like a mechanical roulette. The whole body presented a grey-silver color, and he didn't know what it was. Ren Xiaotian pointed the gun at that side and said, "You go open it." Old Me muttered, "The thing is that one, that's right." But he didn't dare not listen and still walked over. Ren Xiaotian signaled Chen Chuan to stay where he was, and let Old Me walk in front. After arriving, Old Me bent down to pick up the thing, then held it up and down with both hands, turned the lid a circle, and lifted it up. Chen Chuan glanced at it and saw that the box was filled with things like scattered tiles, but there were wisps of subtle red threads on it, and it emitted a faint fluorescent light. He couldn't tell what it was. Just at this moment, he suddenly noticed that second self faded slightly, his eyebrows raised, which undoubtedly indicated that something had caused a slight harm to him. At this time, Ren Xiaotian signaled Old Me to close the thing, and at the same time, the fading phenomenon of second self also disappeared. Chen Chuan was now sure that the harm should have come from this thing, but what exactly was this? Radiation? Chemical pollution? Or something else? Ren Xiaotian stepped forward at this time and snatched the thing away. Old Me hurriedly said, "The thing is given to you, transaction voucher?" "Transaction voucher." Ren Xiaotian took out a stack of Jiao Mountain's common transaction vouchers from his pocket and said, "It will be given to you, retreat." He gestured with the gun for old me to retreat, then returned to the car, let Chen Chuan get in the car first, then threw the transaction voucher far away, then pulled the car door and quickly returned to the car. Chen Chuan saw that almost at the moment the transaction voucher was thrown out, the three people, including old me, immediately ran over there and picked them up one by one to count them. Ren Xiaotian put the obtained box into a pre-prepared luggage bag, zipped it up, then started the car, turned the car around, and drove back the way he came. Chen Chuan asked at this time, "Senior brother Ren, have we completed this assigned mission?" Ren Xiaotian said, "Send it back, and it will be completed." Chen Chuan originally thought that he would experience some twists and turns, but thinking about it, if Ren Xiaotian hadn't decisively exposed old me's lies, then things would have been much more complicated. He said, "How did senior brother Ren determine that the thing was on him?" Ren Xiaotian said, "I'm not sure." After a pause, he said seriously, "Absolutely can't enter the village, entering the village is death." Chen Chuan thought for a while and expressed understanding. This place is far away from Yingji and cannot be replaced by the inertial thinking of the city. This is completely another order. You must know that people can do anything to survive. The client who specifically performs the task bears all the risks himself. If he follows them into the village, then he can only be responsible for anything that happens afterwards. From another perspective, those people obviously had the things with them, but they still wanted to trick them into the village. Their intentions were very sinister. If he was not firm, followed them there, he would probably be killed by this group of people. This can also be regarded as a lesson learned on the spot for him. He asked, "Senior brother, can I ask, what is in the box?" Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, "I don't know, the commission party wants it. It has happened before." After a while, he added, "It was found in the Jiao Mountain garbage dump." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Senior brother Ren has been here many times." Ren Xiaotian said, 17 times in the north, this is the first time in the south." Chen Chuan thought to himself that he remembered it really clearly, but he was also thinking, what exactly is that thing? Although he was very curious, he didn't necessarily have to figure it out, but he vaguely reminded, "Senior brother Ren, that thing doesn't feel good to me." Ren Xiaotian looked at him, nodded, and said seriously, "I won't take it again in the future." On the way back to the city, Chen Chuan noticed that he didn't take the original road, but deliberately drove south, making a detour. It looked like he was preparing to return to the city from the south of the city. Although Ren Xiaotian didn't specifically explain anything, he realized from this move that this should be to guard against his peers, perhaps, also to guard against the company. From here, it can also be seen that Ren Xiaotian, this kind of client, and Wei Chang'an seem to be very different. The affairs handled by both parties face different groups of people. He asked, "Senior brother Ren, can you carry a gun because you have a weapon permit?" "Yes." Ren Xiaotian turned his head at this time and said seriously to him, "Weapon permit, it's very important." Chen Chuan hummed. Cheng Zitong has also been repeatedly emphasizing this matter. Once when they were eating together, he also said to him that if you were extreme, going to Wei was to get the certificate. Even if you don't learn the skills well, you can learn them again after you come out, but these certificates can only be taken in Wei, and you can't get them if you can't get them. And there are some certificates that require a basic certificate to be taken in advance, and the weapon permit is one of the prerequisite conditions. Ren Xiaotian paid close attention to the outside while driving. He also saw a modified convoy from a distance, which was likely an illegal organization hiding here, but fortunately they ignored them. And there were no accidents along the way, and they returned to the city smoothly, and came to a parking lot near a shopping mall in the city center, turned in and stopped. Ren Xiaotian first made a phone call, and after waiting not long, he saw a car drove over and stopped not far away. Two strong men in security guard uniforms came down, with no signs on their bodies. Ren Xiaotian also walked down with the bag. He first let these people check the things. After confirmation, one of the men signed the form that Ren Xiaotian handed over, then took the things away and quickly drove away. After Ren Xiaotian came back, he gave him a copy of the form and said, "It's completed, I'll take you back to school." Chen Chuan put away the form. "Thank you, senior brother Ren." Thinking about it, he almost just followed along for a circle, and he completed an assigned mission. But looking at it simply, there are actually many things to pay attention to. If a novice does this kind of assignment, he may fall into the trap if he is not careful. After the off-road vehicle left here, it drove to Wei. Because the distance was not far, it arrived at the school in a few minutes, and slowly slowed down in front of the dormitory building. Chen Chuan saw a familiar figure carrying something into the building, running very fast, taking 3 or 2 steps across the steps, and disappeared in a flash. Ren Xiaotian stopped the car and said, "We're here." Chen Chuan said, "Thank you, senior brother Ren." Ren Xiaotian grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, looked ahead, and said, "You're welcome." Chen Chuan said, "Goodbye, senior brother Ren." He opened the door and got out of the car, and walked towards the building. Ren Xiaotian looked back at him, and waited for him to enter the building before starting the car and leaving. After entering the building, Chen Chuan thought for a moment and went to the public telephone to call Cheng Zitong, saying, "Teacher, I'm back." Cheng Zitong's voice came from the telephone receiver. "How was it? Did it go smoothly?" Chen Chuan said, it went very smoothly. Senior brother Ren taught me a lot. Xiaotian is very experienced. Don't be fooled by his wild name, he's very meticulous in his work. You won't be at a disadvantage following him. Oh, and also, now that you're back safely, you can get your reward. I'll talk to Xiaotian later. Chen Chuan said, teacher, I didn't do much this time. Cheng Zitong said, don't say that, and don't feel guilty. These assigned missions of Xiaotian's are different with or without someone helping. Even if you're just sitting there the whole time, you have your purpose. The key is trust, you know? Having someone you can trust to watch your back at a critical moment gives you a lot of confidence. Even if you're incredibly strong, some people will get ideas if they see you alone, especially some idiots who like to do that kind of thing. Chen Chuan readily agreed, saying, teacher, I'll follow your arrangements. That's right. I'll arrange an assigned mission for you every 10 days this month. Try your best to complete the assignments. It might not always be following Xiaotian, you might have to do them alone. The main thing is to help you accumulate some experience and earn some rewards along the way. With your physical condition, you'll definitely need more medicine than others, so you need to prepare more money. Chen Chuan deeply agreed. Even if Cheng Zitong could get him the bottom price, the cost would still be considerable with the large quantity of drugs, so he should save more in preparation for unforeseen needs. After making the call, he took the elevator upstairs to Zone A. He saw that the door to dorm 2 across the hall was open, and there were some things that looked like they had just been moved in. He had seen these things before and couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. With a whoosh, a figure darted out from the inner room and exclaimed in surprise when he saw him, little brother Chen. Chen Chuan smiled and greeted him, little brother Wei, long time no see. Long time? Wei Dong asked, a little puzzled. He scratched his head and then said, I guess it has been a while. Chen Chuan said with a smile, not long, just 2 months. What's this? Have you moved all of your old man's stuff here? Wei Dong said, I'm not used to the stuff in the school, I prefer using my own things. I've moved most of the big stuff over, and I'll finish moving the small stuff in a few days. By the way, little brother Chen, how did you find me? I couldn't find you. Chen Chuan stepped aside and pointed to dorm 4 across the hall, saying, look, I live there. Wei Dong came out, peeked his head out and took a look, and then realized, so you live diagonally across from me. No wonder I haven't seen you. Chen Chuan said silently in his heart, little brother Wei, besides looking ahead when you walk, you should also pay attention to both sides. Wei Dong retreated back inside and said, don't just stand at the door, come in. As soon as Chen Chuan entered, he saw a basket of soda in the corner. It seemed that everyone of this age liked to drink this kind of shajhen soda. He looked around and said, you're moving so much stuff, why didn't you ask the classmates in the nearby dorms for help or something? Wei Dong shook his head and said, I don't like them. Chen Chuan understood. Although he had been training all the time for the past 2 months, he had learned from eating with Feng Xiaoqi and Luo Kaiwan that the guys in the opposite dorm often went out with some senior students from the Mutual Aid Society, so they had probably joined the Mutual Aid Society. Although joining didn't necessarily mean they were hostile, the Mutual Aid Society wasn't a charity. If you enjoyed the benefits, they would naturally ask for something in return, and some things would become involuntary. So, if there was nothing to be done, staying away was also an option. After quickly arranging everything, Wei Dong ran back excitedly and said, little brother Chen, how about we have another match? He raised his fist and said, I've been training hard recently and should be able to catch up with you? Chen Chuan smiled and said, okay. Wei Dong waved his hand excitedly, let's go. He said, running out. Chen Chuan followed him out. 2 minutes later, Wei Dong had bruises all over his face and was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. Chen Chuan stretched his wrist and said with a smile, little brother Wei, you've improved? Wei Dong jumped up like a carp, squatted there, and asked happily, improved? Chen Chuan affirmed, yes. To be honest, Wei Dong had improved a lot in his moves. He must have always trained by himself before, but now that he was sparring with people, he was improving quickly, and his ability to withstand hits had also improved significantly. At first, he wanted to hold back, but Wei Dong was able to withstand it. It wasn't until he let go that he was able to knock him down. He asked curiously, little brother Wei, who is your instructor? Wei Dong said, Teacher Guan from the free fighting department. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and immediately remembered him. He was an instructor who was extremely good at iron body training strength technique, but in this era, no matter how good you were at iron body training, you couldn't do anything against a gun without protective measures, so few people chose it. However, that was the case under normal circumstances. With mutated tissue, it was hard to say. Wei Dong touched his fist and said, the teacher said I can start training in a few days. I'll compete with you again then. Chen Chuan readily said, okay. After chatting here for a while, he told Wei Dong to ask him for help if he needed anything, and then turned around and went back to his dorm. As soon as he walked in the door, he realized that it had started to rain without him knowing. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, listened to the sound of raindrops hitting the window, and looked down at Spring-Autumn Lake. Under the falling rain, the lake surface began to ripple with countless waves. At the same time, just behind the administrative office building, in the teaching area where the B-grade students were located, despite the pouring rain, a group of students were still training in the vast cinder playground. An instructor was also standing in the rain, shouting loudly to the students, "You've been in school for more than a month. You need to prepare for training as soon as possible. The school has prepared medicine, so don't be afraid of catching a cold, don't be afraid of getting hurt. As long as you don't die from training, train to death." A student suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Teacher, I started training breathing technique last month. Can I not do these exercises?" The instructor walked over, looked at him a few times, kicked him to the ground full of cinder, and scolded loudly, "Did I allow you to speak? Do I need to tell you before you listen? Train? You are not allowed to stop until I say so. Did you hear me?" The student quickly got up and shouted loudly with the other students on the playground, "Yes, sir." The wind and rain gradually blew towards the east side of the administrative building, and the trees on North Peak swayed along with it. In a flower garden villa on the hillside, the recommended student Xiao Ran was training in the indoor training ground. A strong young man was his sparring partner, and 2 invited teachers were responsible for correcting his movements at any time. At this time, a young woman brought a middle-aged man wearing a training suit in and said to Xiao Ran, "Young Master Chu, Teacher Li is here." Xiao Ran took the initiative to walk over and shake hands with the teacher, and said eagerly, "Teacher Li, can I start training?" Teacher Li asked him to cooperate and do a few movements, and then pressed and kneaded his body a few times, nodding, "Young Master Chu, your body is very good. After a long period of exercise, you have hardly taken any drugs that harm your body. You are ready and can start training." Xiao Ran was very polite to this teacher and said, "Then I will have to trouble Teacher Li. Breathing technique usually needs to be trained by oneself, but where there is demand, there will be service. Power families will specially cultivate a kind of talent in order to start training for the children of power families. It's just that this kind of person requires a special talent, which is really too difficult to cultivate, and if there is a slight mistake, the person is ruined. So until now, Yangtze City has only this Teacher Li who is proficient in this skill, and he needs to rest for a long time after helping someone start training once." Xiao Ran's family also used a lot of favors to invite him. Teacher Li said, "Please lie down, young Master Chu." Xiao Ran lay down on the recliner as he was told, and asked curiously, "Do I need to apply medicine?" Teacher Li said with a smile, "No, young Master Chu's body is precious. I will apply the medicine on my hands first, and use massage techniques to allow the medicinal effects to penetrate, and then drive young Master Chu's breathing. If young Master Chu feels bored, then you may as well take a nap, it will be over soon." The heavy rain outside was still falling non-stop. After Chen Chuan stood by the window for a while, he slowly retracted his gaze from the rain curtain. He walked to the training room and continued to train Zhang San Shao Dash and circulating UN strength stance. Of the scheduled 3 months, more than a month had passed, and he had to intensify his practice and master the Zhou Yuan strength method as soon as possible, so that he could restrain the mutated tissue within the limited time. After mid-October, Cheng Zitong checked Chen Chuan's training progress and optimistically told him that, based on the current level, he might only need until the end of this month, or at most the middle of November, to master the strength technique. Once this assigned mission is completed, he can start applying for a weapon permit. However, Cheng Zitong reminded him again that after the first limit, the growth of mutated tissue usually slows down, and it is necessary to observe for a period of time after that. For some people, the mutated tissue will slow down and stagnate, while others will continue to grow after a period of decline, as if it is just a stage of adjustment and accumulation, so pay special attention. If this is the case, then be prepared to enter the next limit in advance. Chen Chuan himself didn't know what would happen, because he completely relied on the continuous breathing technique, not on natural talent, so theoretically, reaching 24 hours of basic breathing technique is the peak, and then it may not be possible to rely on this to stimulate growth. In fact, this is just the most ideal estimate. It is very likely that before he reaches this level, the effect of breathing technique will gradually weaken. So what should he do next? Rely on drugs? Or rely on other means? Although it is still early to consider this, he can already start paying attention. And on this holiday, he began to prepare for his second assigned mission. This time, Ren Xiaotian still led him. After 10 o'clock in the morning, he received a call from Ren Xiaotian, so he went downstairs. After going out, he saw the familiar off-road vehicle parked there steadily. He walked over and greeted Ren Xiaotian in the driver's seat. Then he saw that there was also a lively young woman sitting in the passenger seat. Her hair was very short, and at first glance, you might think she was a boy. When she saw him, she waved to him, "Hello, young man, I am Lin Xiaodai. Just call me Xiaode." Chen Chuan said, "Hello." Ren Xiaotian said, "My senior sister's apprentice. We need her for today's assignment." After Chen Chuan got into the car, Ren Xiaotian handed him a notebook and said, "Today's mission." Chen Chuan took it and skillfully flipped to the end he had seen before. First, the task description: the daughter of a wealthy businessman surnamed and often sneaks out to watch the Bloodstain Gang's underground arena tournament and often doesn't come home at night. The wealthy businessman surnamed and tried to persuade his daughter to come back, but it had almost no effect. Later, he used tough measures but was beaten away by the bodyguard next to his daughter. This bodyguard was hired by the rich man's daughter with her pocket money and was very skilled. Without using too intense means, there was no temporary solution, so this time he placed a commission with the commission company to bring her back. Because this assignment looks simple, it is actually difficult to do, because most people avoid anything related to the Bloodstain gang. Even if the reward is high, few people are willing to take it. Ren Xiaoshan's specific arrangement was for them to go in and persuade first, find out the situation, and try not to take action. If they really needed to take action, then they would deal with the bodyguard, and then Xiaode would bring the rich girl back. This arrangement was reasonable, and it was necessary to bring Xiaode, because forcibly using means would inevitably involve physical contact. Xiaode's intervention would reduce a lot of trouble. At the end, 2 key points were highlighted in red pen. First, the Bloodstain gang may have obstacles, so be careful. Second, protecting yourself is the most important thing. After Chen Chuan finished reading, he returned the notebook to Ren Xiaotian. The latter took it and looked at him frequently. When Chen Chuan saw him looking over for the 3rd time, he realized what he meant and said, "Senior brother Ren, I have no objections." Only then did Ren Xiaotian stop looking at him and concentrated on driving. After leaving the school, the off-road vehicle went south and then west. It only took about 10 minutes to reach the underground arena run by the Bloodstain gang. This location is located at the junction of Baofeng District and Daping District in the southwest direction, not too far from the bustling area of the city center. The so-called underground arena is actually a non-professional arena. Although it is not recognized by the Arena Martial Combat Association, it is a competitive entertainment venue that is allowed to be operated publicly in Yangtze City and officially pays taxes to the Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall. The exterior of the venue building is similar to Wui's training hall. Although it is daytime and not the busiest time, there are still many cars parked outside. When entering to buy tickets, the security guard in charge of guarding glanced at them a few times, but did not come up to ask anything. The 3 of them entered smoothly. In front was an upward slope, and then a circular corridor. After circling around here, they reached a gate guarded by many security guards. From here, they officially entered the inside of the venue. As soon as they walked inside, the sound around them suddenly became noisy, with the sounds of percussion instruments and howls rising and falling. Chen Chuan could see that about 20 meters ahead was an arena more than 1 meter above the ground. The lights above were very bright. 2 muscular martial combat fighters were fighting on it, punching each other very fiercely. After fighting for a while, they wrestled together, and sweat and blood could no longer be distinguished. Dozens of people sparsely surrounded the arena, clapping, cheering, and whistling. Some people were lying haphazardly on the soft seats around, with scattered wine bottles and cans next to them. Lin Xiaodai grabbed a passing waiter, stuffed him a banknote, and asked, "Which box is Ching in?" The waiter skillfully took the banknote, pointed in one direction, and said, "Box number 7 on the 2nd floor." At this time, Chen Chuan was observing the surrounding terrain and paying attention to the positions of the surrounding security guards and gang members. However, Ren Xiaotian pulled him. He turned his head and saw Ren Xiaotian shaking his head at him, saying, "The location here is not good. Let's go up and take a look." Chen Chuan nodded. The 3 of them walked out from a passageway in the center of the venue, then went up the stairs at the back and came to the 2nd floor, where they found box number 7 with the colorful light strips. Lin Xiaodai stepped forward and knocked on the door, saying, "Is Miss in there?" The people inside didn't seem to have any precautions, or maybe Lin Xiaodai's voice didn't easily arouse vigilance. As footsteps came, the door was quickly opened, revealing a strong woman. This woman was more than half a head taller than Chen Chuan. Her height must have exceeded 2 meters. She asked in a muffled voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xiaodai took out a commission form and said, "Mr. An asked us to find her." Before the female bodyguard could speak, a voice came from inside, "Did my old man send you again? Let them in." The female bodyguard stepped aside, and Chen Chuan and the other 2 walked in, seeing a 17 or 18-year-old girl sitting on the sofa, wearing a loose shirt and hip-hugging canvas pants, with thick eyelashes and bright lipstick shining with crystal sand. She was quite pretty. She supported herself on both sides of her body, swinging her calves, paying attention to the game below, not looking at them, and said, "Go back. I told my old man a long time ago that I won't go back until I've had enough fun." Lin Xiaodai asked, "Missun, when will you have had enough fun? When will I have?" An Qingqing looked back, originally glancing over, but after seeing Chen Chuan, she turned her head and looked him up and down. She suddenly became interested, turned around and knelt up, with one hand on the back of the sofa and the other supporting her cheek, her eyes scanning back and forth, and said, "You all have practiced martial combat, right?" She said excitedly, "Like this, there will be a round robin here soon. Choose one of you to go up. As long as you win the game, I will go with you." She smiled again, "Actually, you can also choose to take me away by force, as long as you defeat Xiao Zhan. I won't resist." Chen Chuan could see that An Qingqing should just be making an excuse, mostly just wanting to see them fight so that she could find more excitement and fun. Taking action is actually the worst option. It would be easy enough to deal with just one female bodyguard, but things are not that simple. An Qingqing is now a client of the Bloodstain gang. If they take action by force, the Bloodstain gang will not ignore it. At this time, Ren Xiaotian suddenly walked out. Chen Chuan didn't know what he was thinking, but he wouldn't be nosy and followed without hesitation. Lin Xiaodai waved to An Qingqing and said, "Goodbye, Miss An." An Qingqing pouted, as if she suddenly felt bored, and sat back down. Ren Xiaotian walked outside, stuffed a note to Lin Xiaodai, and said, Xiaodi, wait outside for half an hour. If you don't see us, call the number on it. Lin Xiaodai took it, didn't ask any more questions, waved to the two of them, and walked out quickly and neatly. At this time, Ren Xiaotian walked up to a bloodstained gang member who looked like he had some status, took out a client business card, and said, I'm looking for your boss. So, you two want to see me? Fu Shaoxin looked at Ren Xiaotian and Chen Chuan. Hearing that a client wanted to see him, he had his men bring them over. This underground arena was located near the city center, so he had to deal with all sorts of people. The old gang rules couldn't solve every problem. Especially clients, they had wide connections, great influence, and were best not offended. Unless there was a major conflict, he would usually give them face. Chen Chuan sized up the man. Also a bloodstained gang boss, Fu Shaoxin was completely different from the wild, unrefined fatty Guo. This was a well-groomed middle-aged man, with neatly trimmed sideburns, a clean-shaven face, and casual imported formal wear, complete with a checkered tie and shiny black leather shoes, looking every bit the high society gentleman. Fu Shaoxin invited the two to sit down, had his men pour them each a glass of wine, leaned back on the sofa, gestured with his hand, and said, So, what can I do for you two? Ren Xiaotian said, We want to take An Qingqing away. That's the matter. Fu Shaoxin said casually, As long as you can get her to leave on her own, I won't stop you. We're all about the rules in business here. Ren Xiaotian said, She doesn't want to leave. I hope Mr. Fu will let her go. Fu Shaoxin chuckled. He sat up a little straighter, looked at them, and said, Let me be blunt. You're not the first to come looking for An Qingqing. But An Qingqing is our guest, here to give us money. How could we possibly turn away a paying customer? I'd be happy if she stayed here forever. Your request. He leaned back again, one hand gesturing outwards, impossible. At this point, Ren Xiaotian took out his revolver and placed it on the tea table in front of him. The surrounding security guards and gang members immediately tensed up, some reaching for their weapons. Fu Shaoxin raised a hand, signaling them to stop. His eyes were strange, almost amused. He said, What are you doing? Threatening me? As clients, you should know what this place is, right? You think you can scare me with a gun? Are you here to amuse me? Ren Xiaotian said in a monotone, If you don't let her go, I'll fire a shot into the sky as soon as I leave. Fu Shaoxin didn't care much at first, but his expression suddenly changed when he heard that. Ren Xiaotian continued dryly, Someone will call the police when they hear the gunshot, and the patrol bureau will come. Damn it. Fu Shaoxin cursed. He looked at Ren Xiaotian. Are you serious? He knew very well what the patrol bureau was like, because their funds came directly from the state and didn't go through the city's government affairs hall. They were also very united internally, so they wouldn't give the bloodstained gang face. When they arrived, they wouldn't care about what was happening here or who fired the gun. They would definitely use searching for firearms as an excuse to bleed him dry, or even shut him down for a few days. Even if he found someone to pull strings and get it reopened, it would cost a fortune. More importantly, his own hands weren't clean, and he couldn't withstand an investigation. The losses would be significant. At this moment, Chen Chuan understood Ren Xiaotian's plan. The patrol bureau was within his area of knowledge, so he chimed in at the right moment, saying in a calm tone, Mr. Fu, your arena is located between two districts. You may usually exploit this loophole to evade supervision, but a gunshot will alert the patrol bureau in both districts. It's about 10 minutes from the Daping District Patrol Bureau, and the Baofeng District Patrol Bureau is even closer, only 7 or 8 minutes away. They'll be here within 10 minutes. Mr. Fu, your establishment is so large, you won't have time to clear everything out, right? You should know the Patrol Bureau's rules. As far as I know, Captain Wei of Baofeng District, known as Wei Lehe, has always hated evil and dared to act. I'm sure Mr. Fu doesn't want to see him, does he? Fu Shaoxin's expression changed constantly. He was wondering if he should detain these two, but the problem was that if they dared to come here to see him, they must have made arrangements outside. That would cause even bigger problems and be even harder to explain. Carrying a gun around meant either they were desperate criminals or they had a weapon permit. The latter would be even more troublesome, as it would mean they came from Wuda. The repercussions would be too great. He had never encountered anything like this before. Those who were qualified wouldn't bother him, and those who weren't qualified wouldn't dare to bother the bloodstained gang. He thought for a long time, then waved his hand and called over a subordinate, saying with a grim face, Cancel room 7 and send her away. The subordinate nodded and left with others. Ren Xiaotian picked up the gun from the table, put it back, and stood up, saying, Mr. Fu, goodbye. Don't want to see you again. Fu Shaoxin sat there, his face not looking too good, and said, You're not welcome here in the future. Ren Xiaotian said, There won't be a next time. Fu Shaoxin sneered and said, That's for the best. He instructed his subordinates, What are you standing there for? Escort the guests out. A large group of bloodstained gang members immediately surrounded them. After they got up, they escorted them away like prisoners. Ren Xiaotian and Chen Chuan didn't care much, knowing that this was just for show. After all, the matter had been settled, and they had to save face for the host. Once outside, the two met up with Lin Xiaodai. Chen Chuan smelled a faint scent of algae oil on Lin Xiaodai. In an instant, he understood. An Qingqing hadn't come out yet, so the three of them waited there. Chen Chuan thought to himself that Ren Xiaoshan's strategy of using the system against itself was very clever. In the end, he didn't even have to do anything himself, and the Bloodstained Gang solved the problem for them. It looked simple, but it required a good understanding of Fu Shaoxin's psychology and the Patrol Bureau's style of doing things, as well as enough confidence to do so. He said to Ren Xiaotian, "Senior brother Ren, I've learned something." Ren Xiaotian looked at him and said seriously, "Use the rules to fight the rules." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Your own safety is most important." Chen Chuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaodai said cheerfully, "You can't go wrong listening to Martial Uncle Ren." After the three of them talked for a while, An Qingqing and her female bodyguard, Xiao Zhen, came out. An Qingqing was still pouting, looking upset. Lin Xiaodai walked up and said, "Miss An, long time no see. Come with us. Are you behind this?" An Qingqing crossed her arms and snorted. "Fine, beat Xiao Zhen, and I'll go with you." As soon as the strong female bodyguard stepped forward, she saw Ren Xiaotian pull out a gun and pointed at her. She immediately froze, skillfully raised her hands, and turned back to say, "Miss." An Qingqing looked at the cold-faced Ren Xiaotian holding the gun, then at the bodyguard's pleading eyes. She muttered a few words and said, "Boring. Fine, I'll go with you. I don't want to ride in your car. Xiao Zhen, drive me home." Chen Chuan thought silently, a weapon permit is really useful. The bodyguard, having received permission, immediately ran to get the car. After a while, she drove up in a red maple sedan. An Qingqing walked straight over, opened the door, and got in. Ren Xiaotian then said, "Is it done?" Lin Xiaodai said with a smile, "I checked. I wanted to put a little more, but her algae oil is only enough to get home. She can't go anywhere else." Ren Xiaotian didn't say anything after hearing that. He called Chen Chuan and Lin Xiaodai to get into the off-road vehicle. The two cars drove onto the road together and headed towards the south of the city. There were no complications along the way. They escorted An Qingqing back to the residential area where the An family tycoon lived. Ren Xiaotian had Lin Xiaodai make a phone call. Before long, a butler-like figure came out to sign the form. Ren Xiaotian then handed a carbon copy to Chen Chuan. With that, the assignment was completed. As for whether An Qingqing would run off somewhere else in the future, that was none of their business. On the way back to school, Chen Chuan learned through conversation that Lin Xiaodai was a year younger than him and had been learning martial arts from a young age with her teacher. She would also be applying to WEI next year, and with Lin Xiaodai's connections and skills, it seemed that the two of them would be classmates next year. The car returned to the dormitory entrance. Chen Chuan said goodbye to the two of them. As usual, he first called Cheng Zitong. After getting through, the latter heard that the trip had gone smoothly and said to him, "I checked the records. You had an assigned mission when you first entered the school, and the evaluation was excellent. This evaluation should be fine too. With that, the target for your 3 assigned missions is complete. Next, you need to master the strength technique as soon as possible." Chen Chuan replied steadily, "Teacher, I will as soon as possible. Time flies, and it's already November. WEI Academy has been in session for 2 months. Many A-grade students have officially started practicing and mastered breathing, but there have also been many failures, the most in any previous year. The school governing council discussed this and put pressure on the management, but the management believed that with the increase in the number of students, this was a normal situation proportionally, so they rejected the inquiry. B-grade students are working hard to prepare for practice, because their talents are much worse than A-grade students, so they need more accumulation and training. Most people will only be qualified to start practicing after half a year or a year." Chen Chuan was able to devote himself to training because he temporarily didn't have any assigned missions to consider. As for the second month's monthly exam, it passed without much trouble. At this moment, he once again fell into that state of immersion, forgetting the days, until one day, in repeated hard practice, he felt his body heating up again. This time, the fever was completely different from the last time, as if a different kind of strength was growing from within his body, about to emerge. It was like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, a feeling of wanting to shed its old shell and gain new life, but at the same time, it was bound and hindered by an invisible strength. He seemed to understand something in his heart, and he practiced Zhang San Shao Desh over and over again, trying to push and help that strength to break through the obstacles. Originally, his moves and actions were very fast, but later he moved slower and slower, and his steps seemed to become extremely sluggish, as if he was bearing a great burden in every movement. However, that layer of obstruction was never broken through, as if he could not escape the inherent cage. But he was not impatient, his mind remained calm, completely abandoning distracting thoughts, and only focusing on the present. And so the night passed. At the moment when the sun was about to rise and the sky was about to usher in the dawn, when he pressed out with one hand, he suddenly felt a shock all over his body, as if some kind of restraint had been broken. Then he remained motionless in the San Shao stance. After a while, when the light of the rising sun shone in from the side of the French window, illuminating the entire sky in front, he took a long breath, slowly withdrew his stance, and walked to the window, bathing in the newborn morning sun. Although he didn't sleep all night, the abundant strength brought about by the completion of the strength technique, as well as the inner joy brought about by the effort to grow, made him still full of spirit and not tired at all. He slowly guided the Ziqiao breathing technique, feeling the changes in the mutated tissue in his body. Different from the growth direction brought about by other strength techniques, his mutated tissue started growing from the fascia, and then slender mutated tissue extended from the fascia, and then extended into the muscles. They seemed to be intermittent, intertwined with each other, and seemed to form a net that was broken but not broken. But as long as he exerted a little strength, they would pull and bind each other, twisting into strength. And those under the skin were another form of mutation. It seemed to be a more subtle, extremely resilient, gossamer-like existence extending from these filaments. It seemed to be fluid and alive. As soon as his thought moved, it would stretch and connect, forming a protective layer that was like a membrane but not a membrane. And these mutated tissues are not independent, but have a strong connection with each other. It is multi-layered, based on the fascia attached to and wrapped around the bones and muscles, and then extends outward. Once he tried to exert strength, the mutated tissues would cooperate with each other, contracting and expanding, and transferring the strength layer by layer. It's just that these mutated tissues, constrained and guided by the Zhou strength method, seem to be very weak at present. Just like that layer of seemingly flowing mutated tissue, although it can gather together at once, it has not been able to form a sufficiently solid protective layer like wrapped clothing strength. After all, he did not specialize in that kind of mutated skin membrane. However, this is just him in his normal state. Because mutated tissue is grown by himself and belongs to a part of me, second self also has this part of strength, and when the two are superimposed. His eyes turned to the sandbag hanging on the side, and he reached out and gently touched the back of his hand. The sandbag didn't shake much, but suddenly, it all scattered, and the sand, cotton, sawdust and other fillings inside fell on the ground. He slowly retracted his hand. Just now, this was imitating the internal shock and soft strength of mixed UN strength. He didn't know how effective it was compared to the real mixed UN strength method, but he needed to know that he could try to transform and use various strength techniques to exert strength. Then the real combat performance could not be compared to a single strength technique. At this time, he also discovered a few important points. For example, when he used the mixed UN strength method to exert strength, the strength naturally arose from the danshan, because this is the foundation of the mixed UN strength method. However, his Zhou UN strength method has more than just this one point of exertion. Most of them now exist on the root joints, and only a little is on the middle joints. He understood in his heart that this was because the Zhou UN strength method had just been completed, and it was not enough for all places to become points of exertion. However, if the mutated tissue in his body continues to grow, then as he gradually delves into practice, more points of exertion should be produced. Next, he imitated some strength techniques that he knew one by one. Of course, this was only superficial. After all, every mature strength technique has been tempered thousands of times and requires overall cooperation. Even people who practice the same strength technique have different levels of application, so even if he can imitate it, he may not be able to reach a good level in a certain strength technique. However, he doesn't need to do this. As long as he can follow internal energy when using various methods, that's enough. He has his own path, and doesn't need to simply imitate others. After sorting things out, he first washed up and groomed himself. After he was ready, he walked out of the dormitory. Although it was still early at this time, most students had already gone out to exercise. He came to the public telephone here, picked up the microphone, dialed a phone number, and asked after connecting, "Teacher, am I disturbing you so early?" Cheng Zitong's voice came from the other side. "Your teacher is in charge of logistics, so he has to get up early and go to bed late. Well, what do you want from me?" Then he reacted and his voice raised slightly. "It wouldn't be." Chen Chuan said, "Yes, teacher, I have succeeded in my training." He heard the other side remain silent for a while, followed by a voice deliberately suppressing emotions. "Good, Chen Chuan, you have not let down teacher's expectations. More importantly, you have not let yourself down. Your efforts have been rewarded." After a pause, the voice said again, "Okay, don't go anywhere, wait for me to come over." Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, don't you have something to do in the morning? Or else?" Cheng Zitong immediately interrupted him. "What could be more important than my student right now? You wait for me." 10 minutes later, Cheng Zitong came to dormitory number 4 on the 7th floor. He first had Chen Chuan demonstrate, patted, and examined him with special techniques, and asked several questions to confirm that this student had indeed completed the Zhou strength method. "More than 2 months, you really did it. Very good, very good." Cheng Zitong's mood at this time seemed no longer suppressed, but truly relaxed. He also knew that this student of his was more mature than his age, and would not be arrogant at all, so he didn't hesitate to praise him. Chen Chuan said, "I would also like to thank teacher for his guidance." Cheng Zitong said with a smile, "No matter how much I teach, it's useless without your own efforts. But I want to remind you that although you have now completed the Zhou strength method, it doesn't mean you have completely mastered it. The true essence seed emphasizes a nourishing word. Now that your true seed has entered, you should try to grow it. This is to allow the mutated tissue to grow accordingly and gradually become stronger, but there are still some things to pay attention to." Chen Chuan also felt this way. He bowed to Cheng Zitong and said, "Please teacher, give me some pointers." Cheng Zitong nodded and said, "The mutated tissue that you first produced is the fascia, and these mutated fascia are attached to the bones and connected to the muscles. Therefore, in order to ensure its own existence, the mutated tissue will reverse penetrate the bones, making the bones more tough and powerful, and able to withstand stronger strength. In the old martial arts, this process is called building tendon bridges and erecting bone beams. It's like forming a new set of muscles and bones in your own body. Although these people in the old martial arts don't understand what's going on, they can feel the changes in themselves and summarize feasible methods and steps through experience. This coincides with the training idea of first limit. The difference is that today's techniques are more targeted, more practical and efficient. He pointed to Chen Chuan and said, next, in addition to drugs, you need to use continuous exercise and actual combat to make these mutated tissues more obedient to your will and listen to your words. After instructing Chen Chuan for a while, Cheng Zitong said, you are practicing the Zhou Yuan strength method, which, compared to other strength techniques, doesn't have a specialized direction or obvious expression. In my humble opinion, you need to strengthen your foundation. Besides training, there are drugs. In the past, any medicinal materials that could produce these effects were very precious and difficult to find. Fortunately, today these are not a problem, the only difference is the price. I will prepare some for you later. He took out a card from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Chen Chuan. Your rewards for the 2 assigned missions have been issued. I have opened an account for you and deposited the money. You can withdraw it at any time. If the drugs require extra payment, teacher will deduct it from there. If it's not enough, I'll let you know. Chen Chuan took it and said, thank you, teacher. Cheng Zitong reminded him, although you have mastered the strength technique, remember to use it sparingly, because each use puts a certain burden on your body. Although drugs can repair it, there's no need to do so unless you encounter a dangerous situation. Chen Chuan possessed second self, so he didn't have to worry too much about the burden caused by the strength technique. However, in front of Cheng Zitong, he still indicated that he had taken it to heart. Cheng Zitong then became a little more serious and said, besides these, although your mutated tissue has been restrained, it still needs to be observed for a few more days to see if its growth speed has slowed down as a result. This is very important, and we should know in a few days. Chen Chuan said, the student will also pay attention and inform teacher promptly if there are any changes. Cheng Zitong said, don't be so nervous. Even if it grows, it will definitely go through a slow period. You don't need to be as tense as before at this stage. After saying these things, he also relaxed a little. Now that your strength technique is successful, teacher can breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled again. It's been more than 2 months since you enrolled, and you haven't attended any public classes or invited classes, have you? It's best to attend 1 or 2 before the midterm, even if it's just to go through the motions. Otherwise, your name won't be on any courses. Although it's not a big deal, some people might use it against you. Chen Chuan said, then the student will go once in the next few days. Cheng Zitong left contentedly after explaining everything he needed to. After Cheng Zitong left, Chen Chuan took out his alarm clock and carefully felt the progress of time. The success of the Zhou Yuan strength method this time had indeed promoted the growth of his second self. It had increased by more than 7 minutes compared to before. If you add the previous scattered increases, the total now exceeds a quarter of an hour. And after the strength technique is successful, while continuing to strengthen himself, he should be able to participate in more actual combat to obtain more merge time. He thought for a while, walked outside the dormitory, and when he returned, he had 2 invitation letters for invited classes in his hand. Before, time was tight, and apart from the necessary assignments and rest, he had no time to waste. Now that the Zhou Yuan strength method has been practiced and Cheng Zitong has reminded him again, he can go to a class. Invited classes are not limited to A-grade students or B-grade students, it only depends on the teacher's wishes, but most A-grade students will receive one, which is usually issued 1 day in advance. The 2 invitation letters in his hand, one is for tomorrow's class, and the other is for this afternoon. He looked at it, and it was sent by a teacher named Su Wei from the Subduing and Apprehending Department. Since this is the case, then go listen to this teacher's lecture. However, while flipping through it, he saw a line of small print inside the invitation letter, and after reading it, he raised his eyebrows. At noon, he originally wanted to find Luo Kaiwan and Feng Zioqi to have lunch together, but neither of them were there. Wei Dong on the opposite side also didn't know where he ran off to. They should all be training with their guidance teachers, so he ate lunch alone, went back to the dormitory to wash up, and walked towards the venue designated for the invited class. After entering Wei Academy, this was the first time he had walked around the campus so relaxedly, viewing the scenery. Now that it was November, most of the maple trees on both sides had turned red, with golden and red colors intertwined. From time to time, leaves fell from the trees, and the artistic conception of autumn was already very strong. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the designated venue, which was a semicircular area with a raised training platform at the front. He arrived relatively early. There were still about 20 minutes before the start of the class, so he randomly found a middle seat near the aisle and sat down. Before long, students came in one after another, mostly female students. This was not surprising, as there were the most female students in the swordsmanship and grappling departments. At this moment, a girl with a wristband on her hand, short ear-length hair, and a white training suit walked in. She was agile and walked lightly. Her appearance caused a burst of whispers. Look, is that Guan Yin? Yes, teacher Guan's daughter, an A-grade student. I heard that she is ranked very high among the girls, very skilled, and beautiful. It's only because today is Teacher Sue's class, otherwise an A-grade student like her who usually has a guidance teacher wouldn't come. What about A-grade students? Look at the tall male student sitting over there, isn't he also an A-grade student? Oh, right, that's also an A-grade student. Chen Chuan's five senses were very keen after he started practicing, and now that he had obtained the strength technique, he was even more sensitive. He knew that they were talking about him, but he didn't care much. However, soon he felt a gaze fall on him, and he immediately looked over, making eye contact with a pair of clear black and white eyes. It was Guan Yinyan looking at him, so he politely nodded to her. Guan Yinyan also nodded politely, as a greeting between two A-grade students. As students arrived one after another, the time was almost up. A young teacher in his early 30s walked up. This should be Teacher Su Wei. His finger joints were thick, making people feel very powerful, and his eyes were also very sharp, as if he was using needles to prick people when he looked at them. Su Wei first glanced around, only pausing slightly when he passed Chen Chuan, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. He first introduced himself, and then began to lecture. This lesson mainly talked about how grappling can be combined with other boxing styles. Su Wei's wording was concise and powerful, and his expression was accurate, making it easy for people to understand. However, theoretical things are boring, and it is difficult for people to deeply understand and remember them in one go, so he also called a few students to the stage to cooperate in the demonstration. The process was relatively smooth, so the class quickly progressed through most of it. Su Wei then said, hard grappling is most often combined with freestyle fighting, usually striking first and then grappling. However, in terms of strangulation techniques, using wrestling and grappling combinations is more effective in the arena tournament, so today we have invited Chu Xian, a student from the wrestling and grappling department. He is also a student who graduated from our WI. He is here today to be my special assistant. As he said this, he took the lead in applauding, and the students below also gently clapped their hands. After a while, a tall and strong man came up from the side. He was probably in his 20s, with a broad body and feet like cones, stepping on the ground slightly silently, feeling like a very resilient big ball was supported on the water. Chu Xian first bowed to everyone, and then said, today I am honored to cooperate with Teacher Su's course. I am not a teacher and am not good at speeches, so in order to be able to demonstrate intuitively, I need to invite a student to come up and cooperate. I'll come. A crisp voice rang out, and it was Guan Yinyan who stood up and said, I'll cooperate with Assistant Chu. Chu Xian looked at her a few times and shook his head. His gaze seemed to fall on Chen Chuan inadvertently, and said, this classmate, could you please come on stage to cooperate? Chen Chuan glanced at him and said, okay. He got up from his seat and walked to the front of the stage along the aisle next to him, under the gaze of a group of students. Guan Yinyan looked at him and sat back down. Chen Chuan came to Chu Xian's front and asked, Assistant Chu, how do you want me to cooperate? Chu Xian said, just a simple demonstration. Ordinary students may not be able to protect themselves well, but I believe this student will have no problem. If that's the case, Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, I also have some questions when practicing wrestling and grappling, and I also have some skills to ask Assistant Chu for advice later. I wonder if that's okay. Chu Xian readily said, of course that's also possible. After the two communicated, Su Wei stepped back a little, giving the space to the two of them, and the students below watched with interest. Many of them were freshmen, and most people had not seen the true strength of an A-grade student, but this time they could watch it. Chu Xian then stepped forward, grabbed Chen Chuan's shoulders and waist, and said, don't move, just like this. I'm going to demonstrate a spinning slam technique. Classmate Chen, pay attention to protect yourself. Chen Chuan just looked at him calmly. After Chu Xian finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold, his fingers and palms tightened, and a surge of internal energy suddenly penetrated into Chen Chuan's body. Then, the hand on the latter's shoulder did not move, and he suddenly turned around, came behind Chen Chuan, and lifted his whole person up with the other hand, and then slammed him down. The platform vibrated suddenly, and many students below were shocked. Many people let out a burst of exclamations, and Guan Yinyan also frowned. Chu Xian then seemed stunned, seemingly very anxious, ran forward 2 steps, and said to Su Wei, Teacher Su, I seem to have used too much strength. Please call the medical staff quickly. However, Su Wei's expression seemed a little strange, standing there very silently, and at this time the students under the stage were also surprisingly quiet. Chu Xian seemed to look around, seemingly realizing something, and took a step back. And behind him, Chen Chuan's figure slowly stood up at this time. He raised his hand and straightened his cuffs, and said slowly, Assistant Chu, your strength seems to be a little weak. Both the teacher and the students below the stage could see clearly that Chu Xian's move just now, because it was only a demonstration, should have been a light lift and gentle drop, but his last move was without any reservation. Although there was an elastic surface on the stage, throwing someone down like that could easily cause them to pass out, and if it was done improperly, it could lead to serious problems. They also realized that something was not right, but fortunately, they saw Chen Chuan quickly stand up. They thought it was some skill and breathed a sigh of relief. Some people even applauded, but Guan Xinyan didn't move, but looked at the two people on the stage with a serious and earnest expression. At this time, Chiu Xian slowly turned around. He looked at Chen Chuan with some incomprehension in his eyes, and a hint of coldness, and said, "Just now, classmate said he wanted to ask me for advice, right? If there is anything you don't understand, I can guide you." Chen Chuan smiled slightly and said, "That's good." Teacher Su looked at the two people and didn't say anything. Chen Chuan moved his wrists and shoulders slightly, and then stepped forward. As the two people approached, the students below became nervous. Chiu Xian opened his arms, spread his feet apart, leaned his body slightly forward, and stared at Chen Chuan with his eyes. The two people were not much different in height, but he was obviously larger and had a greater weight advantage. Chen Chuan could see that Chiu Xian was very confident. This stance was to use his internal energy to defend, and then grab the opponent at the moment of attack, and then determine the victory with a wrestling and grappling method. Wrapped clothing strength is a must for people from the wrestling and grappling department, and another one is the fighting and wrestling force that cooperates with the attack. Once they grab the enemy, internal energy will penetrate into the body. What he endured just now was this internal energy. In the past, he could only deal with this kind of person unexpectedly, but now it is not necessary. As his body moved forward, there was a rubbing sound on the platform, and he kicked up with one foot. Chiu Xian seemed to have expected it, and his body moved to the side, with his hands defending up and down. The movements were very fast. Guanxinyan below recognized that this was the winch hand. As long as he reversed it after blocking the opponent's attack, he could lock the opponent's hands and feet. And it is very dangerous for someone who is good at wrestling or grappling to get hold of a limb. Chen Chuan kicked out with one foot, but did not fully exert his strength, but turned his body and kicked upwards with another foot, using an extremely fast change of direction kick. However, Chiu Xian was originally prepared to take the opponent's attack head-on, and the vital points of various places were covered by the winch hand, so he was not flustered and remained still. But what he did not expect was that when Chen Chuan's leg intersected with his arm, a strength suddenly came, and penetrated into his body. Internal energy. Chiu Xian was surprised. He had learned about Chen Chuan's matter beforehand, but he had only been in school for 2 months, and he had actually cultivated strength technique. But at this time, he couldn't think too much. Internal energy can only be resisted by internal energy, so he could only rush to encourage himself to respond. Otherwise this kick would definitely cause his footwork to shift. If he couldn't get his posture right, it would be too disadvantageous for him. At this time, Chen Chuan kicked out again, and this kick didn't look very fast, but it also contained a strength technique. Chiu Xian had just responded in a hurry, and was suppressed in place by the confrontation of internal energy. He felt another force coming up, and he could only mobilize internal energy again to resist, just wanting to deal with it before launching a counterattack. However, what he didn't expect was that after this kick, another kick came up, and then another kick, actually kicking towards him one after another. Chen Chuan's kicks were not actually fast. The B-grade students below the stage could see clearly, but every time he kicked out, it happened to land at the moment when Chiu Xian's breath changed, allowing the latter to release internal energy to confront him, but he couldn't do anything else. So at this time, in everyone's eyes, Chiu Xian was standing there like a stake, just waiting for Chen Chuan to come up and kick, and he didn't have any counter moves at all, but thinking that this was just a drill, it seemed like it was right. It just looked a little strange. Su Wei and Guanxinyan were staring at the two people at this moment. They could naturally see that Chiu Xian was completely suppressed there by internal energy. At this moment, he could not make other choices and could only resist hard. And because of this kind of competition, it is a competition of each other's foundation to see who can last longer and who can withstand it better. Although the initiative is now in Chen Chuan's hands, the result is not necessarily certain, because once Chen Chuan can't outlast Chiu Xian, then it will be the latter's turn to launch a counterattack. Chiu Xian was very uncomfortable at this time, because every time internal energy was launched, it put a burden on the internal organs. Usually, using it 5 or 6 times in a battlefield is already a lot. But this is still distributed use, with preparation for accumulation and buffer. Such intensive and uninterrupted use is a true desperate attempt. But since he came here today and decided to take action, he didn't care about these things long ago, so he was also gritting his teeth and waiting for the moment when Chen Chuan couldn't hold on any longer. He relied on having practiced for a few years more than Chen Chuan, and should be able to win in this kind of hard-hitting confrontation, but as he urged internal energy to resist again and again, he began to feel dizzy, his breathing gradually became heavy, the veins on his forehead bulged, his whole body produced tearing pain, and he felt like his brain was about to explode. Chen Chuan's gaze, however, remained calm from beginning to end, and every strike maintained its rhythm, with only the sound of kicks coming out again and again. It seemed that only after 10 or so kicks, when he was about to kick again, he saw Chiu Xian's eyes turn white, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his breathing was almost lost, only his body remained motionless in its posture. He slowly retracted his foot, landed on the ground, and said to Su Wei, "Teacher Su, Assistant Chiu is not feeling well. It seems that we have to call medical staff for him." Teacher Su immediately shouted to the bottom, "Medical staff." The medical staff who had been waiting there rushed onto the stage. Chen Chuan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked off the stage. Behind him, perhaps because of the footsteps of the medical staff on the stage, Chu Xian's body fell backwards and slammed onto the platform, and his limbs followed with a weak twitch. After he got off the stage, under the respectful and admiring gazes of a group of B-grade students, he walked out of the training hall along the aisle with a plain expression. Guan Xinyan, who was sitting there, thought for a while and followed him out. Outside, she called out, "Chen Chuan, classmate Chen." Chen Chuan turned around to look. She walked up, took the initiative to extend her hand, and said, "Classmate Chen, I heard Wei Dong mention you." Chen Chuan shook her hand and said, "Classmate Guan, hello." Guan Xinyan said that Chu Xian has been working as an assistant for various invited teachers recently. I heard that he has always had a good relationship with Zhongwu and is his guiding senior. I guessed just now that he probably wanted to target you. I originally wanted to go on stage for you and also try whether his wrestling and grappling skills are better or my iron body training is better. After all, such an opportunity is rare, but now it seems that I was meddling. Chen Chuan said politely, "I still have to thank you." In fact, he knew about Chu Xian's situation when he came, because there was a line on the invitation letter that explained this matter. This should have been written by the teacher in the sending department. It's just that after he cultivated strength technique, he was planning to find someone to try his skills, so he didn't back down, but came directly. Guan Xinyan stared at Chen Chuan and said, "Classmate Chen, you mastered strength technique 2 months after entering school. That's amazing. No wonder Wei Dong has been beaten by me so many times, but he still refuses to admit that I am better than you. It seems that what he said is right. I wonder if we can find a time to compete." Chen Chuan said, "Yes. Although Guan Xinyan practices iron body training, she must also have practiced other things. He is more than happy to have an opponent come and fight him." "Not now," Guan Xinyan generously admitted, "the current me is definitely not as good as you. After I master internal energy, I will find you for a match." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Then I wish you to cultivate strength technique as soon as possible." On the other side, after Cheng Zitong left the dormitory, he first sorted out the materials. In the afternoon, he came to the door of the recruitment and preparation office, knocked on the door. Gao Shi inside saw that it was him and said, "What? Is there any progress again?" Cheng Zitong walked in, sat down opposite him, took a form and gave it to him, and said, "My student has already cultivated Zhou Yuan strength method. I'm here to report it to you. I'll sign him up later. How about it? Fast enough?" Gao Shi said, "It's very fast in just over 2 months." Cheng Zitong said, "I knew it. You must think that it's just Zhou Yuan strength method and there's no future. What's wrong with Zhou Yuan strength method? My student will definitely use it well." Gao Shi said, "You are so confident in your student." Cheng Zitong said, "Are you kidding me? My student and I are both experience-based. How can we practice without confidence?" Gao Shi looked at him and said, "It's good that you have confidence." Cheng Zitong was very familiar with him. Hearing him say this, he couldn't help but sit up straighter and asked, "What do you mean?" Gao Shi said, "Since you are here today, I will tell you. You also know that we were originally planning to have He Xiaoxing be your student's teacher, but he was unwilling to come back, so we asked you to take his place temporarily. I have been calling He Xiaoxing for a while, but he still hasn't made up his mind, but after hearing that your student chose Zhou Yuan strength method, He Xiaoxing's attitude has changed. He may come back to take a look. If he decides to accept Chen Chuan as his student." He didn't continue, but looked at Cheng Zitong. Cheng Zitong was silent for a while before saying, "He Xiaoxing is capable. He is more suitable to be a teacher than me. If he is willing to teach Chen Chuan, I will step down and give way to the talented." Gao Shi said, "What, aren't you going to compete?" "Compete for what?" Cheng Zitong shook his head. He picked up his briefcase, waved his hand, "I'm leaving." With that, he walked out. Gao Shi waited for him to leave and pondered for a long time before continuing to approve documents. After Chen Chuan finished his invitation class, he attended a public lecture and then returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered the lobby, the dormitory teacher said to him, "Chen classmate, a teacher from the executive office is looking for you." Chen Chuan looked over and saw a young teacher walking towards him. He first showed his name card and then said politely, "Hello, Chen classmate, I am Hime from the executive office. You can call me Teacher He. I have something to discuss with you. Can we talk in your dormitory?" Chen Chuan said, "Of course." He and Teacher He took the elevator upstairs. After bringing him to the dormitory, he invited him to sit down and poured him a glass of water. "Teacher," he said, "Chen classmate, don't bother too much, let's sit down and talk." After Chen Chuan sat down, he said, "I'm here to see you this time because of Chu Xian. The matter has been clarified, and the fault lies entirely with Chu Xian." Chen Chuan asked, "Is it because of Zhongwu?" "Teacher," he said, "Yes, Chu Xian and Zhongwu, who was Chen classmate's examination student, have always had a good relationship. After learning about Zhongwu's situation, he immediately resigned from his original position and returned to the school, working as an assistant for various invitation class teachers. He is usually quiet and hardworking, so the teachers don't reject him. However, he also admitted that the reason he returned to the school was to wait for an opportunity to attack you, because you would definitely attend the invitation class. He said that he would keep waiting for 3 years if necessary, so it was highly likely that this situation would occur." Chen Chuan admired this person's perseverance and determination. After thinking for a while, he said, Chu Xian's attack was very heavy. If I hadn't been prepared and something had really happened on the stage, his behavior wouldn't be excused as mere negligence. He himself shouldn't be able to escape. Teacher, he said, that's right, he himself admitted it. He said he had asked for help, but no one was willing to stand up for Zhongwu, so he had to do it himself. He also said that since he chose to do this, he didn't care about the consequences, only regretting that he didn't achieve his goal in the end, but he paid the price for his actions. He paused and said, the medical examination showed that his internal organs were overloaded, and he may have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Considering his friendship with Zhongwu, we arranged for the two of them to be together, which can be considered a humanitarian gesture. Chen Chuan said, is that so? Thank you for letting me know, teacher. Teacher, he smiled and said, it's nothing, it's what we should do. All right, I should go. With that, he stood up. Chen Chuan also stood up. Teacher, he said, Chen classmate, the tallest tree in the forest is sure to be felled by the wind. Be careful, but the more you are targeted, the more it shows your excellence. I look forward to your future performance, Chen classmate. After saying that, he extended his hand and shook hands with Chen Chuan, then bid farewell and left. Chen Chuan thanked him again, and the teacher left. He then went to the training room and started his daily practice again. As night approached, Cheng Zitong returned and asked as soon as he entered, I heard about what happened this afternoon. Are you all right? Chen Chuan said, Teacher, don't worry, since the student went, he was prepared. Cheng Zitong said, I'm relieved in this regard. You have your own ideas. Besides, you have mastered the strength technique. When you don't have the ability, you can be conservative, but when you have the ability, you should solve the problem. There's no reason to leave the problem there. Chen Chuan said, Teacher, that's what I think too. Cheng Zitong nodded and said, I have already handled the weapon permit matter, but once you apply, examination tasks may be issued at any time. The content of the examination is still unknown. According to past situations, there will be one or more designated assignments, which may be in the local city or in other cities, so you must be prepared at any time. Try to consolidate yourself this month. Chen Chuan nodded and said, the student knows that the weapon permit is very important. Yes, it's good that you understand. You must find a way to get it, the sooner the better. Cheng Zitong reminded him again, then thought for a while, by the way, there is another matter I want to discuss with you. Your training may require more practical combat and more drugs, so the original rewards may not be enough. The teacher has some assigned missions here and is preparing to let you do them, also to accumulate your experience in doing assignments alone. I don't know if you are willing. Chen Chuan said, the student couldn't ask for more. Cheng Zitong seemed to be instantly invigorated and said, in that case, I'll tell you about it. The selection of assigned missions is actually very important. If the level is too low, then the gold content is insufficient. Even if you are excellent every time, the various commission parties will not think highly of you. Moreover, I dare say that there must be many students who want to take the weapon permit exam now. The high-level, well-paid assignments must be snatched up. This requires competing for connections and the energy behind you, but it is not worth it to compete for this, and there is no need to waste time on it. So, we don't have to flock together with them, but we can find another way. Chen Chuan asked, what is the teacher's plan? Cheng Zitong looked at him and asked, do you know about urban legends? Chen Chuan was slightly surprised, then replied affirmatively, I have heard of them. My uncle is from the patrol bureau and says that these urban legends often have traces of human involvement. Cheng Zitong nodded and said, your uncle is right. Most urban legends are indeed like that, but there are exceptions. The next assigned mission I will arrange for you is to solve a case involving an urban legend. Don't worry, the teacher has been studying this aspect for a long time and won't trick you. Just do as the teacher tells you and it will be fine. Chen Chuan said, the student naturally trusts the teacher. Cheng Zitong was very happy and said, wait a moment. He took out a stack of papers from his briefcase and pushed them in front of him. The teacher has prepared them for you. This is the data. Take a look first. The commission party will be handled by the teacher. You just need to do the assignment well. Chen Chuan took it and flipped through it, feeling a slight movement in his heart. Well, child, I seem to have heard of this urban legend when I was a child. In fact, everyone who grew up in Yangtze City has heard of the well-child supernatural entity. According to legend, every year from October to November, after 9 p.m., as long as you pour half a bowl of soybeans and half a bowl of black beans into the well water, a beautiful child will emerge from the well. At that time, the well water will turn into wine. Adults don't feel anything when they drink this water, but children will fall into a coma for a whole day and the child very much like that, because they can skip class, but most children will forget about these 2 days when they wake up, but occasionally some children will become demented because of this. Some people have tried to solve this problem, but none have succeeded. In the end, adults can only restrain their children, but you can always hear about this kind of thing from time to time. He remembered that his predecessor had also tried it with a group of friends when he was a child, but besides wasting half a bowl of black beans and soybeans, they didn't see anything. As he flipped through the data and read the detailed records, he realized that his approach was actually useless. The well child only appears in the old Qinghuang temple area in the northern suburbs of the city, and it also appears according to a certain pattern. It always starts in October and appears in old wells in the northern part of the city that are at least 30 years old, according to a certain pattern. There is also a hand-drawn distribution map of the wells on the data. From the activity curve above, it looks like it is moving with the groundwater, so if the well is not exactly on the passing route and the feeding location is not correct, you will definitely not encounter it. Below the data is a paragraph written in red pen, stating that as long as you calculate the next possible well where the well child will appear, then a few minutes before 9 p.m., take a bucket of water from it, then pour half a bowl of soybeans and black beans into it, and the well child will climb up the well wall and run into the bucket by itself. Then, take it away and send it to the designated place. The data has a detailed map showing the location of each old well in that area, with the corresponding dates marked below. With this, things are much simpler. Even if you can't determine it immediately, with a general range, you can find the correct target by constantly using the elimination method. Chen Chuan looked up and asked, "Teacher, did you organize this?" Cheng Zitong said, "Yes, teacher, I usually like to study these things. The old man always scolds me for not doing my job properly. Alas, what do you think?" Chen Chuan thought for a while and replied seriously, "I think it's quite good. These mysterious things give people many unknowns, and the feeling of exploring the unknown and pursuing answers is very wonderful." Cheng Zitong was very happy to hear Chen Chuan say this. He said, "That's right, that's why I said, your student is a natural at intuitive understanding." Chen Chuan smiled and continued to look at the data in his hand. Cheng Zitong seemed a little thirsty at this moment, picked up the water on the table and took a sip, and then pointed to the data and said, "The commission's requirement is to capture a well child. The reward is relatively high, no one is competing for it, and it is not dangerous. While there is still time, you can use this to try it out first." Chen Chuan thought, "It seems that there is more than one of these things, and I don't know if it is really the legendary thing, but I will know when I see it." Indeed, he was full of strong interest in this kind of thing. Although this matter can only be done at night, he needs to go to the scene to take a look during the day. After all, this data is from a few years ago, and it is difficult to say whether it is still the same now, and he needs to confirm it himself. Because tomorrow is holiday, after making the decision, he spent the night in the dormitory considering what to prepare and the specific plan, and trained a little. When the time was almost up, he went to bed. The next day, he first went back to Little Ant's house, borrowed a neon-fused watch from Little Ant, took the bicycle he had left here, bought some tools outside, and rode all the way north. He rode for about 45 minutes and arrived at the old city area in the north of the city. In fact, he was no stranger to this place, because the house where his predecessor's parents lived in the suburbs was further north from here, and that was where his predecessor lost his life. Because he didn't know what caused his predecessor's death, he never went there again to avoid unnecessary danger. Many of the houses in this area are old, some are more than 60 years old, and existed before the establishment of the Dashan Republic. They are almost 100 years old. In fact, this area was the old Yangzi town before. After the Great Reclamation, the new Yangzi city was established as a material transit center. The area from the northwest of Yangzi city to the suburbs, including the villages and towns in the north such as Zhang Mountain, are the territory of the Iron Chain Gang, while the sphere of influence of the Bloodstain Gang is mostly in the prosperous areas of the city. The area north of the city belongs to the middle zone, where dozens of gangs of all sizes are entrenched. The people here are also more conservative and out of step with the people in other urban areas. Considering the complicated situation here, and that he would have to stay until night today, he brought the patrol bureau satchel. In this kind of place, the identity of a WEI Academy student may not be as useful as having a relationship with the patrol bureau. He followed the map, comparing the landmarks and the corresponding dates all the way, and successfully found the well that the well child might have passed by last night, but when he arrived here, he found that it was already a dry well. In this case, because the well child only shows up in old wells with water, it is impossible for it to appear here. Then it may have appeared in another well nearby last night, so all the locations have to be moved back, so he left here by bike and decided to go to the next old well to look for it. But not long after he left, 3 or 4 gang members walked out of the house. A younger member asked, "Brother Tian, could this kid be sent by the patrol bureau?" Brother Tian said unhappily, "He has such a big satchel on him, do you think I didn't see it? Then what should we do? The patrol bureau's greyhounds have very sensitive noses. Tonight's transaction." Brother Tian said impatiently, "What else can we do? We've already agreed, there's no way to cancel it. We can only change the place. Tell them to try to do it earlier, to avoid complications. Also, call more brothers, so we can deal with anything that happens." "Okay, Brother Tian." Chen Chuan went to look for it further back. Fortunately, according to the map, this well was very close to the previous one. Sure enough, he found another one after only 300 meters, and it was still usable. After confirming this place, the next well may be where the well child will appear tonight. So he rode east for about half a mile and found a well with a relatively large well enclosure. This is a large open space with traces of washing all year round. It is surrounded by residential houses and 2 small alleys for access. It should be shared by many families. A pulley is installed on the well, with a bucket tied to it, which seems to be used frequently, which makes it convenient for him to fetch water. After looking at the terrain and thinking about it, he decided to try it once tonight first. If it doesn't work, he can only find a way tomorrow. After making up his mind, he left here by bike and found a nearby martial arts gym, where he exercised and killed time. Here at night, the most troublesome thing is the various gangs. Most shops will close early, only the martial arts gym will continue to operate and hold some arena tournaments that gang members will participate in overtly and covertly, which is enough for him to stay until the right time. He stayed here until about 8:30 in the evening. When he saw that the time was almost up, he left the gym. As soon as he got outside, the noisy atmosphere in the gym disappeared. The streets were quiet, with only the branches with remaining leaves hanging on both sides of the street stretching out horizontally, swaying in the wind. The street lights below were still on, but there were hardly any pedestrians. He straightened his hat, took his bicycle, and rode to the location of the well. 5 or 6 minutes later, he approached the alley where the well was located. There was only a lonely street lamp nearby, but at this time, he suddenly saw a man walking towards here from across the street. This man looked strong, wearing a mask and a baseball cap. He was walking very fast, but when he saw him coming from across the street, and seemed to notice his satchel, he paused slightly, pressed his hat down again, and hurried towards another fork in the road. Chen Chuan could tell from his footsteps and figure that this person was trained. He might be a gang member, but that had nothing to do with him. He got off his bike and pushed it into the alley. Because the light inside was not very bright, he took out a flashlight to light the way, but he slowed down as he walked in, because he had already seen it. At the entrance of the open space around the well in the alley, there were 7 or 8 fierce-looking strong men standing, each with a cigarette in their mouth, holding sticks and daggers, and some were shining flashlights directly at him. He also squinted slightly. "Brother Tian, this is the kid from the daytime." Brother Tian said angrily, "Kid, I knew you were trouble during the day. I hid here, but I still can't avoid you. I didn't want to do anything, but who told you to be so persistent? Blame your bad luck." Chen Chuan sighed softly and said, "It's hard to say whose luck is bad." Brother Tian roared, "Go get him." Chen Chuan gently pushed the bicycle to the side of the wall, took off his hat, threw it into the bicycle basket, and took the initiative to walk forward quickly, moving his shoulders and wrists as he walked. A stick struck him from the opposite side. He tilted his head slightly to the side, and supported the other person's chest with his palm. Without seeing him exert any effort, the man flew backwards and knocked down several people behind him. At this time, he also walked out of the alley. A person hiding next to him stabbed him in the waist with a dagger. Chen Chuan just turned around and stepped on his shin. With a snap, the man fell to the ground screaming and rolling with his twisted leg. Another person behind him smashed down with a stick. He turned around and raised his hand, skillfully grabbed the stick, and pressed it down, hitting the person's chest. The wooden stick snapped with a sound, and the man covered his chest and fell to the ground, his face full of pain, but he couldn't make a sound. The remaining gang members all stopped and became cowering. "Just kidding, this looks like a martial combat expert at a glance. Are they going up to be abused?" Seeing that no one dared to move, Brother Tian was also in a dilemma. Finally, he gritted his teeth, raised the machete in his hand, and rushed up to chop Chen Chuan's head. But before his knife fell, he only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then he didn't know anything. And the gang members only saw their boss rush up and be kicked in the head by Chen Chuan. The whole person flew out horizontally and rolled on the ground as if he had lost his breath. All of them didn't dare to stay any longer. They threw away the things in their hands, ignored their boss, and ran out of an alley. Chen Chuan didn't care about them. He had already wasted a lot of time and couldn't delay any longer. He walked to the side of the well, took the crank handle and turned it, but when he turned it, he found that the feel was wrong. It seemed that the weight below was a bit light. After thinking about it, he continued to shake it up. When the bucket reached the top, he found that it was filled with several sealed plastic bags. When he touched it, it seemed to be boxes. He thought about it. Are these all drugs? Chen Chuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately realized something. Illegal drugs? These were all illegal drugs? Looking at the people who had fallen beside him, it seemed these people were planning to trade here tonight, but they happened to run into him. He shook his head, blaming it on their bad luck. He threw the drugs he had taken out aside, walked over, and kicked each of the people lying on the ground groaning and twitching, causing them to quiet down immediately. He took the flashlight, looked at his watch, and it was already 8:50, almost time. So he went back to the well, lowered the bucket, and shook it a little. Because he wasn't skilled enough, he only pulled up half a bucket of water, but that was enough. He took the prepared black rice and soybeans from the bicycle rack, poured them in, then placed the bucket near the wellhead and slowly backed away. 9 o'clock came quickly, but after waiting a few minutes while watching his watch, there was no movement. Just as he was wondering if he had mistaken the place, he suddenly heard the soft sound of water splashing, and rustling noises, which were very clear in the silent night. He turned off the flashlight and looked over in the faint moonlight, and saw what appeared to be a very cute child slowly crawling out of the well, making a babyish cooing sound. But after a few more glances, his eyes narrowed. This was no child, but a fat, worm-like, fish-like monster, with a row of abdominal feet on its lower body, and a fleshy hump on its back, looking like the upper body of a several-month-old infant. After this thing crawled out of the well, it wailed twice, as if smelling something, and finally, head first, it plopped into the wooden bucket. Chen Chuan immediately grabbed a sturdy waterproof bag he had prepared, quickly stepped forward, covered the bucket, then inverted it, pouring the thing and the water into the bag, then took the bucket away and quickly tied the bag, but left a slit. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that second self was showing slight signs of fading, and his heart skipped a beat, because this situation was similar to what he had seen near Jiao Mountain last time. Was it because of this well child? What exactly was this? Fortunately, these harms were extremely weak, and had almost no influence on him, so he thought about it, didn't delve into it, stood up, picked up the thing, and prepared to leave. Just as he was walking out, Brother Tian on the ground seemed to wake up. This was because Chen Chuan hadn't used lethal force, but his mind hadn't fully recovered. Seeing Chen Chuan walking out with something, he said muddledly, "Brother Tong, take the goods, but you have to pay." Chen Chuan ignored him, hung the bag on the bike, and was about to push it away, but suddenly stopped. "Brother Tong?" He seemed to remember something. After thinking carefully, he suddenly remembered something. He parked the bike again, quickly returned to the well, opened the plastic bag containing the drugs, and dumped it out, revealing boxes of drugs, a box of Heaven's Bounty Herb Xinqing capsules, and the rest were small vials of injection produced by Tailide Company. This was anti-mutation drug. He took a breath, thought for a moment, walked over, and kicked Brother Tian again, and the latter passed out again without a sound. He collected the drugs again, pushed the bike outside, and found the nearest phone booth, picked up the phone, and was about to dial the patrol bureau number, but then hung up. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of paper from his bag and dialed the number on it. After waiting for a while, the call was connected, and a loud voice came out, saying, "Hello, who is it? So late at night?" Chen Chuan said, "Uncle Wei, I'm looking for Wei Chang'an, I'm his classmate." The voice said, "Classmate? Wait a moment." After a while, Wei Chang'an's slightly tired voice came out, saying, "Hello, who is it?" Chen Chuan said, "Brother Wei? This is Chen Chuan, Jr." Wei Chang'an's voice perked up a bit, and he asked, "So late, did something happen? Tell Brother Wei, if I can help, I definitely will." Chen Chuan said, "Brother Wei, I think I saw Tong Qianzhang." "Who?" Chen Chuan slowly repeated, "Tong Qianzhang." Wei Chang'an's breathing suddenly became rapid, and then he lowered his voice and quickly asked, "Where are you?" Chen Chuan said, "North of the city, near the old city god temple, specifically at." He looked at the opposite side in the street light, and said, "There is a Beitan department store here." Wei Chang'an said, "Are you safe now?" Chen Chuan said, "Safe." Wei Chang'an said, "Okay, stay in a safe place, don't call anyone else, don't wander around, I'll be there soon. Remember, don't take risks, make sure you are safe first." Chen Chuan said, "Brother Wei, I know." After Wei Chang'an finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Chuan thought for a while, then rode his bike back to the alley, saw that Brother Tian was still unconscious, took out a prepared rope and tied him up, picked him up and came outside. Just as he walked out of the alley again, he suddenly heard a group of people running towards him from the other end of the street. Looking forward, he saw about 20 or 30 people running towards him. After seeing him, someone pointed and said, "That's the kid," and exclaimed, "Brother Tian is in his hands." Chen Chuan saw these people, put down the kickstand of the bicycle, and slowly walked towards them. Wei Chang'an drove very fast, and only took a little over a quarter of an hour to drive from the southwest of the city. But when he arrived, he saw a group of people lying on the street, stretching from the street entrance to several street lights in the distance, each groaning and moaning, with broken sticks, and bent and deformed machetes and steel pipes everywhere. A bicycle was parked next to the phone booth on the side of the road. Chen Chuan was sitting quietly on the rear rack, looking at something by the light of the street light. He woed, slowly parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, walked to Chen Chuan's side, and said, "Junior, are you okay?" Chen Chuan stood up and said, "I'm fine." "That's good." Wei Chang'an said, "Tell me, what happened?" Chen Chuan explained what had happened before, and showed Wei Chang'an the drugs he had obtained. After listening carefully, Wei Chang'an said with a serious expression, "Your guess is right, that person is very likely to be Tong Qianzhang." He patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder, and said with some relief, "Fortunately, you didn't conflict with him, this guy is very skilled, even I don't have a sure chance of winning against him, besides, he may also be carrying weapons, that's even more dangerous." In his impression, Chen Chuan's skills were still the same as 2 months ago. Although he was also very powerful as a Wei freshman, he didn't think he was a match for Tong Qianzhang, who was a complete desperado. And it was hard to say whether Tong Qianzhang had backup, these escaped criminals were not kind people. Chen Chuan said, "Brother Wei, can you find Tong Qianzhang's whereabouts with these people?" Wei Chang'an shook his head and said, "It's difficult, it's almost impossible to find Tong Qianzhang from these minions, but..." He smiled, "I have a guess, if it's true, Junior, you and I will have done a great service." He walked to Brother Tian's side, grinned, disgustedly reached out, and pinched the latter's philtrum a few times. After a few seconds, Brother Tian woke up faintly. Wei Chang'an almost immediately took his hand away, wiped it with a handkerchief, and asked, "Hey, do you know Scarface?" Brother Tian trembled, looked at the two people, and said, "No, I don't know him." "Then you know him." After wiping his hand, Wei Chang'an threw the handkerchief away, and said to Chen Chuan, "Junior, we can't find Tong Qianzhang now, but we can follow this line to find Scarface." Old man Joe's goods are all in his hands. Tong Qianzhong must have come this time to trade with him. He said excitedly, I've been looking for Scarface for almost 2 months, but I haven't had any clues. I didn't expect to find a tail this time. It's all thanks to you, Junior. He walked to the phone booth, put in a coin and made a few calls, then walked back, and said excitedly, Junior, I have to take the people away. If I can find Scarface, then I may be able to find the whereabouts of Tong Qianzhong's gang, you know? This case is even connected to the Government Affairs Hall. I will add your name to the commission, or do you want to come with me now? Chen Chuan patted the rear rack and said, Brother Wei, I still have something to do. Wei Chang'an was also straightforward and said, okay, don't worry about the things here, someone will handle them later. If I find any clues about Scarface, I'll let you know later. Since Wei Chang'an said he would handle things here, Chen Chuan didn't linger and rode away. However, he didn't know that shortly after he left, a beautiful, almost illusory doll was climbing on the wall of the old well, and as the moonlight reappeared from behind the clouds, it vanished again. On his way back, Chen Chuan deliberately chose smaller roads. Even so, he could still occasionally hear modified cars speeding down the main streets, accompanied by the sounds of chains dragging and bottles smashing. The evening was when gang members were most active, and he didn't want to run into them unnecessarily. Also, after learning that some urban legends were indeed real, he was extra cautious, avoiding secluded alleys as much as possible. After riding for more than an hour, he arrived at City Center Square and dialed a phone number noted in the data. After the call connected, there was no sound on the other end. He followed the instructions in the data and said, the item has been captured. A deep, emotionless voice came from the other end. Location. Chen Chuan said, City Center Square, across from the Duyi Grand Hotel. Wait, the car is on its way. Chen Chuan hung up and waited by the roadside. Soon, he saw a car turning from the other end of the avenue, its headlights shining brightly. It was a van, and as it got closer, he could see a blooming melon flower on the vehicle's logo. This is Molin Company? Chen Chuan pondered. The car stopped in front of Chen Chuan. The door opened, and 2 people in Molin Company uniforms stepped out. Chen Chuan stood up, picked up the bag, and walked over. One of them took it, opened the drawstring, checked the contents, nodded, and said, the goods are correct. The other person took the form Chen Chuan handed over, signed it, stamped it with a seal, and returned it to him. Chen Chuan took it back and saw the 2 people carrying the bag to the back of the van. When they opened the door, a gust of cold air wafted out. After putting the item away, the 2 returned to the front, got in the car, and quickly drove away, without looking at Chen Chuan again. Chen Chuan put away the form and noticed his second self behind him. He found that the faint fading signs was still ongoing, and hadn't disappeared after sending the well child away. However, the damage was very minor, so he didn't pay much attention and went straight back to Wuyi School. At this time of night, there were security guards patrolling outside Wuyi. He showed his A-grade student card upon approaching and was immediately allowed to pass. Back in his dorm, he first used the public phone to call Cheng Zitong, saying, Teacher, I'm back. Everything went smoothly. I've handed over the item to the commission party according to the phone number in the data. Cheng Zitong said, how do you feel? Chen Chuan said, how should I put it? It's a bit novel to encounter something like this for the first time. Teacher, what exactly is that? Cheng Zitong said, although there are some speculations, teacher can't say for sure either. If you want to find the answer, you can only look for it yourself. Few people do urban legend assigned missions because they are very dangerous. It's best not to touch some things before knowing how to solve them. The one I gave you today was summarized by predecessors and proven to be successfully solved, so it's relatively easy. In reality, the time and cost spent to understand these things are very high, and many people avoid them because they would rather do other commissions with that effort. Chen Chuan could understand this. These types of commissions have high risk and unknown factors, and the rewards aren't necessarily more than other commissions, so why would anyone do them? Cheng Zitong continued, but if you can specialize in this type of assigned mission, then more and more of these commissions will be given to you. The more you come into contact with, the more you will understand. If others can't do it but you can, then you are the expert, and they will think of you first when there are problems. Ordinary commissions can be replaced by anyone, but this type can't be replaced, so they can only look for you. Your evaluation will be unique. Chen Chuan said, Teacher, it's not that high evaluation matters to students, it's just that students are really interested in these things. Cheng Zitong laughed and said, that's right, no matter what it is, we'll do it as long as we're interested, because we're willing. Nothing can bind us, and that's how the experiential school should be. Chen Chuan said, Teacher, you said not to be bound by the circle. Isn't recognizing ourselves as the experiential school also binding ourselves? Cheng Zitong was taken aback, then smiled and said, Good kid, are you questioning teacher and picking a fight with teacher? Being straightforward should also be a characteristic of the experiential school, right? Haha, you kid, you've said all the good and bad things. Cheng Zitong was very happy at this moment because no one had ever been as compatible with him as this student. It was just a pity. He sighed inwardly, then perked up and said, based on past experience, these types of assigned missions shouldn't be done consecutively, otherwise, there will be an unspeakable influence. You should rest for a few days first. During this time, you can also check the growth of your mutated tissue to see if you need to arrange the next limit training. Chen Chuan said, okay, teacher. By the way, I encountered something today that may have some influence later on. Next, he talked about accidentally meeting Tong Qianzhong and the possibility of participating in that commission later on. After listening, Cheng Zitong said, I've heard about this matter. He thought for a moment, teacher thinks that since you're already involved, you should actively participate and not give up this opportunity. This matter should be linked to the Government Affairs Hall, which can greatly improve your commission evaluation, and this matter may have additional benefits for you. It's hard to comment now, but remember. His voice became more serious, be careful. These people have been hiding for so long, so they are not that simple. Chen Chuan said, teacher, I will be careful. After the phone call, because it was late, he took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, after his early morning exercise, he saw Feng Xiaoqi and Luo Kaiwen also there, so they agreed to go to the cafeteria for breakfast together. Feng Xiaoqi and Luo Kaiwen had also started training in the past few days and were currently consolidating their skills. Normally, it would take about 3 or 4 months to half a year to familiarize themselves before proceeding to the next step. In reality, they were waiting for the growth of mutated tissue, and specific arrangements could only be made based on the degree of growth. However, students generally didn't know about this. Therefore, some students usually only mastered internal energy in their second year, but this refers to major force. Minor force is relatively much easier. Even people without mutated tissue can still develop it through their own efforts and taking some drugs that stimulate potential. Many B-grade students master internal energy through this method. While the three were having breakfast, Feng Xiaoqi gave each of them a pair of boxing wraps, saying, these are boxing wraps specially made for me by my family. I also had 2 sets made for you. Chen Chuan didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him and took it. Friends should exchange gifts, and he could return something when he had the chance. After accepting it, Luo Kaiwen solemnly said, thank you. Feng Xiaoqi smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? It's just a small thing. Although the training equipment in the academy is very complete, it's convenient to have some small things yourself, such as these boxing wraps, convenient elastic bands, grip strengtheners, and resistance bands. My family makes these things, I'll take you to see it someday. Chen Chuan smiled and said, okay. After breakfast, the 3 returned to their dorm. As soon as they entered, they saw the dorm teacher talking on the phone. Seeing Chen Chuan, she quickly called out, Chen classmate, it's for you? Then she said to the other end of the phone, he's here, wait a moment. Chen Chuan immediately walked over, thanked her, took the phone, and asked, hello. Wei Chang'an's excited and slightly hoarse voice came from the other end, saying, Junior, we've found Scarface's hiding place. Are you free now? I'll come pick you up. Chen Chuan said, I'm here at the dorm building. Don't go anywhere, I'll be there soon. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Wei Chang'an's Tuotu sedan arrived in front of the dormitory building. He reached out and pushed open the passenger door, saying to Chen Chuan, who was waiting on the steps, let's go, Junior, come with me. Chen Chuan didn't waste any words, immediately went down the steps and got into the car. Wei Chang'an waited for him to fasten his seat belt, and while starting the car, he said, after taking the guy back yesterday, he quickly confessed during the interrogation. Scarface is hiding in Guardgate District. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, that place is crowded and mixed. Guardgate District is in the southwest of the city. Several counties and villages around it, and even those coming to Yangtze City from other cities, basically pass through this district, so the flow of people is very complex, and it is also easy to leave the city from here. Wei Chang'an said, previously, the patrol bureau searched the entire city, but the focus was on the Bloodstain Gang's sphere of influence, so they haven't been able to find him. Chen Chuan said, Guardgate District is close to the Iron Chain Gang's sphere of influence. Could this matter be related to the Iron Chain Gang? Wei Chang'an said, it's hard to say. Scarface is not Old Man Joe, he's from out of town and has only been in Yangtze for a year. Unlike Old Man Joe, who has connections in many places, the Iron Chain Gang often opposes the Bloodstain Gang. As long as it can cause trouble for the Bloodstain Gang, they might do anything. But it's also possible that it has nothing to do with them and that someone else is helping them. But these are not what we need to consider. What's important now is that we know Scarface's whereabouts. Previously, Old Man Joe had been supplying drugs to Fang Dai and his gang through Scarface. It seems that this line hasn't been broken, so as long as we catch Scarface, we can lock down Fang Dai and his gang through him. Chen Chuan asked, has the arrest not started yet? Wei Chang'an said, if the patrol bureau sends people to hunt him down on a large scale, the commotion would be too great and it would be easy to leak the news. Besides, we need to capture Scarface alive, and the patrol bureau is not suitable for doing this kind of work, so the bureau has issued a commission. Given that we took the lead on this line and we were the ones who caught that brother Tian first, which led to finding Scarface, the patrol bureau decided to hand over the commission to us. Chen Chuan said, Brother Wei, is the patrol bureau so confident in us about this matter? Wei Chang'an smiled and said, we've been following this all along, otherwise, we wouldn't even know where to find the clues. Besides, Junior, you and I, Brother Wei, are both patrol bureau children. If the patrol bureau doesn't trust us, who else would they trust? Chen Chuan understood. This is how things are in this world. Circles are distinct and exclusive, very resistant to outsiders. Not to mention the patrol bureau's internal solidarity, with fathers and relatives succeeding each other. Even though he and Wei Chang'an are Wei students, because they are from patrol bureau families and have elders in office, they are also seen as their own. He thought for a moment and then said, Brother Wei, you have a commission company above you, right? Wei Chang'an nodded and said, although the specific assignment still depends on the company, the commission side's opinion is also very important. Don't worry, at least on the Scarface matter, it's definitely been given to us. The problem now is how to catch Scarface. Chen Chuan asked, is there any specific information? Wei Chang'an said, I'm going to tell you about that next. According to Brother Tian's confession, Scarface has several people around him. He took out a few data sheets. Junior, take a look. Chen Chuan took them and flipped through them one by one. He thought for a moment and asked, how did Brother Tian know these things? Isn't he just a small gang leader? Wei Chang'an said, look at the back. Yes, this one. He's a fellow villager and distant relative of Fast Legs Tian Yeazu, one of Scarface's men. Both of them are local to Yangtze City. With this relationship, he was sent out to do this deal. Brother Tian should have gone back this morning to explain to them after yesterday's transaction. In order not to arouse suspicion, the Patrol Bureau arranged a street closure and search operation yesterday and asked Brother Tian to cooperate in sending a letter, saying he'd drop by before noon. Monitoring shows that Scarface and his gang are indeed there, and the people have been temporarily stabilized. This gives us some time, but only from morning to noon. We need to capture all of Scarface's gang within this time frame. Chen Chuan said, judging from the data, Scarface has not only 2 capable helpers, but also recruited a few others. The 2 of us aren't enough. Has Brother Wei arranged for other manpower? Wei Chang'an smiled and said, this time, the company has entrusted the commission to your Brother Wei, so I can naturally use some resources. Someone will be specially assigned to cooperate with us, but... He became more serious and said, it's difficult to predict what might happen during the mission. Nothing can be foolproof. This is Brother Wei's first time hosting such an assigned mission, so there may inevitably be omissions. Therefore, Junior, I'll arrange you in the rear later, but don't worry, you'll get the main credit. Chen Chuan didn't care about this. This was also his first time participating in such an assigned mission to capture an important fugitive. He was mainly focused on learning and accumulating experience, not thinking about taking the lead himself. The car drove all the way to the southwest. After half an hour, they arrived at Guardgate District. Chen Chuan glanced out of the car window. This place was roughly similar to Zigong District. The architectural layout was very messy, but there was more of it. Looking around, the streets were full of people, and 3-wheeled vehicles and pedestrians would dart out from time to time. The car also drove slower and slower here, and Wei Chang'an honked the horn from time to time. The car stopped and started, moving slowly for more than 20 minutes, before arriving in front of a department store. Wei Chang'an parked the car here and then beckoned Chen Chuan to get out of the car together, then turned into a small alley. After 3 turns and 5 turns, they arrived in front of a small red brick building. They went up the narrow stairwell to the top floor. Wei Chang'an went up and knocked on the door, saying, Old 4, open the door. The door was pulled open from the inside, and a young man with long hair appeared behind the door. He greeted Wei Chang'an first, then looked at Chen Chuan and said with a smile, this must be Junior Chen, right? Wei Chang'an introduced Chen Chuan saying, CAISI, also from Wei. Chen Chuan greeted, Senior CAI. CAISI waved his hands repeatedly, no, it sounds like I'm very bad, just call me 4th brother. Wei Chang'an said, let's go inside to talk. CAISI welcomed both of them in, looked outside again, and closed the door after seeing no movement. Wei Chang'an went inside, went directly to the window, looked outside, and asked, how is it? CAISI also walked over and said, there's no movement. Even if they suspect there's a problem with the letter, if they haven't found the next place to stay, they won't move. Besides, Old Wu and the others are watching over there. Wei Chang'an hummed, turned his head, pointed outside, and said to Chen Chuan, Junior, look, it's that building. Chen Chuan looked out the window. They were on the 5th floor here, and the other buildings were shorter, but on the other side of the street, about 200 meters away, there was a 4-story building facing north and south, similar to a tube-shaped building, but the windows on both sides were old and there were no balconies. Wei Chang'an said, according to Brother Tian's confession, Scarface and his gang are staying in the 3 connected rooms on the east side of the 4th floor. The east and west sides are residential houses. To the northeast, that is, behind the building, there is a road, and about tens of meters away is an open-air market. The south side is an open space. CAISI also explained to Chen Chuan, it's not difficult to go up and arrest people, as long as there are enough people. But we considered that if Scarface isn't stupid, he'd arrange a lookout in the residential houses near the street entrance. As soon as they discover that many unfamiliar faces are approaching, they might be alarmed, which would be difficult to handle. Wei Chang'an said, fortunately, the tallest building nearby, besides that building, is here, and they live on the top floor. So we plan to have people go over there, find a hidden place to climb up, and meet on the roof. About 200 meters away from here, there is a boxing gym. I will have them set off firecrackers in the open space on the south side to create some noise and attract the attention of Scarface and his gang. Then we will take the opportunity to flip in through the north-facing window and carry out the arrest. Even if they run out, people from the boxing gym will be responsible for cooperating below, so the chances of success will be greater. Chen Chuan asked, "Boxing gym? Is the boxing gym here willing to cooperate with this kind of thing?" Wei Chang'an smiled and said, "The fugitive that the patrol bureau is arresting is so close to this boxing gym. Afterwards, they might be found an excuse to sweep it, and it's hard to say whether this boxing gym can continue to operate. We are helping them get rid of suspicion by asking them to cooperate. They won't refuse." Chen Chuan pondered and understood what he meant. The boxing gym itself is a local tyrant, a force in itself, and such a close distance is simply a group of wanted criminals appearing under their noses. Even if you say they have nothing to do with these people, the patrol bureau can find fault with you, so they dare not cooperate. He said, "What does Brother Wei need me to do?" Wei Chang'an said, "The commission company has sent a lot of people to cooperate with me. They are all professionals, so Junior doesn't need to participate in the direct arrest operation. Junior, you are responsible for guarding the northeast-facing intersection leading to the market with Old Four and the others to prevent any fish from slipping through the net." Chen Chuan had no doubts about Wei Chang'an's arrangements, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Wei." Seeing that Wei Chang'an seemed to have more to say to CAISI, he said, "Brother Wei, I'll go down and familiarize myself with the surroundings first, and I'll be back in a little while." Wei Chang'an said, "Okay, be careful." After he left, CAISI said to Wei Chang'an, "Brother Wei, this Junior Chen is pretty good. Generally speaking, newcomers like Chen Chuan, especially those with skills and abilities, love to show off and don't like being placed in the back. But because of their lack of experience, they can easily mess things up. He had been through that himself, so he generally didn't like newcomers joining in." However, Chen Chuan was the one who provided the clues and was also a major participant, so it was impossible to leave him out. Fortunately, Chen Chuan was very self-aware, which made things much better. Sometimes they weren't afraid of danger, but they were afraid of their own people holding them back. Wei Chang'an said, "Don't underestimate him. Although he's 2 years younger than us, he was the one who caught the person during the last assigned mission, which I was supposed to lead. Fatty Guo played tricks, and I almost failed. This junior has good skills and is very decisive. If he gets a year or 2 of experience, most of us won't be as good as him." "Really?" CAISI said in surprise, "He's quite capable." Wei Chang'an said, "Let's not talk about him. You all need to be careful this time. Our current information is coming from a brother Tian. Due to limited time and various restrictions, we don't have the ability to verify everything one by one, so we can only choose to believe it. However, the specific situation is difficult to predict, and nothing can be foolproof, so we must be vigilant." CAISI nodded, saying, "Brother Wei, you must be under a lot of pressure, right?" Wei Chang'an said, "It's my first time leading this kind of mission, so it would be a lie to say I'm not under pressure. The Patrol Bureau specifically assigned this to me by name, which has made many people in the company unhappy. There are definitely a lot of people waiting to see me make a fool of myself. But if we can succeed and use this lead to find Feng Daiyai and his gang, with this experience, everyone will have a chance to be promoted to senior agent in the future, and then we'll have the opportunity to work independently. So, we have to give it our all no matter what." CAISI nodded silently. He thought for a moment and said softly, "Brother Wei, I have to remind you that most of the people here, except for our own brothers and classmate, are sent by the company. I'm afraid there are people among them who will try to sabotage us. You know, it's hard to succeed, but it's very easy to ruin things." Wei Chang'an said, "I know, so key positions can only be filled by our own brothers. Speaking of which, Junior Chen is trustworthy. You can trust him at critical moments." CAISI smiled and said, "It seems that you put him in that position not just to take care of him. Okay, I understand." At this time, Chen Chuan had already arrived downstairs. Knowing that there was something to do today, he didn't wear his student uniform and specially changed into an ordinary jacket. He first strolled around the trade market. The front part mainly sold daily necessities and clothing, mostly wholesale, with many tricycles coming and going. Not far away, there was also a vegetable market and a fruit market. Walking on the road in the middle of the market, looking back, one could see a row of windows on the building directly facing the market through the large characters on the signs above. The intersection that Wei Chang'an asked him to guard later was a little further ahead, with shops selling daily necessities and food on both sides. After taking a walk around, he bought a bag of apples and 3 bottles of soda. He walked back along the street, but when he turned the corner, he glanced at the building and noticed a woman walking out of there, which made him pay a little more attention. This was because, although the other person was a middle-aged woman, her rhythm of walking suggested that she was trained. However, there were many people who were trained in this era, so he only glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze, returning to Wei Chang'an's base, putting the apples on the table, and handing each of them 2 bottles of soda. CAISI took it with a smile, saying, "Junior, you even brought things. You're so polite. Okay, 4th brother will definitely take care of you later." Wei Chang'an took it but didn't drink it. He just washed an apple and ate it. Then he went to change his clothes. After coming out, he looked at his watch and said, "There's still an hour and a half. We need to prepare first. I'll arrange you first, and then you'll go to watch one by one. Come with me." He took the two of them to the section of the road in front of the trade market and walked into a grain and oil shop located next to the street. After greeting the boss, he walked inside, handed a piece of paper to Chen Chuan, and instructed, "Junior, according to the arrangement, the operation will start at 10 o'clock. At 10:15, the manpower will gather on the roof in batches. At about 10:20, firecrackers will be set off, which may be delayed a bit. We will take action half a minute after the firecrackers go off, so call this number at 10 o'clock and have them cut the phone line." This was to prevent any overlooked informants from calling Scarface when they took action. Although Scarface's informants might not use the phone to notify him, the possibility was extremely small, and doing it was better than not doing it. Chen Chuan glanced at the number and said okay. Wei Chang'an looked at CAISI and said, "Keep an eye on things." CAISI nodded solemnly. After Wei Chang'an left, the two of them waited patiently there, occasionally chatting a few words. CAISI told Chen Chuan that there were not only the two of them here, but also some helpers responsible for assisting. For example, the boss of this shop was one of their own, and they could ask them to come forward if there was anything that needed to be done. In the patient wait, more than an hour passed, and it was soon 10 o'clock. CAISI had been paying attention to the time. At this time, he looked up and said, "Junior, Brother Wei should have started going upstairs. You can make the call now." Chen Chuan was guarding the telephone next to him. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up the telephone receiver, and then dialed a number. After the call was connected, he followed the prompt on the paper and said, "This is the capture team. Please cut the phone line immediately." The other side said, "Understood, execute immediately." Chen Chuan put down the phone and nodded to CAISI, who walked to the side of the shop, looked up at the top, and occasionally glanced at his watch. About 5 or 6 minutes later, suddenly, the street of the trade market behind them became noisy, followed by a burst of shouting and footsteps. Someone shouted, "A fight broke out, a fight broke out." CAISI was stunned, looked back at the upstairs, and muttered, "It seems like there's some trouble." At this moment, Wei Chang'an and 5 other people had already reached the roof. They had come up one by one from the planned locations, so no one noticed. However, they were still missing half of the expected number of people. They weren't in a hurry. There were still 7 or 8 minutes before the appointed time, which was enough to make it in time. But at this moment, they suddenly heard a commotion in the market to the north, as if something had gone wrong. Someone poked his head out to take a look and said, "Brother Wei, there's a situation." Wei Chang'an frowned. It was common for chaos to occur in this trade market, but it made them feel uncomfortable at this time. It could easily attract Scarface's attention to that side. Moreover, the riot happened to occur at this time, which made him instinctively feel that they couldn't wait any longer. He immediately said, "The situation is not right. Things may have changed. We must take action immediately." Someone reminded, "But Brother Wei, not all the people have arrived yet." Wei Chang'an said, "We'll take action first and hold them back. Those who come up will know what to do." "Wait a minute." One person grabbed him and said seriously, "Wei Commission, now we can't be sure if Scarface has noticed what's going on over there. In that case, we might as well choose to break through from the south first. The people who arrive later can enter from the north. Wouldn't that be a better chance with a two-sided attack?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Wei Chang'an, waiting for him to make a decision. Wei Chang'an thought about it. This plan was just to switch the original order of breaking through from north to south, so he decisively said, "Okay, let's do it that way. Don't wait any longer, take action immediately." Wei Chang'an and others carefully moved to the south, trying not to make any noise with their feet. Then 3 of them took one end of the rope, and the other 3 pulled the rope and jumped out, using the strength of the pole to hit the old window. With a crash, the window shattered. Wei Chang'an rolled in and flipped to his feet, only to see that the easternmost room was empty, and the sounds of cursing and fighting came from the other rooms. He immediately rushed into the other room. As soon as he pushed the door open, a fist wind rushed towards him. He tilted his head to avoid it and reached out to push, while the other person also kicked out. Internal energy erupted, and both of them shook at the same time. He didn't retreat half a step, but the other person fell back, glanced at him, scrambled up, and without thinking, jumped out of the window open to the north. Wei Chang'an ignored him and rushed into the inner room, seeing a teammate entangled with a person, shouting at him, "Scarface is in the next room." Wei Chang'an immediately ran to the last room, but only ran halfway when there was a bang, and the opposite wall was broken, and a teammate flew out with the bricks. He quickly covered his face and retreated a few steps. After brushing off the dust, he saw a burly man standing behind the broken wall, wearing a grey-blue overalls, with thick legs and feet, and a stitched scar on his face. He held a large machete in one hand and a construction hammer in the other. His expression was solemn, and he shouted, "Scarface." Just as Wei Chang'an and the others were preparing to take action, Chen Chuan also walked out of the grain and oil shop and glanced in the direction of the trade market, seeing 2 groups of people fighting. It seemed that a conflict had arisen between the stallholder and a customer, and many surrounding stallholders went to help. However, more and more people gathered to watch, and it was becoming difficult to see the specific situation. CAISI said a few words to the shop boss, who nodded and called a clerk, asking him to go to the back to check the situation. Chen Chuan turned his head and looked at the building again. At this moment, he suddenly saw a person jump out of a 4th-floor window. However, in midair, he grabbed the window ledge with his backhand, and after letting go, he landed on the ground, rolled to dissipate the force, and stood up. He then sprinted towards their street with incredible speed. Its fast legs Tianyezu. CAISI also saw this person and immediately said, "Junior, I'll go ahead and stop him. Keep an eye on the back and don't let him slip through." With that, he rushed forward and conveniently untied a modified belt from his waist. Chen Chuan, following his instructions, stood at the back, blocking the position. Tianyezu, seeing someone blocking his way, immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed towards CAISI. CAISI swung his belt, aiming for his hand. Tianyezu quickly retracted his hand and instinctively lowered his head. A gust of wind swept over his head, and sensing something was wrong, he stepped back again. The belt tip grazed his knee, narrowly missing him. Tianyezu was startled and took several steps back, looking at CAISI with shock and anger. CAISI pulled the belt with both hands, making a snapping sound, and looked at him with a calm expression. Chen Chuan, watching from behind, saw very clearly that this senior CAI's whip technique was excellent. If Tianyezu hadn't retreated so quickly, he would have been hit and knocked down. The latter deserved his reputation as fast legs, but it was just a belt. If it were a real whip, Tianyezu would have had nowhere to escape. After forcing Tianyezu back, CAISI didn't advance but maintained a certain distance. His belt was longer than the other's weapon. As long as he maintained the distance, the other party wouldn't be able to stab him. Tianyezu was very anxious at this time because he didn't know how many people were involved in capturing them. The longer he stayed in place, the more dangerous it would be. He stared at CAISI a few times, and suddenly, a fierce look appeared on his face. He charged forward, raising his hand to block. The belt immediately struck his shielding hand, tearing his clothing and flesh on his arm. The non-lethal flaw of the belt was exposed. Relying on taking this hit, he rushed in close. CAISI frowned and didn't fight him head-on but dodged. Tianyezu ignored him and swept past him like a gust of wind, covering 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. CAISI hurriedly reminded Chen Chuan behind him, "Junior, be careful." He remembered Wei Chang'an's words that this junior was not simple and could be trusted at critical moments, so he chose to hold back. Chen Chuan, watching Tianyezu rush over, stood still. The latter, seeing him blocking the way with his bare hands, was emboldened and shouted loudly, stabbing at Chen Chuan 5 or 6 times in quick succession as he advanced. However, Chen Chuan's footwork was also extremely swift, accurately dodging each time. And with each step Tianyezu took, he took a step back, each step landing on the edge of the other's advance. It seemed that the distance between them never changed. At this moment, Tianyezu's breathing slightly faltered. Chen Chuan had been waiting for this moment. He reached out and grabbed Tianyezu's wrist with absolute precision. Normally, even grabbing an opponent's dagger-wielding hand would be extremely dangerous, and one might even have their wrist slashed. However, at the moment of contact, with the layers of mutated tissue within his body pushing, a surge of internal energy instantly penetrated him, and Tianyezu's entire body went numb. Chen Chuan then lightly shook his hand, and a slight cracking sound came from Tianyezu's arm. In that instant, the bones in the latter's wrist, elbow, and shoulder were all dislocated. CAISI exclaimed, "Python body force." At this moment, Chen Chuan yanked Tianyezu's arm, pulling him over, and then slammed an elbow into his chest. Tianyezu groaned twice, knelt down in pain, leaned forward, and touched the ground with his forehead, writhing there. CAISI immediately came up, stepped on Tianyezu's head, pinned his hands behind his back, and then used the belt to tie them up. He then looked up and said happily, "Good job, Junior." Tianyezu is fast on his feet. If it were just me, it wouldn't have been easy to stop him. He saw very clearly that Chen Chuan's dodging was extraordinarily fast, almost precisely matching Tianyezu's stride distance. That could only be done with speed much faster than the opponent's, and one also had to have the courage to face a deadly weapon. These 2 points alone set him apart from most students at the school. No wonder Wei Chang'an thought so highly of this junior. While speaking, they suddenly heard a loud boom in the distance. They couldn't help but look over and saw a huge hole in the wall of the 4th floor of the high building. Immediately, a figure fell out of it. The figure curled up in midair, then stretched out, hooked one hand onto the window ledge, swayed twice, and then released from above, landing and rolling several times before standing up unscathed. It was Wei Chang'an. However, he was a bit disheveled at the moment, covered in dust and dirt, and his clothes were also torn in many places. CAISI looked over and saw a tall figure appearing behind the hole. His voice carried a hint of solemnity, Scarface. Chen Chuan also saw that person. He was wearing a grey-blue work uniform, holding a cleaver with half of it broken off in his hand, and the other hand holding a construction hammer. He had a scar on his face from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, like a ferocious centipede lying there. Visually, this person was over 2 meters tall, but his body always had a kind of indescribable imbalance. While he was looking, Scarface glanced forward, took a step forward, and directly smashed through the wall blocking his path. He jumped straight down from the 4th floor. With a thud, the concrete ground under his feet shattered, but he was still like nothing had happened. He just bent his legs and stood up straight again. Wei Chang'an had already retreated to the street corner. He shouted loudly at a person who had popped his head out of the top of the 4th floor to look down, "Tell the people at the martial arts gym to help block the surrounding people and prevent them from approaching this area." That person signaled that he understood and immediately withdrew. Wei Chang'an then said to Scarface, "Scarface, you can't escape today. Don't resist needlessly." Scarface ignored him, tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and walked forward. At this time, a burst of footsteps came from the surrounding area. It was the manpower previously deployed in the south converging here. CAISI then noticed that many people were pouring over from the trade market to watch the excitement. Although arrangements had been made to block them, it seemed that they couldn't be stopped. He told Chen Chuan to be careful and ran towards the back. After CAISI ran to the back, he shouted loudly at the crowd that was coming over, "The Patrol Bureau is handling a case, step back, step back." The name of the Patrol Bureau was still very intimidating, and most people stepped back. Only one middle-aged woman was still in front, craning her neck forward as if she hadn't heard. He frowned, walked over, and said, "Didn't you hear?" Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged woman kicked up from under her skirt, aiming at his ankle. CAISI reacted extremely quickly, raising his knee to deflect the kick. However, the woman raised her hand and scattered a large cloud of flour. CAISI was caught off guard and quickly closed his eyes, but some still got into the corners of his eyes. However, he was very calm, covering his throat with one hand and his lower body with the other. Almost at the same time, he felt something blocked the sharp kick below, and something pricked his hand. At this time, not only did he not retreat, but he instead crashed forward. The middle-aged woman didn't expect him to be so brave even after being blinded. She was knocked off balance by his impact. However, one of her hands combined 2 fingers below, using sharp steel fingernails on top to stab into his abdomen. Relying on internal energy, as long as she broke through a little, she could poke her entire hand in, and then tear, she could disembowel him. Then, when she stabbed, she felt a resistance, and was stunned, realizing, stab-proof vest. Although they didn't have armor permit, the people in this operation couldn't wear bulletproof protective gear, but it wasn't a problem to get a few stab-resistant vests. Taking advantage of this opportunity, CAISI grabbed her with both hands and hugged her tightly. Then, his arms tightened, and an entangling force was unleashed. Only the sound of bones breaking was heard. When he let go, the middle-aged woman had already slumped to the ground like she had lost the support of her bones. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all frightened and retreated a large circle. In front, Scarface ran forward in large strides, seemingly not caring about the people surrounding him. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly rang out. It was the firecrackers that had been requested from the martial arts club being lit at this time. Although it seemed useless at this time, Wei Chang'an had been waiting for this moment. He pulled out a Type 15 pistol from his pocket and fired 4 shots at Scarface's feet. With these shots, the work pants on Scarface's legs tore open one hole after another. He staggered a few steps involuntarily, but then stood firm again. And vaguely, one could see thick chitinous black armor exposed inside the broken parts. Wei Chang'an looked solemn and recognized what it was, military implant. Wei Chang'an looked at Scarface, his eyes filled with wariness. He knew that Scarface had an implant, as noted in the data about him. However, he thought it was just a civilian one, which could surpass some normal limbs in combat but had limited effect. For martial artists trained through formal channels like them, this advantage wasn't significant. But a military one was completely different. Military implants were designed for battlefield weaponry. Some of the more advanced implants rendered ordinary weapons useless. However, these implants usually required a medical team and a large amount of drugs to support them. It wasn't as simple as just implanting them. Scarface was alone. How did he manage all this? Even if he had Old Man Chu's medicine, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. But considering these things now seemed pointless, he could only think about how to cope with the situation. At this moment, most of the personnel involved in the siege had arrived. Many people saw this scene and were stunned. However, they didn't know about the military implant. They only thought Scarface was wearing protective gear. Among the crowd, there were many members of the boxing club. Several boxers saw that Scarface had been shot earlier and seemed to be having trouble moving. Thinking they had an opportunity, they rushed up without hesitation. Wei Chang'an immediately shouted, "Be careful, dangerous." Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out by the sound of firecrackers. He didn't know if these people didn't hear him clearly or didn't care at all, but their movements didn't slow down. This time, 3 people charged to the front. One came head-on, one aimed for the lower body, and the other went around to the back. The positioning of the first 2 was very particular. Experienced people could tell from their eyes and posture that they were aiming to take him down. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter how sturdy Scarface was, as long as he was knocked to the ground, they could deal with him however they wanted. Seeing people approaching, Scarface swung his hammer. The person in front seized the opportunity to dodge and leaped forward, quickly and powerfully hugging one of his legs. Another person also nimbly dodged the broken knife and grabbed his arm. When Wei Chang'an fought Scarface earlier, he noticed that his movements were slightly sluggish, and he felt that the implant was causing some kind of influence, with a lack of coordination, perhaps due to problems with nerve conduction. Although these boxers didn't know this, they could use their experience to judge how to deal with him. As the 2 twisted Scarface, the last person going around the back also saw the opportunity. With a yell, he kicked Scarface's leg, forcing him to kneel on one knee. This kick was indeed vigorous and powerful. However, the next moment, Scarface took a deep breath, and his upper body seemed to expand. He pulled, and the hand holding the knife actually stabbed the boxer holding his leg with the broken, sharp blade right into his mouth. The other two boxers were also shocked, but they all understood that they couldn't retreat at this time. One person from behind grabbed his throat, while the other used all his strength to lock his knife-wielding arm. No matter how strong a person is, they need to breathe. Being strangled, it should only take a few seconds to lose the ability to resist. After Scarface was strangled, he paused for a moment. The hand holding the hammer loosened, and the hammerhead fell to the ground. Just as everyone thought it was working, he raised his hand, grabbed the person's arm on his shoulder, and pinched it. The person screamed as his arm bone was directly crushed. Scarface grabbed his arm and slammed him hard onto the ground. The person twitched and then stopped moving. The person grabbing his arm was immediately horrified, quickly letting go and wanting to retreat. But the next moment, he was grabbed by the clothes. He twisted slightly, tearing the clothes with a ripping sound, and fell backward, stumbling a few steps before rolling and crawling away. But before he could escape, Scarface grabbed the construction hammer on the ground and swung it, hitting the person's shoulder and back. This person was immediately knocked forward and fell to the ground, seemingly without a sound. Wei Chang'an sighed softly. Although these weren't his people, he really didn't want to see anyone lose their life because of this siege. He turned his head, wanting to find Caisi, but didn't see him. He immediately instructed an experienced-looking person in the crowd, Old Wu, go get some ropes. Old Wu immediately understood his intention and ran out to search for ropes. Scarface ignored these people. Without interference from others, he quickly walked towards the trade market in front of him. Wei Chang'an wasn't prepared to let him escape. If he ran into a crowded place and then they tried to encircle him, not to mention whether they could catch him, it would inevitably cause a large number of casualties. Who knows how much commotion it would cause. He had to stop this guy before he rushed out of the street. He shouted loudly, hold him back. He himself stood behind and didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to charge forward, but because there were not only the men he brought but also company people. He had to coordinate in the middle, otherwise these people might not move. Besides, once he, the commander, lost his combat power, the siege would basically be declared a failure. Hearing his instructions, many people rushed towards Scarface, trying to hinder the latter's progress. The scene just now hadn't scared them. They could see that Scarface's movements weren't actually fast, and he was now only focused on escaping, not intending to entangle with them. So as long as they were careful and tried to slow him down, they could wait until the ropes and other suitable tools were brought over. In the rear, Caisi had cleared the flour from his eyes. Seeing the situation in front, he shouted loudly to the shop owners on the side, take out all the oil in the shop, whether it's peanut oil, soybean oil, or any kind of mixed oil, take it all out and pour it on the street. Be careful not to light it. The shop owners were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. The people next to them also realized what was happening and went to other shops to collect oil. If the ground was covered in oil, even if the front was broken through, it wouldn't be so easy to get past. At that time, a few lassos could hold the person. Everyone could imagine this situation, so the somewhat panicked hearts were immediately steadied. As Scarface moved forward, he waved the weapon in his hand to drive away the people who came to harass him, while seeming to breathe hard. Just a few seconds later, some keen-eyed people noticed that his body seemed to have expanded another circle, and the originally normal skin on his face began to turn red. What was particularly noteworthy was that the breath he exhaled seemed very hot. His movements were no longer as slow as before but became more agile. His footsteps also gradually began to run in small steps, and the speed became faster and faster. At this time, some personnel delegated by the company were about to step forward, but were pulled back by a person who looked a bit important, who shook his head at them. One of them asked, Commissioner Chu, what's wrong? Commissioner Chu said solemnly that Scarface should have had a modified heart and lungs implanted, and blood vessels, skin, bones, and other places might also have been strengthened. Those are implants used on the battlefield to break through the front lines. We can't stop him with the people we have now. Don't go up and die. Wei Chang'an won't be able to complete this mission. Just as he said this, Scarface rushed up, wielding the construction hammer at the same time. Because his speed increased very quickly, the people in front were either rudely knocked away because they couldn't dodge in time or were swung away by the hammer. For a time, people were overturned and horses were turned on their backs. One person was even thrown onto the roof of a building. Wei Chang'an was also shocked. He followed up and said, what are the people in front doing standing there? Hold him back. However, unlike just now, at this time, only 2 people heard his call and cooperated with him. The others were either hesitant or a step slow. Although these 2 tried their best to stop him, they were also very reluctant, and they themselves were in danger. Someone took out crossbow arrows temporarily approved by the patrol bureau to shoot, but most of the arrows bounced off Scarface. Even if a few pierced into his thick arms, they seemed to encounter a layer of resistance, just hanging there shallowly and not able to stop his steps. Wei Chang'an took a deep breath. At this point, he had to go up himself, otherwise he couldn't bear the consequences. Chen Chuan had been paying attention to the movements in front from the rear. Seeing this scene, he focused his gaze on Scarface and walked towards the tall figure, facing the retreating crowd. Chen Chuan started by walking, but as he advanced, he gradually started jogging, and then his speed increased. Scarface also slowly charged forward. As his speed increased, his existing weight and size allowed him to easily knock away any obstacles in front of him. If viewed from above, Chen Chuan and Scarface looked like two sharp blades cutting through the crowd, approaching each other from the south and north, about to collide at a certain point. Chen Chuan's eyes were fixed on the front as he ran. When he saw that the crowd in front had been almost completely broken through, and the tall figure was very clear, he tapped his legs on the ground and suddenly leaped up. Scarface had stopped swinging his hammer due to the increased speed. He simply held the weapon in front of his chest and charged forward. Each step he took crushed the ground beneath him, showing that his weight was far more than it appeared, and the strength exploding from his body was also immense. When he felt that the front was clear, as if he had completely broken through the obstacles, a figure suddenly rushed towards him and leaped close. While in midair, his legs first curled up, then suddenly kicked out, slamming onto his forehead with a thud. His head spun, and the force of the kick not only stopped his forward momentum but also forced him to stagger backward, crushing several pieces of the road surface under his feet. Chen Chuan used the force of his kick to flip backward, rotating several times in the air before landing firmly on his feet. He slowly straightened up and looked directly at Scarface in front of him. After regaining his balance, Scarface looked at Chen Chuan. He realized that the person blocking him was not simple. He exhaled a hot breath, and the skin on his body became even redder. Seeing Scarface stopped by this kick, Commissioner Chu was stunned. This was a military implant. He had already charged up, how could he be stopped from the front? Even if Scarface hadn't reached his maximum speed, his weight wasn't just for show. Wouldn't his foot break under such a violent impact? The people on both sides of the street stared at them with wide eyes. They suddenly realized that perhaps someone could stop Scarface. Wei Chang'an was surprised by Chen Chuan's kick, but when he saw the latter land safely, he was relieved and then excited. His junior always brought him surprises. He had made the right decision to place him here. However, he couldn't let him fight alone. He quickly urged the people behind to bring the ropes and tools up quickly. After staring at Chen Chuan for a while, Scarface tightened his grip on the hammer, stepped forward again, and increased his speed once more. Chen Chuan also met him head-on without hesitation. Seeing him approaching rapidly, Scarface swung the hammer horizontally. Chen Chuan simply ducked to avoid it and quickly closed in. While running, he pulled his hands to the side, then punched out, hitting Scarface in the chest. Instantly, a force of near-perfect power erupted. Scarface grunted, and his back involuntarily arched. After the punch, Chen Chuan turned his fist into a palm and pushed forward, unleashing a gentle force. Finally, he brought his four fingers together and thrust forward, sending another piercing force into him. Scarface's SGD noose armor on his chest caved in, and a slight cracking sound was heard. He bent over and staggered backward several steps. Chen Chuan stepped on the ground and rushed forward again, using the momentum to thrust an elbow horizontally into his heart. Scarface retreated again, instinctively reaching out to block him. However, Chen Chuan dodged to the side, first grabbing his wrist, then punching him in the armpit. He then stepped forward, grabbed the upper part of his elbow, and with a sideways motion, bent over and lifted, performing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the entire person hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the ground. Scarface lay there, seemingly motionless. The crowd on both sides of the street couldn't help but show joy. Chen Chuan was about to step forward when he suddenly sensed something and jumped back, just as a hand reached out from under his feet. Scarface flipped over and actually got up from the ground again. When he turned around to face Chen Chuan again, his eyes were completely red, and fine blood beads seeped out of the surface of his skin. The scars on his face seemed about to be squeezed off. A company client behind him was frightened and turned to ask Commissioner Chu, "Commissioner Chu, how did this guy get up again?" Commissioner Chu looked at him, thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, "It should be the rapid oxygenation and cardiac resuscitation functions implanted in his heart and lungs. They allow the implanted person to continue fighting even when seriously injured on the battlefield, and their combat ability will also be enhanced. That kid is in trouble." This time, Scarface seemed completely different after getting up. He was no longer as clumsy as before, but his movements became very agile. He picked up the hammer and swung it around, like a straw, moving it back and forth. For a moment, there was a sound of whistling wind everywhere. Chen Chuan calmly dodged, always avoiding in the nick of time. He had been paying attention to Scarface's breath. After the latter swung 7 or 8 times in a row, his breathing finally began to adjust. At this moment, he suddenly darted forward, and in a flash, he had already rushed into the inner circle. Using the momentum, he reached out and pressed down, just managing to stop the hammer handle that had already been swung to the other side. The suddenly increased strength also caused Scarface's body to be thrown off balance. Chen Chuan then thrust his shoulder forward, and Scarface was immediately hit by an exploding internal energy, losing his balance and stepping back, leaving several shattered footprints. Before he could stabilize himself, Chen Chuan rushed forward again. However, Scarface's body seemed to generate an extra force. His feet slammed into the ground, and the sound of armor rubbing and squeezing came from his body. The hand holding the hammer also loosened, and he twisted his waist and swung his arm at him. The powerful force even stirred up a gust of wind. Chen Chuan simply ducked down to avoid it, but Scarface's other hand punched down at him, seemingly about to smash into the ground with one blow. However, he didn't dodge this time but raised his hand to block it. This was the first head-on collision between the two sides since the start of the battle, and the sound of their arms colliding rang out. However, the strength that would have knocked down an ordinary person with one punch was actually blocked by him. His eyes flashed, and he also took a short, rapid breath. He stepped forward, adding another circle of cracks to the ground. His other hand came up from below, and a coiling palm strike slammed into Scarface's chin. The latter couldn't help but lean back, but this blow, which would have broken the neck of an ordinary person, didn't make him lose consciousness. It only made his vision go black and caused a burst of dizziness. However, Chen Chuan's attack didn't end there. In everyone's eyes, his palm continued to push upward, and his arm extended upward while his 5 fingers slightly bent in midair. When Caisi saw this action from behind, he couldn't help but shiver. When Chen Chuan's shoulders and back were fully extended, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and fell downward, taking advantage of the momentum to grab Scarface's face and tear it off. With a tearing sound, he tore off an entire piece of skin along with the muscles on it. The people who saw this scene hissed, their scalps tingling. Some who understood exclaimed in shock, "Si Lian Xiao." Scarface's sense of pain seemed to have been weakened a lot, but this still made him scream and instinctively cover his face with his hands. At this moment, Chen Chuan gently pushed, and Scarface lost his balance in the explosion of internal energy, and couldn't help but stagger backward again. He then slowly walked up. When he passed the place where Scarface was originally standing, he casually picked up the engineering hammer that had been dropped. He twirled the thing in his hand as if it had no weight, then swung it down, slamming the hammer into the side of Scarface's right knee. The sound of a tough object breaking was heard, and Scarface's body suddenly tilted. Chen Chuan took 2 steps forward, pressed down on Scarface's chest, causing the tall figure to stagger back. He then swung the hammer again, slamming it into Scarface's other leg. At this moment, the strong man finally couldn't support his body and fell sideways to the ground. When he landed, everyone felt the ground shake under their feet. Scarface breathed rapidly, constantly groping around. With that grab, even his eyes were injured. However, his energy was still maintaining him, and he didn't seem to want to end the fight. Chen Chuan slowly went around to his back, raised the hammer high with one hand, and looked at the landing point below, which was Scarface's head. After pausing for a moment, he swung down, hitting Scarface on the top of his head. However, the internal energy didn't explode in his skull but penetrated down his spine and spread throughout his body. Scarface suddenly trembled violently, making a series of sounds as if blood bags were bursting. Streams of blood spurted out of his body and limbs, and the flowing blood instantly gathered into a pool under him. Chen Chuan casually threw away the engineering hammer and kicked horizontally, hitting Scarface's head. With a bang, he swept the latter into an empty shop next door. Scarface struggled for a moment and finally stopped moving, but his body was still twitching. Chen Chuan's foot slowly landed. He turned around and walked towards the street entrance with a calm expression. At this time, the street was quiet. Whether it was the people from the Fist Society or the people sent by the commission company, they were all silently watching him, their eyes full of awe, and they unconsciously made way for him. Chen Chuan walked up to Wei Chang'an, raised his eyes to look at the latter, and said in a calm voice, "Brother Wei, the fish is caught." Wei Chang'an looked at Chen Chuan, took a deep breath to calm himself, then smiled and nodded firmly at him, saying, "Good job, Junior." To be honest, he had originally intended to help, but then he realized that he might not be able to intervene in this fight. Rushing in might do more harm than good, so he simply stayed put. At that moment, he turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Quick, get the injured into the vehicles. Try to save those who can be saved, and then send them to the nearest medical point." He also instructed Caisi, who had squeezed to the front, "Old 4, control Scarface, don't let him die. We need his confession." Caisi nodded and immediately went to do it. Wei Chang'an then gave a series of instructions. Under his arrangement, the others regained their sense of direction and immediately began to act. Some people had previously been dissatisfied with Wei Chang'an, but now it was different. They all listened obediently because he had proven his ability, and the capture operation was a success. Moreover, everyone knew that after this success, he would be very different from before. After Wei Chang'an had given all the instructions, he called Chen Chuan aside, patted him on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "Junior, I really need to thank you this time." Chen Chuan said, "Brother Wei, I also participated in this assignment, so this is what I should do." "It's more than that?" Wei Chang'an shook his head. "Thank you for giving me face in the end." He said solemnly, "Brother Wei owes you one." How could he not know that Chen Chuan had called out Brother Wei in front of everyone at the end, which was undoubtedly giving him a boost in front of everyone? How could he not appreciate it? He had to keep this in mind. On the other side, Caisi arrived at the back of the street, looking at the oil stains all over the ground, and said, "Well, all that oil was wasted." However, he also knew that the oil was only useful for reassuring people. With such a strong smell, Scarface wouldn't have missed it, and he would most likely have crashed into the nearby shop to find a way out. With that guy's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to break through the wall, and then he wouldn't be able to stop him. What really worked was absolute force. He thought of Chen Chuan's final hammer swing, thinking that this was the strength that could deliver the final verdict. But was Scarface still alive? It was doubtful. He walked into the shop, took a closer look at Scarface. Fortunately, this guy was tenacious. He still seemed to be breathing, and the blood on his body had stopped flowing at some point. He immediately called a few people over to tie up Scarface and carry him away, while sighing, "It looks like Scarface will have to be called No Face from now on." At that moment, someone came up and asked, "Fourth brother, who was that young man just now?" He actually faced Scarface head on. "He's amazing. If I had someone like that under me, I wouldn't have failed the last assignment." CAISI smiled and said, "Don't even think about poaching him. He's a junior that Brother Wei finally invited from Wuyi. He has innate talent." This time, he came for Brother Wei's sake. Innate talent. The man looked envious and amazed, and then whispered, "Only someone like that can fight against someone with a military implant, right?" CAISI looked at him and also lowered his voice, "You could see that too." The man nodded and said, "Who would believe that there's no one behind this? Moreover, this guy also supplies Fang Daoi's group. Fang Daoi's group probably has some tricks up their sleeves too." CAISI thought so too. He said, "Let's not worry about so much for now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." He extended his hand and said, "Old Shen, it's been a pleasure working with you this time." "Hey, don't say that." Old Shen shook his hand. "We're helping each other. I didn't help much this time. Maybe I'll need your help next time." CAISI said, "We'll recognize it as long as you come. If you need our help next time, just ask." Old Shen smiled and said, "I'll keep that in mind." In a corner, Chu Commission and a group of people gathered as well. All of them were sent by the Commission Company. Wei Commission is lucky this time, finding such a capable helper. After this, Wei Commission will definitely rise up, right? Definitely. I didn't expect Wei Commission to have such a trump card hidden. Who would have thought of it beforehand? Chu Commission snorted and said sarcastically, "It's not that simple. Capturing Scarface is to find clues to Fang Daoi's group. This time, many people were injured, and the commotion was so big. Can we still find Fang Daoi's group?" He looked around and said lightly, "If we can't catch them, that's just how it is." The others exchanged glances, and someone echoed, "Yes, yes, Chu Commission is right." After Chen Chuan and Wei Chang'an finished talking, they walked to the vicinity of the injured Fist Society members. He hadn't thought much about it before, but later he recognized from the training uniforms that these Fist Society fighters were from the Xiajiang Boxing Gym. Guardgate District Show-Off Fist Society. He remembered that the address on the advertising paper he received last time seemed to be exactly here. After he walked over, he glanced around and saw many Fist Society fighters and odd-job workers helping to rescue the wounded and move items. These people looked at him with admiration and respect. A person who looked like a leader took the initiative to walk towards him and asked, "Hello, young man, does Wei Commission have any instructions?" Chen Chuan shook his head and said, "I'm just here to take a look. I know Liang Tong and Shanghai from your society. I wonder if they are here." The man suddenly understood and said, "Them." He looked behind him and said, "Today, all the experts came. They aren't skilled enough, so they are staying at home." Just as he was speaking, a voice came from behind, "Junior, you're here." CAISI walked up, first patted Chen Chuan to show his friendliness, and then said to the Fist Gym person in charge in front of him, "Coach Jiao, thank you this time. Without your help, it wouldn't have been so easy." Coach Jiao quickly said sternly, "It's nothing, this is what our Fist Gym should do." CAISI said, "It seems that your society has injured several experts. If you need medicine, you can tell us. We have channels." Coach Jiao quickly said, "No need. Thank you, Commission CAI. They are all members of the Fist Gym. Even if they can't be cured this time, the Fist Gym will take care of them for the rest of their lives." CAISI said, "Thank you again this time." He shook hands with Coach Jiao, and then beckoned to Chen Chuan, "Junior, let's go. Coach Jiao should still have things to do. Let's not delay the rescue." Chen Chuan nodded, said goodbye to Coach Jiao, and the two walked back. CAISI said, "Hey, that old Chiao, do you know why he doesn't want our medicine? Because they want to use these injured fighters to prove that they have nothing to do with these wanted criminals." Chen Chuan thought for a moment. According to CAIC's statement, the Fist Gym deliberately let some fighters get injured, and they were still the experts in the gym. Doing so was just to be able to get rid of certain suspicions. Regardless of whether they could achieve their goal, at least they had an excuse to offer. It was a bit cruel to those fighters, but from the Fist Gym's perspective, in order to survive, they had to sacrifice the interests of some people. He couldn't say whether this was good or bad. He could only say that if you want to survive in this world, many people, whether they are willing or not, can only do some helpless things. Changing his mind, he thought of another thing and asked, "Fourth brother, those things on Scarface, from what Brother Wei said just now, are military implants?" CAISI nodded and said, "Yes, but the water in this is too deep. If you want to figure it out, don't say your fourth brother, even if all the commission company members are added together, it's not enough." Chen Chuan said, "Fourth brother, do you have implant data here? I want to know more about it." This. CAISI thought for a moment and said euphemistically, "Actually, you don't need to rush. As long as you do more assigned missions, or you join a commission company, you will naturally know these things." To be honest, Brother Wei and your fourth brother are also encountering this thing for the first time, so don't worry too much about encountering it again. Chen Chuan nodded, seeing that he was being kind, not wanting him to come into contact with this aspect, or worried that he would be interested in implant, or afraid that he would be dragged into some things. However, he has already come into contact with these things and cannot turn a blind eye to them. Understanding them is necessary. He felt that he might be able to ask Wei Chang'an again later. While Chen Chuan and Caisi were talking, Old Wu came over and said to Caisi, "Old Four, I've found out that the woman who attacked you was from Scarface's group. Although we sent a letter earlier to try and stabilize them, they were still uneasy, so they sent her out to keep an eye on the situation outside. While she was wandering around, she seemed to have seen our people going upstairs and wanted to call Scarface to warn them, but we cut the phone lines in advance, so she could only make some trouble to try and get Scarface's attention. Fortunately, Brother Wei was decisive and we acted quickly, so she didn't succeed." Caisi thought about the situation and was also afraid, saying, "It was really close, if Scarface had escaped early." Then he looked at Chen Chuan and said with a smile, "No, with Junior Chen here, he wouldn't have escaped anyway." Old Wu looked at Chen Chuan and agreed in his heart. Chen Chuan shook his head and said, "Brother Four, without everyone's help, I wouldn't have been able to stop him." This was both right and wrong, because he was able to launch such a smooth attack because he had been observing Scarface for a while. If a martial artist can grasp the opponent's information in advance, they can use various targeted methods. If they don't know anything about the opponent, they may have to fight hard for a while to figure out their style, but he has second self, he has a much higher fault tolerance rate than others, so the chances of winning are still very high. Wei Chang'an, after dealing with some matters, returned to find Chen Chuan as soon as possible and said to him, "I originally wanted to invite you for another meal this time, but there are still many things to take care of, especially to quickly interrogate Fang Daoi's group's whereabouts, so I may not have the time. I'll have to wait until there are accurate results before I can say for sure." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Brother Wei, take care of your own business first, I'll owe you this meal." Wei Chang'an nodded and said, "I may need to call on you for the follow-up matters." Chen Chuan said, "Just call me then, Brother Wei." Wei Chang'an called Caisi, threw the car keys to him, and said, "Old Four, Old Wu is here. You drive my car and take Junior Chen back." Caisi caught them and said, "Understood." Chen Chuan said, "No need, Brother Wei, you're busy here, I can go back by myself." Wei Chang'an held his shoulder, shook his head at him, and said solemnly, "Listen to me this time." Then he patted him hard. After this incident, he no longer regarded Chen Chuan as a junior he needed to take care of, but as an equal partner. Given the martial strength Chen Chuan showed, his status may even be a bit higher. Seeing him so insistent, Chen Chuan didn't decline and nodded, saying, "Okay." Caisi immediately went to where the car was parked, drove the car to the cleared intersection, picked up Chen Chuan, and drove towards the academy. This arrest operation started at 10 o'clock, and by the time Chen Chuan returned, it was not yet 12 o'clock. After separating from Caisi, he got out of the car and went to the dormitory's public telephone, first calling Cheng Zitong to tell him that the matter had ended smoothly and he had returned. Because there were people coming and going around at this time, he couldn't say much, but he briefly explained the situation and hung up. It was lunchtime, so he went to the cafeteria for lunch and then returned to the dormitory. After defeating Scarface, he could feel that the merge time between Second Self and himself had increased. The specific amount of time still needed to be determined. He hadn't returned the watch he borrowed from Little Aunt's uncle last time, so he directly used the watch to count the seconds. After trying it, he found that it had increased by at least 5 minutes this time. So the total merge time should have reached more than 20 minutes. If it were just two martial artists fighting, that would be more than enough. But he may face more complex situations in the future, even encountering several battles in a day, so once Second Self can't provide assistance, his combat power will drop sharply, which may even affect his life, so for him, this time is far from enough and he needs to continue working hard. However, this time he also felt the importance of the weapon permit. If he had a handy weapon, he wouldn't have had to go to so much trouble. But the restrictions on this aspect are very strict, especially for people from Wuyi. Among the people present at the time, only Wei Chang'an had a weapon permit. The others either had to skirt the edges or were useless even with weapons due to their own lack of martial strength. Without training in strength technique, even if you take a weapon, it poses almost no threat to someone like Scarface who can't even be hurt by guns. Of course, there are people who carry weapons privately. After all, the authorities don't have the ability to keep an eye on everyone, but in this kind of official pursuit, it is impossible to take them out openly. He thought for a while, went into the bedroom, took out the Snow Emperor blade, and came to the public training ground outside. After standing there, he placed the scabbard flat, slightly lifted the blade with his left thumb, revealing a section of the bright blade, and then used his thumb joint to exert force again. The entire blade flew out instantly. At the same time, he stepped forward, grabbed the hilt with his right hand, swung it forward, took a step forward with his back foot, held the hilt with both hands and slashed, then moved his foot again and thrust the blade forward. The bright blade gleamed in the light. He twisted his waist and turned, sheathed the knife on his shoulder, retreated 2 steps, and then performed a series of upward slashes, chops, and thrusts. This set of movements filled the training ground with knife energy and flickering cold light. Although he had not had this knife for long, and Cheng Zitong had only taught him some basic knife moves, he practiced every day. In fact, both knife and fist moves depend on physical fitness, so now he performs them quickly and steadily. The only thing he lacks is actual combat experience. In fact, there are some questions he wants to ask Cheng Zitong, but this teacher seems to be a bit busy recently, so he can only wait. At this time, in the North Peak Flower Garden Villa, Xiaoran was sparring with a sparring partner. After successfully starting training, his progress in these days has been especially rapid. The sparring partner was originally a bit stronger than him, but now he was being beaten helplessly, and finally fell down painfully with a heavy kick to the abdomen. Xiaoran curled his lips and said with disdain, "Useless." He waved his hand, and the maid next to him, not surprised, immediately ordered the attendants to carry the person down. Xiaoran walked to a guidance teacher and said, "Teacher Feng, how do you think I am now?" This teacher Feng was hired with a lot of money. Unlike the guidance teachers in the school, he accompanied him alone 24 hours a day and was responsible for guiding his training. Teacher Feng said, "Xiaoran, your progress is very fast. In about 60 to 70 days, you will be able to start practicing strength technique." "That's so long." Xiaoran thought for a while and suddenly asked with interest, "There is a student in the school who can defeat more than a dozen senior students just by relying on breathing technique before learning strength technique. What level is this person? Can I do it?" Teacher Feng pondered for a moment and said, "That should be a student with innate talent. People without talent cannot be compared with those who have talent." Talent. Xiaoran rarely became envious, because this is something that is innate and cannot be obtained with money and power. Teacher Feng comforted him, "Don't compare yourself with them, because civilians can only rely on their own bodies, and they have nothing else besides these. And whether it is talent or aptitude, it is limited. On the road to going up, countless resources are needed, and you are born with these. But I don't have talent." Xiaoran was still a little concerned. Teacher Feng said, "It's not impossible to solve. There is a way to close the gap between you and these naturally talented people in a short period of time." Xiaoran's eyes lit up. "What way?" Teacher Feng said, "Implant." Implant. Xiaoran was a little disappointed, curled his lips, and said, "My family's bodyguards have implanted those things, but they're just so-so, and there are many restrictions. And isn't it said that those things damage the body? They keep reminding me that my body is precious." Teacher Feng said, "Those on the market, whether military or civilian, are outdated by 1 or several generations. Now in Central City, the side effects of high-end implants are not so great. Some technologies can achieve perfect integration with the body. As long as you can pay enough wealth, you can easily offset the hard work of those martial combat experts for more than 10 years. Central City. Xiaoran also showed a look of longing. Even if he is a power son, it is not easy to gain a foothold in Central City, unless he gets a recommendation from the academy. At this time, he seemed to have remembered something and asked, "Isn't it said that the school has Central City teachers coming every year? It's been almost 2 months, why haven't they arrived yet?" Teacher Feng slowly said, "No, the person has actually arrived and is in the school, now guiding a student's training." "Who? Guiding who?" Xiaoran also widened his eyes. Teacher Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know yet, but the person he is currently guiding should be a senior student among the recommended students. Whether a lower grade student can be favored by him depends both on whether the student has shown enough potential and on whether he is in the mood." Since the end of the operation to capture Scarface, Chen Chuan returned to his daily training life. He goes out for basic training in the morning, returns to practice strength technique and Zhang San Shao Dash, and in the evening, he continuously maintains breathing technique, taking time to practice knife techniques. Because he needs to practice carrying a weapon in real combat, after consulting Cheng Zitong, the latter gave him a certificate, which he can use to practice with some students from the training hall and military combat department. Therefore, he plans to practice whenever he has time, so as not to be unfamiliar with the usage after he gets the weapon permit. But at the same time, a problem began to emerge. Because he trains for far longer than ordinary students, he consumes a lot of drugs for training every day. He feels that if this continues, in another month or 2, the drugs quota stipulated for each student per semester will not be enough, and he will have to buy them with money. Even if he can get the bottom price from Cheng Zitong, the annual consumption is probably not a small amount, so he still needs to find ways to take on more missions. He looked at second self. The fading phenomenon after capturing Well-Child still exists, but he can feel it becoming weaker and weaker, obviously gradually weakening. Perhaps he should wait until it disappears completely before trying to ask Cheng Zitong for a second assignment. This evening, he returned from practicing knife techniques and began to wipe and maintain his knives with a special knife oil sent by old Mrs. Ni. The knife techniques become more and more proficient with practice, but gradually, he can also feel some very different things from this knife. It is easier to transmit internal energy through it, which is normal, because it should be a weapon designed to cooperate with the activation of internal energy. However, he also noticed that there seems to be something he hasn't confirmed and mastered. He can't say what it is specifically, but he has this feeling. While he was halfway through maintenance, the dormitory teacher outside said, "Chen classmate, you have a call." Chen Chuan could roughly guess who was calling. He went over, opened the door, thanked the dormitory teacher, walked to the public telephone, picked up the receiver and said, "Hello, this is Chen Chuan." Sure enough, Wei Chang'an's voice came from the other side. "Junior, Scarface has confessed here. We will lure Tong Qianzhang tonight. You must come. If it's convenient, I'll pick you up at 7 tonight." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, brother Wei, I'll wait for you here in the dormitory." After making the call, Chen Chuan returned to his room. He glanced at his watch. It was not yet 6:30, with half an hour left. He continued to wipe the blade slowly. After completely applying the knife oil, he shook it slightly in his hand, and a cold light shone out. After the maintenance was completed, he put the knife into its sheath, then went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into a change of clothes, and went downstairs. It was not yet 7 o'clock, and it was already dark outside, but the street lights were already on. When he came out, Wei Chang'an's Tuotu car also arrived, and he greeted him from the car. Chen Chuan walked over, opened the door and got into the car. Wei Chang'an reversed the car, turned around and drove out of the school gate, driving along the avenue. Then he took out a few forms and handed them to Chen Chuan, saying, "Junior, these are the forms for the last assigned mission, including the capture of Brother Tian and the capture of Scarface. Please sign these. After I send them over, I can give you the return receipt, and the reward will be sent later. By the way, do you have an account yet?" "Yes, I'll give the account to Brother Wei later." Chen Chuan took it, took out a pen and signed the forms. Although he was in the car, he still held it very steadily, and the words were not skewed at all. After he was done, he handed the forms back and asked, "Brother Wei, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. You can tell." Wei Chang'an said in a self-deprecating tone, "My dad always said that although I can deal with people, I can't hide things. If I don't change this problem, I won't be able to do great things." Chen Chuan thought, "I don't know about others, but you don't seem to have hidden that mop well, Brother Wei." Wei Chang'an carefully put away the data, exhaled, and then said, "The person in charge of capturing Tong Qianzhang this time has been replaced. The company excused that I had too many losses in the previous capture operations, which also caused many people to be seriously injured, so they let another person take charge of this mission. They also squeezed out all the people I originally brought from this mission and arranged their own people." He looked at Chen Chuan. "If it weren't for the fact that you, Junior, are the main participant in the mission and a key figure in the two capture operations, they would have excluded you as well." Chen Chuan knew that there was bound to be infighting everywhere. It was obvious that someone was here to reap the rewards, and he couldn't help with this. He thought for a while and asked, "Brother Wei, this time, capturing Tong Qianzhang, did Scarface confess his whereabouts?" Wei Chang'an shook his head and said, "No, Scarface is still lying there. Junior, you were ruthless enough. Although he didn't die, it's almost impossible for him to recover to a normal state. But fortunately, we still have truth drugs. Through drugs, we made him confess some things. In fact, Scarface mainly only controlled the drugs left by Old Man Joe. The person specifically responsible for contacting him was his subordinate Tian Yeazu. He knew most of the things. This kid agreed to cooperate, so we gained Tong Qianzhang's trust through him and agreed to let him come over tonight to trade for drugs. As long as Tong Qianzhang comes, this matter can basically be done." Chen Chuan thought that it was no wonder this commission company intervened at just the right time. Wei Chang'an's current commission level obviously had no way to disobey this kind of thing. He looked at the road for a while and asked, "Brother Wei, are we going to Zigong District this time?" "Yes." Wei Chang'an said, "The agreed location this time is Zigong District, where Tong Qianzhang was first discovered. The company has made some arrangements. As long as he comes, he will definitely be caught." More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived at an abandoned factory in Zigong District and drove directly into it. The outside was unremarkable, but the inside was brightly lit, obviously powered by a generator. Wei Chang'an said, "To avoid arousing Tong Qianzhang's attention, the car should be parked here first. Next, we have to walk to the arranged location." When the car drove in, there were already many vehicles parked inside the factory. He said, "They are all people from the company." After the car was parked, Chen Chuan got out of the car and asked, "Brother Wei, may I ask, who is the person who replaced you as the host of the mission this time? Is it some company executive?" Wei Chang'an closed the car door and said mockingly, "Hu Shijuan, the second son of the company boss. In the past, all the assignments he did were done by others. This assignment was given to his son by the boss to build his qualifications. Everyone can see that this is simply a freebie. If he catches the person, he can use this mission to follow the clues and find Fang Dai and his gang. Then his industry qualifications will immediately increase. The boss is paving the way for his son to take over the company's business." He shook his head again. "When will your brother Wei have senior agent status? I will definitely come out and work alone, and never mix with these people again. Let's not talk about these things. Can't let Junior's mood be ruined by my affairs. Let's go." After the two of them left the factory, Wei Chang'an took out a flashlight and walked forward along a weed-strewn road. Chen Chuan saw that he was walking very fast. He must have been here before. After walking for about 2 miles, they arrived next to another abandoned factory. There seemed to be no one on the surface, but Chen Chuan could feel many eyes looking at them in the open and in the dark. Wei Chang'an walked to a side door, knocked on it and said, I am Wei Chang'an, I am here to see Mr. Hu and ask about tonight's arrangements. After waiting for a while, the door opened. Inside was a leader-like person, followed by a security guard. He first looked at Wei Chang'an, then looked at Chen Chuan, and asked, Wei Commission, who is this? Wei Chang'an glanced at him and said, don't you recognize him? My junior, Chen Chuan. So this is Mr. Chen. The team leader was also filled with respect upon learning that the young man before him was Chen Chuan. The battle in Guardgate district had a significant influence, and information about Chen Chuan had now reached the desks of various commission companies and even clients. They didn't want to or dare to delve into the origins of Scarface's military implant, but they were particularly interested in Chen Chuan, who could directly confront military implant users, and some companies even had thoughts of recruiting him. However, Chen Chuan had been invited by Wei Chang'an, and the two were collaborators, not subordinates. Moreover, they were both alumni of Wei Academy, which made it impossible for them to poach him. Fortunately, the school would allow Chen Chuan to intern in a year or two, and they could afford to wait. Some even thought about sending people to contact him in advance. After all, strength was the best pass. For someone like him, it was only natural to be polite. He apologized and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, my young master doesn't like seeing outsiders. Commission Wei can go in, but I must ask you to wait outside. I'm really sorry. Wei Chang'an said to Chen Chuan, Junior, wait for me here. I'll go in and ask and come out right away. Chen Chuan said, okay, brother Wei. The man immediately stepped aside, making way, and said, please. Wei Chang'an walked in, and under the guidance of the man, went directly to a temporary office. A man in a yellow-brown imported suit, with hair oil on his head, was lounging on the sofa, filing his nails. An assistant was bending over at the desk, signing and drafting documents for him. Seeing him come in, the man said impatiently, Commission Wei, what's wrong now? Wei Chang'an said, Commission Hu, I would like to ask about the specific arrangements for the operation. I think as a member of this operation, I should be able to know, right? Hu Shijuan didn't speak to him, but kicked the assistant in front of the desk. The latter straightened up, adjusted his glasses, and said to Wei Chang'an, Commission Wei, for the sake of caution this time, the details of the operation must be kept secret. Please don't worry about it, Commission Wei. Just guard an intersection according to the previous arrangement. After completing the mission, Commission Wei's name will not be missing on the commission sheet. Did you hear that? Hu Shijuan said with a matter-of-course expression, shaking his legs, Commission Wei, the operation is about to begin, can you please not cause us any trouble? Wei Chang'an took a deep look at Hu Shijuan, and without saying anything more, walked out. At this moment, he was even more determined to break away and work independently. It wasn't just a matter of low pay, but the feeling of being controlled was very stifling. He came out, found Chen Chuan, and walked towards the intersection that the company had arranged for him to guard. But in reality, he knew very well that Hu Shijuan was just using an excuse to get rid of him. If Tong Qianzhong really came, he would never reach here. After going out half a mile, he arrived at the location. This was originally a factory park, with steel bars welded into slides and frames for people to exercise and children to play, but over time, it had become rusty and the surrounding ground was covered with weeds. The two found a dilapidated seat. Wei Chang'an took out a prepared newspaper and spread it on top, sat down, and said, I couldn't get the mission details. Hu Shijuan arranged us on the periphery, making it clear that he didn't want us to participate in the operation. Chen Chuan didn't sit down, but leaned against a tree and said, Brother Wei, I can't comment on the company's affairs, but I think Brother Wei shouldn't be encountering this kind of thing for the first time. The long night before dawn is always particularly difficult, but it'll be fine once it's over. Wei Chang'an said, Junior, you're right, but that's not what I'm worried about. He looked inside. Hu Shijuan doesn't have much experience and particularly likes to be clever. I'm just afraid he'll mess things up. Then no one will benefit, not to mention how long it will take to capture Feng Daoyai's gang. Chen Chuan said, since he's coming here, he probably won't come without some experienced people by his side, right? Wei Chang'an said, that's normally the case, but you need to know that recently there's a wind blowing in the company, saying that Hu Shijuan is only relying on his boss's son, and he's nothing without other people's help. Although it's the truth hurts the most, and he especially loves to show off. I'm afraid he'll get a hot head and won't listen to other people's correct suggestions, insisting on doing it himself. Chen Chuan thought to himself, I understand, Brother Wei, the person you're talking about must be the kind who's bad at everything but addicted to playing. Time quickly came to 7 o'clock. Since they weren't participating in the specific capture operation, the two had nothing else to do and could only chat about other topics. Wei Chang'an then said, Junior, do you know? At this time in previous years, the teacher from Central City has already come to the school, or perhaps he's already here now. With your outstanding performance, he might come to you. Chen Chuan was a little surprised and said, didn't Brother Wei say that he only teaches recommended students? Wei Chang'an said, that's what he says, but how he teaches students and what students he teaches is up to him. If someone performs particularly well, he's more likely to pay attention. He looked at Chen Chuan. I heard that he has a way to take people to Central City, and it doesn't take up a recommendation spot. Doesn't take up a recommendation spot. Chen Chuan's heart stirred slightly. He thought for a while and said, then it's probably not that simple. Wei Chang'an nodded and said, I heard these things from others too. Maybe he won't come to you at all. I'm just saying it, don't take it too seriously. Chen Chuan didn't have too many thoughts, because if there was something that was all benefits and no drawbacks, then everyone would be fighting for it, and it wouldn't be his turn. After talking about this, the two talked about other things, but when Chen Chuan mentioned military implants, Wei Chang'an seemed unwilling to talk about it in depth and reminded him not to be too curious, because the water was too deep and he should never get involved. He also said, after Scarface was questioned, he was taken away by people sent by the Government Affairs Hall. No one knows where he is now, so don't expect to get any clues from him anymore. He then looked at the intersection in front and said, I can only hope that this operation is successful, so that Fang Daoi's gang can harm fewer people. The two chatted casually, and waited until about 8:30, when suddenly they heard a burst of rapid footsteps. Someone who was obviously from the commission company ran over and said to Wei Chang'an and him excitedly, Commission Wei, they've been caught, they've been caught. Wei Chang'an immediately stood up. He said to Chen Chuan, let's go. Chen Chuan also followed. The two quickly arrived at the location of the factory building. After entering, they saw a person wearing a mask being pinned to the ground, with his baseball cap falling to the side. Hu Shijuan was standing there triumphantly, surrounded by a group of people. Wei Chang'an looked at the person on the ground and felt that something was wrong. Seeing that no one around him mentioned it, he went up and asked, wait, how do you know he's Tong Qianzhong? Hu Shijuan snorted and gestured, check him out. Immediately someone went up and tore off the mask, revealing a passerby's face. The man recognized him for a moment, hesitated, and said, young master, this doesn't seem to be Tong Qianzhong. What? Hu Shijuan was a little shocked and angry, pointing and saying, then who is he? The man was also very frightened at the moment, but under questioning, he couldn't say anything, and could only squeeze out some air from his throat. Someone realized something and said, it's voice silencing drug, give him some voice restoring pill. Voice silencing drug is a common drug in commission companies, generally used to prevent someone from making noise during operations. After taking the medicine, after a while, the man was finally able to speak. He said loudly, it's none of my business, it's none of my business. He cried and said, I was forced to come here. He held a knife to my wife and children's necks. I had no choice, I was also forced. Wei Chang'an shook his head. The situation was already very clear. Tong Qianzhong was uneasy and had someone scout the way for him. Maybe he was hiding nearby just now, but now he's probably long gone. This is actually not a gaoming method. Anyone from the company wouldn't be fooled, but now it's messed up. He glanced at Hu Shijuan, who was grabbing his assistant's collar and scolding, shouting, and said to Chen Chuan, let's go, Junior, this capture operation has failed. Chen Chuan also glanced at Hu Shijuan, nodded, and the two left. And here, despite the mission failed, Hu Shijuan still seemed unwilling to give up, sending out a large number of people to constantly search the surrounding area, seemingly wanting to find Tong Qianzhong, but this naturally yielded no results. After working hard until midnight, when everyone was exhausted, Hu Shijuan finally gave up, and before everyone had finished cleaning up, he drove away alone. Everyone was speechless after knowing this and cursed him behind his back. Hu Shijuan drove all the way back to the mansion area located south of the city. As soon as he entered the living room, the despondent and manic in his eyes disappeared immediately. He waved away the maid who came up to change his shoes, walked to the telephone, picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said, Father, I've done everything you asked me to do. A voice came from the phone, second son, you've been wronged, I know that, you've always been very capable. Hu Shijuan said sarcastically, what's the use of being capable? I know that with Big Brother around, it's not my turn. I'd better be less capable, so he won't see me as an enemy in the future, but father, why did you do this? The water is deep here, it's best to stop here and not get involved. Can't you tell me? I've at least been busy for a while, and it's also damaged the commission's credibility. You're not the eldest, there are some things you don't need to know, this is also for your own good. Hu Shijuan chuckled and said, for my own good? I just want to avoid implicating me, so that I don't have to share the blessings or the losses together. I have a plan for this matter, keep your position right, and the eldest won't make things difficult for you. With that, the phone hung up. Hu Shijuan twisted his tie irritably and muttered to himself, old man, I hope you really have a plan. When Chen Chuan was on his way back by car, he had a feeling that this arrest operation seemed too casual, and there might be something hidden behind it. However, it was beyond his ability to solve it at the moment, so he didn't dwell on it too much. After returning to school, he continued training. Although this mission was interrupted, he believed that no matter how things developed, he needed to have the ability to solve problems when they arose. Currently, his understanding of strength technique was deepening, but he had also entered a plateau period. Therefore, he allocated some time to strengthen his knife techniques. After the holiday in mid-November, Cheng Zitong examined him and determined that the mutated tissue in his body did not show any signs of accelerated growth for the time being. He felt that he could observe for another 10 days or so, until the end of the month or mid-December, when he would be able to clearly know the subsequent changes. Cheng Zitong was temporarily relieved. He sat in the living room, picked up his thermos cup, took a sip of tea, and said to Chen Chuan, I've seen you diligently practicing your knife techniques these past few days. Chen Chuan said, yes, teacher, I have a question to ask. I feel that this knife is quite peculiar, and it seems that special techniques are needed to unleash its true power. Cheng Zitong looked at him with some surprise and asked, "Did you figure that out yourself?" He immediately smiled. "My question was unnecessary. As a member of the empiricist school, it's perfectly normal for you to sense this. However, even for the empiricist school, without reaching a certain level, it's impossible to come up with methods of application on your own. Well, don't worry, teacher will find you a proper training method." He pondered this matter. After leaving Chen Chuan, he drove to the school's faculty residential area. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of a flower garden residence. He parked the car and went up to knock on the door. The doorman recognized him and said politely, "So it's Supervisor Cheng, please come in." After Cheng Zitong entered, he casually asked, "Where's senior brother Chiao?" Teaching his newly accepted disciple in the backyard. Cheng Zitong shook his head and said, "My student at least shows up in class occasionally, but his disciple has only appeared once at the beginning of the semester, and hasn't been seen outside since. He's just a nominal disciple." As he spoke, he passed through the front hall and walked along a pebble path through an archway. In front him was a large lotus pond. Although it was autumn, there were still a few upright lotus flowers. From there, he could see a spacious and expanded pavilion diagonally across the lotus pond. Inside, a small old man wearing a retro-style Chinese jacket was instructing a disciple. The disciple looked handsome, about 16 or 17 years old, wearing Wei training clothes. He walked around the corridor along the lotus pond, entered a flower hall, walked a short distance inside, and arrived outside the pavilion, saying, "Senior brother Chiao, I've come to see you." Senior brother Chiao ignored him and continued to concentrate on teaching his disciple a stance. Cheng Zitong looked at him and waited on the side. After a while, senior brother Chiao let his disciple practice on his own, then walked to the flower hall, asked a servant to make tea, and sat down in the main seat, saying, "Sit down, you wouldn't come to me if you didn't have something to do. I won't stand on ceremony with you, what's the matter?" Cheng Zitong also didn't stand on ceremony with him. He sat down in a guest seat next to him and said, "My student is practicing knife techniques now, but he lacks suitable moves. I thought that senior brother has a family heirloom knife manual, so I came to you to ask for it." Xiao Hulin glanced at him and said, "This is your student, not your disciple. Why are you so concerned? And if you want knife techniques, the academy has them too. What's so special about my outdated stuff that's worth your attention?" Cheng Zitong said, "If it were just ordinary knife techniques, I would have taught him already. I wouldn't bother senior brother. Didn't old Mrs. Ni give my student a knife recently? So I thought that he could only use senior brother's knife manual well." Xiao Hulin raised his thick, grey eyebrows and said, "Illegal weapon." Cheng Zitong said, "What era are we in? Still talking about illegal weapon? Does anyone even care about that now?" Xiao Hulin thought for a while and said, "The knife manual can be given to you." He gestured for Cheng Zitong to wait and said, "I can't just give it away." He pointed 2 fingers to the pavilion outside. "I want your student to be my disciple's assistant for 3 years. Cheng Zitong immediately became unhappy and said, "Senior brother, this isn't the old days anymore. Why are you still doing that personal attachment thing? What? Is my student inferior to your disciple?" Xiao Hulin shook his head and said, "The rules still have to be followed. The rules set by our master can't be broken in my hands. Besides, everything needs to be based on closeness. If he follows my disciple, I can give him things." Cheng Zitong said, "What are you saying about disciples and students? The old man's stuff should have been thrown away long ago." Xiao Hulin leisurely said, "You go tell the master that he said it can be thrown away, then I'll throw it away without saying a word. Otherwise, we have to follow the rules." Cheng Zitong said, "I'm saying, this is senior brother's family heirloom knife manual, not the old man's. Why are you following that broken rule? Your disciple is probably preparing to practice power stance now, right? He'll need a lot of good medicine, right? I can help him get it cheaper." Xiao Hulin said, "Your senior brother still has some savings. I'm more than capable of teaching a disciple. The knife manual is indeed mine, but the rules are passed down from generation to generation. The master followed them, and I follow them now. My disciple will continue to follow them in the future, and they must never be broken." Cheng Zitong knew that he couldn't reason with him and said, "All right, I might as well have not come. But..." He looked back and said, "Senior brother, don't regret it in the future." Xiao Hulin said, "Are you saying your student is better than my disciple? Then we'll wait and see. But I'll put my words here, even if he is better, my rules won't be broken." Cheng Zitong grabbed his briefcase and said, "All right, I'm leaving." Teacher Chiao said, "Junior brother, have a meal before you leave. I'm too angry to eat." Cheng Zitong walked outside, took a deep breath, looked at the tall buildings outside, and suddenly felt much more relaxed. He looked back and said, "Old rules? Heh, my student was right, they're all a bunch of old fogies who are stuck in the past. If I can't find it here, I can find it elsewhere, right?" In the evening, Cheng Zitong came to Chen Chuan's dormitory again. After entering, he took out a yellowed and old knife manual from his briefcase and said, "Take a look." Chen Chuan picked it up and saw that it was still a vertically written manuscript, like something from the 1980s or 1990s. Cheng Zitong said, "An old-fashioned knife manual. When I found it, it had been pressed under a box for 40 or 50 years without anyone touching it. If I hadn't mentioned that their ancestors had such a thing, they would have forgotten about it themselves. Chen Chuan asked, Teacher, is this thing valuable? Cheng Zitong said, 15 yuan a copy, good quality, and low price, cash on delivery, and it saved me a favor. Only some old guys who stubbornly adhere to the rules still treat these things like treasures. He gestured with his chin. The knife techniques inside aren't important, the main thing is the strength technique for using the knife. You can try practicing it. If it's not suitable, I'll take a look. If you're not satisfied, I'll find another one. Chen Chuan said, Teacher can still find similar ones. Cheng Zitong said, Then you underestimate teacher too much. In this day and age, knife manuals can't be eaten. If teacher is willing to collect them, I can put the word out and collect 7 or 8 copies in half a day. In the early years, these strength techniques were very unique and were guarded and not taught. But the more they weren't taught, the fewer people learned them. Now, many of them have lost their heritage. Some destitute descendants are guarding things that can't be eaten or worn, so it's better to exchange them for money. Look, people are much more practical, unlike some people who cling to the old rules. Listening to him, it seemed that he had failed to ask someone for a knife manual, so he was full of complaints. But since he could find these knife manuals, why did he ask someone for one? Perhaps that person's identity was not simple? He didn't think too much about it. He flipped through the knife manual for a while. Because the surface was incomplete, he flipped to the inside and found a simple and unadorned knife energy name, heavy slashing knife technique. Cheng Zitong nodded and said, That's right, it's the saber force. Don't underestimate this saber technique because of its name. This is a strength technique that is universally applicable to any saber technique. It used to circulate in the north, but none of it was the true teaching. He pointed to the knife manual, but this is the true teaching. Besides some key methods of force exertion, it clearly states what medicine to use, what the prescription is, and how to use it. Only some key drugs are passed down orally and not written down, so later generations don't know. But that's not important. In the past, these things were very precious, so the steps were particular, for fear of wasting a bit. Now, as long as you have money, you can find any medicine, there are plenty of them. At this time, he pushed over another notebook and said, I have written the main points on this. Take it and read it. Teacher is a bit busy recently. If you don't understand anything, call and ask me. Chen Chuan said, Okay, thank you, teacher. Then I'll leave first. Take your time reading. I'll see teacher off. After seeing Cheng Zitong off, Chen Chuan came back and flipped through both books together, only to realize that the Snow Emperor blade was actually an illegal weapon forged using ancient methods. The reason for saying this is that the material of this knife is somewhat unique, and some special mutated tissue has been added. The knife manual says that the knife has a knife heart, and once the swordsman cultivates the knife heart, the knife can live and can not only better carry internal energy, but also repair itself when damaged, and even continue to grow with its owner. However, the annotation clearly states that this is actually a mutual contamination between the martial artist with mutated tissue and the mutated tissue in the knife. The knife cannot really come alive. The repair borrows from the martial artist's own mutated tissue. In old times, some famous weapons were passed down from master to disciple or father to son. Often, only those who inherited the strength technique were more compatible. Over time, people went to cater to the knife, not the knife to cater to the person. However, the Snow Emperor blade had no owner before it fell into his hands, so the advantage is that it will anomalously fit him as soon as he gets started, and the disadvantage is that he needs to nourish the knife himself. There are roughly 2 methods here. One lies in breathing technique and strength technique. When using the knife, use these 2. In fact, he was already on this path before, so he has a strange feeling, but this is a long process. Another method is to stimulate the so-called knife heart through more battles and killings in the past. This is the fastest method. But unfortunately, the fastest method is also the most dangerous method. People who choose this path rarely go far. After all, the more battles and killings in old times, the greater the risk. In fact, today's good knives are not bad. If they break, you can replace them with another one, which is much more convenient than the knives of old times. But good players know that knives are different, and even a slight difference influences the performance. It is almost impossible for today's weapons to be as compatible with people as knives forged using this ancient method. Therefore, each of the 2 has its own trade-offs, depending on how the holder uses it. Chen Chuan has no choice now. After all, consumables also mean spending more money. He still has to save money to buy medicine, so he has no qualification to waste it. Besides, a knife that can transmit strength technique is currently considered suitable. As for what happens in the future, that will be discussed later. In the following time, he took the note approved by Cheng Zitong to the training hall every day to spar with the student of the military combat department, and these people specialize in this field, so their level is also very high, and he has also benefited a lot. One day in late November, he was walking towards the cafeteria after training, because today is holiday, and he planned to go to Little Aunt's house after breakfast. Just as he was about to enter the A-grade students' cafeteria area, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw a boy standing there waving to him, with several companions standing next to him. He immediately recognized that this boy was Fang's Haiming, who had taken the second trial with him. He also took the initiative to walk over there, smiled and said hello, Fang classmate, long time no see. Feng's Heiming was very excited to see him and said, Chen classmate, yes, we haven't seen each other since the exam that day. He touched his head and said, the main reason is that you are an A-grade student, and we don't train together usually. In that exam, although he showed enough courage, he still failed to become an A-grade student in the end. After all, he was still a little lacking in all aspects, which was really a pity. Chen Chuan also felt it was a pity, but without enough talent, or if you don't have that belief yourself, becoming a B-grade student may not be a completely bad thing. Although A-grade students are higher in the hierarchy, what they have to do is indeed more dangerous. Feng's Heiming was a little embarrassed at this time and handed him something, saying, someone asked me to give this to you. My family asked me to, and I couldn't refuse. Chen Chuan took it and saw that it was a name card, marked as a certain commission company. It seemed that someone wanted to contact him. This company was capable enough to find Feng's Heiming's relationship. He asked, how many days have you had it? Feng's Heiming thought for a while and said, it's been 7 or 8 days. I can't get into the A-grade student dormitory either. I thought you would always come to the cafeteria to eat, so I wait here for a while every day. Chen Chuan nodded. He understood this. In this world, everyone is not easy, so he said, Feng classmate, thank you for your trouble. You can call the dormitory building directly next time you look for me. Feng's Heiming's eyes lit up and said, can I? That's great. The two chatted here for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Feng's Heiming returned to his companions, and someone said, Xiao Feng, you really didn't brag. You really have an A-grade student friend. That's great. When we graduate in the future, we can have someone above who can speak for us. Feng's Heiming shook his head and said, I didn't think so much. I think it's better to talk less about those things between friends. You're just stubborn. This relationship must be used. Contact him more when you have time. Feng's Heiming hummed twice, but he didn't listen at all. In his heart, friends are friends. Although his family asked him to pass the card, he would definitely not do it if it hindered anything. After Chen Chuan had breakfast, he rode his bicycle out of the school and first went to the shopping mall in the central square to buy a watch. This thing is quite useful and can tell the time at any time. In fact, he misses the days when he had a mobile phone in his previous life. Besides the time, he could also read news. Now there are fewer channels, and a lot of information is very closed off. After buying the watch, he bought some small toys and a bottle of hand cream for little Ant. After thinking about it, he also bought a python leather belt for Nian Fulai, and then rode all the way back home. When he met little Ant, he returned the watch. Yuan said, your uncle still has an old one. Channer, you can use it first. Chen Chuan raised his hand and said with a smile, little Ant, I bought one, so I don't need this one. Yuan said, buy a better one, in case it delays things. Chen Chuan said, little Ant, don't worry, I'm still a student, a simple one is enough. He looked around, the radio was on, but Nian Fulai was not there, so he asked, Uncle is not here. Little Ant said, I just received a call asking him to go to the bureau. Don't wait for your uncle for lunch. Let's eat first. Chen Chuan said okay. He handed the hand cream to Yuan. Little Ant, this is for you. Yuan looked at it and said, Channer, why waste that money? It's not easy for you to earn money. Wouldn't it be better to buy some food and things for yourself? Chen Chuan smiled and said, Little Ant, money is for exchanging for happiness. If it makes my family happy, isn't it worth spending? As he said that, he handed the toys he bought to his younger cousins. The two little guys had sharp eyes and had been surrounding him for a long time. Yuan sighed and said, don't do it next time. Chen Chuan smiled. He played with his younger cousins for a while. When it was almost lunchtime, the family gathered together, talking and laughing. At this moment, the phone rang urgently. Yuan ran over and answered the phone, saying, Lao Nian? Yes, what's wrong? Like this, okay, be careful yourself. Yuan hung up the phone, with a worried look on her face, and said to Chen Chuan, Channer, your uncle said he can't come back today, saying that there seems to be a major case. A major case? Chen Chuan thought to himself that in the past, Nian Fulai only used this term to describe a very few times. At this time, a burst of noise suddenly came from the radio, which was originally playing lyrical prose poems, and then the announcer's voice came out. Now we interrupt with an urgent message. At 9:32 this morning, a bank on Liyuan Road was robbed. The robbers were carrying guns and are currently engaged in a gun battle with Patrol Bureau police officer who arrived at the street corner. At 9:55 this morning, Consultative Bureau Fang Zhou Council member S private residence in Quanzhou district was robbed by a group of fugitives. It is suspected that family members were held hostage by the robbers. The robbers shot and killed and injured a number of security personnel. Chen Chuan couldn't help but listen carefully, and at this moment, the phone rang again. Little Ant hurriedly picked it up, held it to her ear with both hands, listened to a few words, covered the microphone, and said, Channer, it's for you? Chen Chuan went over to take it. Cheng Zitong's voice came from the microphone, saying, Little Chuan, are you at home now? Yes, teacher. Cheng Zitong's serious voice came, go back to school immediately, there is something important. After Chen Chuan hung up the phone, he said, Little Ant, it seems I can't stay for dinner. The teacher wants me to go back. Yuan quickly said, you take care of your business first. It's okay, you have Little Ant at home. Chen Chuan nodded. He took his coat and put it on. Yuan came up to help him straighten it and tidy him up, saying, "Channer, be careful too." Chen Chuan nodded, put on his hat, came to the door, and said, "Little aunt, then I'll go first. I'll come back for dinner on the next holiday." After speaking, he pushed the door open and left. In the yard, he took his bicycle and rode directly back to school. At the bottom of the dormitory building, he saw Cheng Zitong standing in front of the car waiting for him, saying, "You're here. Get in the car and we'll talk." Chen Chuan immediately got into the car. As soon as he sat down, he saw a radio on the driver's seat of Cheng Zitong, which was playing the follow-up to the news flash just now. After robbing the bank, these robbers retreated all the way and had a fierce exchange of fire with the Patrol Bureau police officer who came to intercept them. Both sides suffered casualties in the process. Now this group of people has retreated outside the city, and the people from the Patrol Bureau are chasing them. Cheng Zitong didn't drive. After he listened for a while, he said, "This is Feng Doiai's gang." Chen Chuan had guessed it just now, and now it was confirmed. He asked, "Robbing a bank? For money or to attract attention? And why rob the Consultative Bureau Council member? Is there something they want there?" Cheng Zitong said, "You're right. The group of people robbing the bank should be the ones Feng Doiai used to attract the Patrol Bureau's attention. Council member Feng's private residence has something they want. This council member has recently been concerned about the approval of a batch of contraband drugs, and the security guard in his family also uses implants, so that gang must be there for anti-mutation drug." Chen Chuan thought about it. This was likely the influence of the previous capture of Scarface, because once Scarface's line was broken, no one would supply drugs to Feng Doiai's gang, so they had to take the risk. This gang is really desperate. Robbing a bank, plus attacking the Consultative Bureau Council member's residence, the commotion caused is not ordinary. Cheng Zitong said, "Calling you back to tell you this is not only because you followed this mission before, but also because I got the news that the Government Affairs Hall is determined to encircle and suppress Feng Doiai's gang, so this mission is likely to be designated by the review committee as a weapon permit assigned mission." Chen Chuan thought to himself, "No wonder. The selection examination will designate assignments based on some important tasks in this city or other cities. This task is not the only one. You can choose not to participate and wait for the next designation. There will be 1 or 2 times every month until the end of the 6-month examination period. Of course, if you decide to participate but feel that you are not capable enough, you can choose to give up, but you will not be allowed to participate in any examinations related to weapon permit in the future." Cheng Zitong said, "Judging from previous performance, several people in Feng Doiai's gang are likely to have military implants, and they not only have guns, but also have protective gear. They didn't fall behind in the previous exchange of fire with the Patrol Bureau near the bank. They are not easy to deal with. It won't be easy to complete if it really becomes a designated task." Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, I have always wanted to ask, where did these implants on their bodies come from? And these guns, someone must have provided them to them, right?" Cheng Zitong shook his head and said, "It is currently impossible to really determine, but there is one explanation for the source." He pondered for a moment. "Resistance organization." "Resistance organization." Chen Chuan nodded. "This organization has existed for many years. It is said that it has been wandering outside the city, and there are also secret strongholds in the city. It specializes in destroying and overthrowing the Great Shun government, and often attacks some key departments and government officials. It seems that there are many of them in the central city. If it is this organization, it does have the ability and motivation to do so." Cheng Zitong looked at him and said, "So what are your thoughts? If this matter becomes a designated task, it will undoubtedly be very dangerous. Are you willing to accept it?" Chen Chuan said seriously, "Teacher, the student is not afraid. If this is the designated assignment, the student is willing to accept it." Cheng Zitong said, "Okay, then wait a little longer. There should be results soon. By the way, go up and get your knife. If it becomes a designated assigned mission, then during the designated assignment period, you can obtain temporary carrying a weapon qualification. Your knife may come in handy." Chen Chuan's spirit was slightly lifted, and he said, "Understood." He immediately got out of the car and took the stairs to the dormitory. When he arrived at the bedroom, he took out the Snow Emperor blade he had placed there, pulled out a section to look at it, and then sheathed it again. After thinking for a while, he took a satchel, took some things that might be needed, and quickly went downstairs. When he left the dormitory building, he saw a person talking to Cheng Zitong, and the latter handed over a document, shook hands, and left. Chen Chuan walked over. Cheng Zitong looked up and said, "The document is here." As expected, it was designated as a designated assignment by the committee. He handed it over. "Take a look. If there are no objections, and you have decided, then sign your name. I will have someone take it back, and you will be officially participating in this assignment." Chen Chuan took it over. It stated that those who accept the designated assignment are required to cooperate with the Patrol Bureau to arrest Feng Doiai and his party. He asked, "Teacher, it shouldn't be just us for the designated assigned mission, right?" Cheng Zitong said, "There must also be some commission company cooperating with the Patrol Bureau, and our school's commission this time was issued by the Government Affairs Hall through the review committee. As long as you are a student who has previously applied for a weapon permit, you can accept it, but in order not to undermine each other, you need to act with the senior students who have accepted the designated assignment. The review committee evaluates each person based on the specific actions. It doesn't matter if this evaluation is not enough. As long as you ensure the success of the mission, then there can be another chance next time. Chen Chuan understood, so he signed his name on it. Seeing that he also needed to stamp it, he had also brought this with him, so he took it out, stamped his own seal, and handed it to Cheng Zitong. As a guiding teacher, Cheng Zitong also signed his name on it and stamped it as well. Then he said, I will submit it to the review committee. You go to the auditorium and join the senior students who are also participating in the assignment there. Chen Chuan nodded to indicate he understood. He got out of the car and came to the auditorium at the front alone. He saw that 2 male and 1 female senior students were already waiting here. Each of them was carrying handy equipment. The 2 male student had bows and arrows and short guns respectively, while the female student was carrying a special protective umbrella. When they saw Chen Chuan walking in with the Snow Emperor blade, they were a little surprised. One male student asked, "You look unfamiliar. Are you a freshman who just entered the school? Why, are you here to participate in this designated assignment too? That's too bold, right?" The female student said, "Once every 3 years, if he doesn't take the exam this year, he won't have a chance in the future. Since there is an opportunity, why not give it a try? Maybe this junior has strength." The male student in front disapproved and said, "What's the hurry? We are students from the military combat department, so we have to get the weapon permit as soon as possible. If you are not from the military combat department, you can take the exam slowly." Another male student said, "You really don't recognize him? This junior is not simple. Remember the freshman who beat Zhong Wu into a vegetable when he entered the school? It's him." As soon as these words came out, the male student's face changed slightly, and the female student also looked at Chen Chuan in surprise. They knew too well how powerful Zhong Wu was. They could never beat him without weapons, but that kind of monster was beaten into that state by a freshman with bare hands. It was impossible to do it without natural talent. Sure enough, he came to apply for a weapon permit with confidence. Now they also put away their previous joking appearance, and their expressions became serious and earnest. Just after a while, there was the sound of footsteps outside again, and a woman with short hair and a serious face came in. She was probably in her early 30s, wearing a women's imported dress and glasses. Although her face was good-looking, her rigorous and rigid appearance destroyed her original beauty, making people feel unapproachable at first glance. Behind her, 2 senior students also followed in. She motioned for these 2 students to stand in front and said, "I am Han Guo from the review committee. You can call me committee member Han. I am responsible for recording and evaluating your actions this time. I need to remind you that when performing the mission, don't expect to please me, because there is more than one person recording. This kind of behavior is meaningless. Now I ask, is anyone withdrawing? It's still too late to withdraw now. You can withdraw the form before it is officially filed with the committee." No one in the field made a sound. The people who came here today were already mentally prepared. They didn't make the decision on a whim, so of course they wouldn't do something like withdrawing temporarily. That means no one is withdrawing. Han Guo nodded, "Then we will set off now." Han Guo, along with 6 students including Chen Chuan, exited the auditorium, boarded an armed transport vehicle that was waiting there, and drove away. Chen Chuan and the others sat inside the vehicle, able to see the outside world only through the narrow sliding window. He also noticed a small radio placed there. Han Guo distributed a copy of the data to each person, saying, "This is the specific data of the robbers, but it's only from before they were imprisoned, so just take a look." Feng Daoyai and his gang raided the residence of council member Feng Zhou, and are suspected of kidnapping council member Feng's 7-year-old son. What's the purpose? What's the motive? A male student with the surname Wu asked without looking up, flipping through the data impatiently. It's not clear from this. Han Guo glanced at him and said, "Council member Feng Zhou previously banned a batch of illegal drugs and is suspected of moving some of them to his home. However, no traces of such items were found in his residence. It's very likely that he had already sold them off. The Patrol Bureau speculates that the robbers kidnapped council member Feng's son, most likely to force him to exchange them for a batch of illegal drugs, or to meet some other conditions." The female student said, "If that's the case, then council member Feng's son is temporarily not in danger." Han Guo said indifferently, "That's assuming things are as speculated. When I came to see you, the shootout at the bank had already ended. The Patrol Bureau suffered quite a few casualties. These 2 groups have joined forces and retreated towards the north of the city. However, the Patrol Bureau has been following them, and they haven't been able to escape the encirclement. They have now retreated to a certain place." As she spoke, she took out a map and spread it out in front of everyone. "According to the information received from the front, they should be here now." She pointed her finger. Kaijia village. At the same time, Guan Yuming, the Yangtze City Patrol Bureau Deputy Director and Temporary Commander, was looking at the map hanging on the wall, his eyes fixed on the location of Kaijia village. A messenger came in, saluted him, and said, "Reporting, the temporary telephone line has been laid. A message has been received from the city stating that the Wei faction's cooperating students are already on their way, and council member Feng's wife has arrived here." Guan Yuming said, "Understood." He retracted his gaze, walked out of the temporary command post located on the high ground, picked up binoculars, and looked at the distant village. He could vaguely see people moving around inside and asked, "Are all the people here yet?" The deputy who followed him immediately opened a folder and said, except for the Changbao district where the headquarters is located, the police officers dispatched from the other Zigong district, Baofeng district, Guardgate district, Dongbao district, Quanbei district, and Daping district police stations have all arrived, led by the captains of each station, respectively. Stop reading, tell them that they are all old acquaintances. I won't call them over one by one to give instructions. Just do as I say when the time comes, and don't let me down. Yes. Guan Yuming looked ahead. The houses in the village extended in an east-west direction, with the west being higher and the east being lower. To the north was a hill, and to the east was a stream. To the southwest of the village entrance was a low mound with a few elm trees and shrubs. Entering the village was an upward slope with a donkey cart overturned, and the donkey pulling the cart was also lying there. However, no matter how he looked at it, he always felt that the low mound in front of the village was unpleasant. He asked, have the machine guns, mortars, smoke bombs, and grenades I requested been delivered yet? The deputy said, reporting, not yet. The bureau said that the approval from the Government Affairs Hall is stuck. Guan Yuming was very dissatisfied. Forget about the mortars and machine guns, they won't even give me grenades and smoke bombs? Fine, we'll fight without them. Order Sun Quezza to be stationed near the bridgehead on the east side. Have Yuxiao Yan take a radio and lead a team around to the back of Zioxi village to cut off the road leading to the hill. Wei Lehe and Xiao Niang each lead a team around the mound. Tell Wei Lehe's team not to move for now, there's probably someone there. Find an opportunity to go up. After the others are in place, upon hearing the signal, provide suppressive fire into the village. Even if you can't hit anyone, make some noise. Also, tell the commission company people to take advantage of their speed and try to rush in from the front while we're providing suppressive fire. Yes. The messenger police officer quickly recorded these orders and ran out immediately. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the messenger police officer walked in and said, reporting, all teams are in position. However, Captain Yu says that a team of villagers has organized and blocked the rear. They seem to have had a firefight with the robbers before. Guan Yuming's eyes turned cold. Where did they get the guns? The police officer said, Captain Yu reports that they are old things left over from the Great Reclamation period, and some people are using hunting bows and crossbows. They are from several nearby villages and are mostly related to the people of Kaijia village. There are quite a few of them, and they are familiar with the surrounding geographical environment, so they can still fight with the robbers. Guan Yuming frowned. He could tell that things weren't that simple. He instructed, have Yuxiao Yan disarm these people and control them first. At this time, he would never allow another armed force to exist nearby. However, he didn't have the mind to investigate at the moment. He would wait until he had dealt with Fang Douyi's group before saying anything else. The messenger police officer came to report again a while later, saying, Director, Captain Yu said that the villagers are very cooperative and have handed over all their weapons. Guan Yuming nodded and said, good, send the signal. Yes. Soon, a signal was sent out. Almost at the same time, gunshots rang out in several directions of Kaijia village. The personnel dispatched by the commission company also began to rush towards the village quickly. There were about 20 of them, running for a while and stopping for a while, and walking along a winding route. They quickly approached the village entrance. The few people at the front increased their speed and quickly rushed in. The people behind saw that it was going smoothly and followed up. However, at this moment, a burst of fire suddenly erupted from the low mound, along with a dang-dang-dang sound. The people rushing onto the gentle slope were shot down one by one, and some people were blown into several pieces. Guan Yuming's face remained unmoved. He said in a calm tone, plowing-style machine gun. There really is a firepower point. Someone is cooperating with them. Through his binoculars, he saw that the few commission company members who had rushed into the village couldn't retreat and could only grit their teeth and rush forward. However, a big man came out from the opposite side and actually knocked a person to the ground with one punch. There was also a very fast black shadow scurrying along the ground. Whenever it passed by a commission company member, the latter would fall to the ground silently. In just over 10 seconds, all the people who had rushed in were motionless. At this time, there was also fierce gunfire behind the low mound. After about half a minute, the machine gun was completely silent. Soon, the messenger came in, reporting, Captain Wei reports that they have occupied the low mound, killed 2 armed robbers, and 1 escaped into the village. A damaged plowing-style light machine gun and a number of machine gun bullets have been seized. Guan Yuming grunted in acknowledgement. It was just a pity that the mound wasn't as high as the village, otherwise, occupying it would give them a commanding view and allow them to directly fire into the village. Don't stop me, I want to talk to your director. At this moment, a woman who was less than 30 years old, with wavy long hair, slender curved eyebrows, wearing exquisite earrings, and dressed in a lake green modified RU skirt rushed in. As soon as she saw Guan Yuming, she burst into tears and said, Director Guan, please save my child, please save my child. The deputy said, Director Guan, this is Madam Fang. Guan Yuming looked at her and said, Madam Fang, we will try to ensure his safety. But, I just saw you shooting, can't you negotiate? You can tell those robbers that as long as my child is safe, I'm willing to give them as much money as they want. Guan Yuming said, Madam Fang, we have our own considerations on what to do. He then instructed the police officer at the door, take Madam Fang down to rest. No, I'm not going anywhere, I'll just stay here. Madame Fang refused to leave no matter what. Due to her identity, the police officers couldn't forcefully take action and could only try to persuade her. At this time, the phone rang. The deputy went over to pick it up, and then turned to Guan Yuming and said, "Director Guan, it's a call from the director." Guan Yuming went over to take it and said, "Hello, this is Guan Yuming. How's the situation? We have surrounded Kaijia village. Don't push too hard, you can appropriately open a path. The city government affairs hall is very concerned about this matter, and someone from above even called me about it. Remember, you can ignore the others, but you must save council member Fang's child at all costs." Guan Yuming was silent for a moment, then said, "Understood." After he hung up the phone, he raised his head and said to the deputy, "Send a telegram and tell UCO Yan's side to make way, and then have someone go up and shout that as long as they are willing to hand over the child, the conditions can be discussed." After about 7 or 8 minutes, the messenger police officer came over and said, "Reporting, Director, the other side has sent someone over to talk, saying they need a large amount of anti-mutation drug, no less than 20 boxes, and also need 50,000 Jian Yuan coins and 3 cars. I'll give it, I'm willing to give them everything, as long as they release my child." Guan Yuming hadn't even opened his mouth when Madame Fang shouted anxiously. Guan Yuming thought for a while and said, "Tell them that we can give them the things, but we must see the child first to confirm that council member Fang's child is still safe." The messenger police officer saluted and went out to convey the order. After waiting for a few minutes, the messenger returned and said, "The robbers said that we can send someone into the village to see the person. Other things can be taken later, but the medicine must be brought first, otherwise there's no point in talking." Just as Guan Yuming was thinking, someone walked in and said a few words to the deputy, who then looked up and said, "Director, the people from Wei are here." Guan Yuming looked up and said, "They've come just in time." He said to the deputy, "Go and invite them over, I have something to tell them." Chen Chuan and the others were escorted to Guan Yuming's temporary command center as soon as they got off the armored transport vehicle. Guan Yuming had his adjutant brief them on the situation and then said, "Everyone, Madame Fang has already gone to prepare the medicine. Now, I need you to act according to the circumstances. If conditions allow during the transaction, you must try to rescue the person. Once the person is rescued, it will be easier for us to take action." However, despite him saying this, the Wei Academy students could certainly choose to refuse. After all, they were being commissioned, not under anyone's command, so this matter was not mandatory for them. Han Guo remained silent on the side. She was responsible for providing information and evaluations, but the choice was up to the students. She would not interfere. Among the students, a senior student surnamed Lu thought for a moment and asked, "What is the situation with the villagers of Kaijia village?" Guan Yuming said, "Currently, it is unclear. Kaijia village should have been occupied by the resistance organization before, and this group seems to be connected to bandits like Fang Douyi. We can only say that the situation in the village is worrying." The students discussed it, and they all leaned towards agreeing. Moreover, since it was said that they should act according to the circumstances, they had a lot of autonomy. If there was no opportunity, they could completely refrain from acting. Chen Chuan didn't offer any opinions. After all, the senior students had experience, and he could tell that their ideas were relatively reasonable when they discussed. The student surnamed Lu then made a request, "Director Guan, we can agree, but given that the enemy has both implants and firearms, we need the patrol bureau to provide us with protective gear and grant us temporary permission to wear it." Guan Yuming readily said, "Okay, if these people could really solve the problem, then he would save a lot of trouble." Hearing his permission, the senior students also relaxed a bit. With protective gear, they could be a little bolder in their actions. The protective gear was quickly delivered. Although it was just standard issue protective gear, it was enough for them. Everyone immediately changed into it, and Chen Chuan also put on a piece. This protective gear slightly constricted the body and had some thickness, but it wasn't very heavy and didn't hinder his movements. At this time, Madame Fang's medicine was also delivered. Guan Yuming first had the person in front shout a message to the village, and after receiving a definite response, the group took the medicine and headed towards the village. On the way, the senior student surnamed Wu suddenly asked Chen Chuan, "Junior, are you nervous?" Chen Chuan said, "Not really." The senior student surnamed Wu looked at him and chuckled, saying, "You're really something. I feel a little uneasy." "All right, stop talking." The senior student surnamed Lu turned around at this moment and solemnly said to Chen Chuan, "Classmate Chen, I know you are very capable, but you may not have experience in handling this kind of thing. I will negotiate with these bandits later. If there is no opportunity, then so be it. Don't act rashly, because none of us are alone, but a team. If something goes wrong, it may kill everyone. But if you really have to act, don't be ambiguous." He looked at the others as well, "The same goes for you." The student surnamed Wu said, "Okay, Brother Lu." Chen Chuan nodded. This reasoning was correct, and he agreed with it. Missions and the like could actually be put aside. First, he had to ensure his own safety. As the group gradually approached the village, the senior student surnamed Lu glanced inside and saw that the village was silent, so he turned around and said, "Junior Chen, Junior Wu, we will go in to negotiate. You two wait at the entrance of the village and be responsible for receiving us. Remember to spread out a bit and don't stand together." The senior student surnamed Wu seemed a little dissatisfied with being left behind, muttering something. Chen Chuan nodded. This arrangement was not wrong. It was indeed better to have someone guarding outside, so that they wouldn't have their retreat cut off. Anyway, no matter how it was arranged, someone always had to be outside, so he had no objections. After the senior student Liu gave his instructions, he entered the village with the other 3 students. For safety's sake, he also separated the people into pairs, spaced more than 10 meters apart. However, after arriving in the village, the surroundings were still quiet, as if no one was present. Looking around, they saw a 3-story brick and wood building in the center of the village, which should be the tallest building in the village, so they tentatively walked towards it. Inside the outpost command, Guan Yuming was using binoculars to observe their movements from behind, while also observing the village. However, he never saw any movement, as if everyone was hiding. Seeing that some of the Wei group had already ventured deep into the village, almost out of sight, suddenly the telephone rang again behind him. The deputy went to answer it and turned around to say, "Director Guan, the director is on the phone." Guan Yuming immediately turned back to answer it, saying, "Hello, this is Guan Yuming." A voice immediately came from the other side, but as soon as he heard a sentence, his expression tightened, and he couldn't help but look at the village. He immediately said to the messenger, "Send a message, tell them to come back quickly." The messenger reacted quickly and ran out immediately. Chen Chuan was waiting below the gentle slope when he suddenly heard a shout from behind. He turned around and saw a police officer running out of the low hill in the distance, yelling at him. At this time, the student surnamed Wu, who was in front, twitched his ears, as if he had also heard this sentence. He immediately rushed into the village and shouted inside, "Several seniors, the child is not in the village. Director Guan told us to go back." The senior student Liu and the others heard it from afar and immediately ran back without hesitation. But at this moment, the group of senior student Liu faintly heard the sound of a child crying. They couldn't help but pause. The female student hurriedly said, "The child is not here. But there's a child inside." The senior student Liu replied in a deep voice. He grabbed the protective umbrella from the female student's hand, and pushed her out, saying, "You go back first." And he turned back and rushed to the house where the sound came from. The female student looked at him, bit her lip, and ran back quickly. But at this moment, on the road behind her, suddenly there was a huge explosion, and the houses in the center of the village collapsed one after another, and the splashing rubble and bricks fell from the village to the outside, and even the place where Chen Chuan and the others stood was showered with dust and gravel. And at the outpost command center, Madame Fang was waiting nervously and uneasily. When she heard the explosion, her face turned pale, and her hands and feet trembled. She staggered to Guan Yuming, grabbed the ladder, and said with incomparable fear, "Director Guan, weren't you going to exchange people? I gave you the medicine. Did you force those people? Why did you force them? Why? My son is only 7 years old. He didn't do anything wrong." Guan Yuming said, "Madame Fang, please calm down. Your son is not in the village." Madame Fang almost suspected that she had heard wrong, and then a glimmer of hope rose. She grabbed Guan Yuming's arm tightly with both hands, her nails pinched into the flesh, stared at Guan Yuming, and said hoarsely, "He's not in the village. Where is he? Where is he?" Guan Yuming seemed to feel nothing, and said in a gentle tone, "Just now I received a call that your son, Fang Sunli, secretly slipped out of the house alone at 8:30 in the morning and went to play at his classmate's house. I don't know how he did it, but he is now with his classmate." He looked at the stunned Madame Fang and said, "So the robbers didn't kidnap your son?" Madame Fang seemed to lose all her strength, and the whole person slid down. Guan Yuming helped her up and told the deputy, "Send Madame Fang back." The deputy came up to take over. Report. The messenger came over with a salute. Captain Yu reports that Fang Dai and his gang retreated from the north during the transaction, asking whether to pursue. Guan Yuming said in a deep voice, "Order him to follow immediately and bite these people to death." Yes. At this time, Han Guo was also using binoculars to observe the situation in the village. At this time, the driver of the armored transport vehicle came over and handed her a list, saying, "Commissioner Han, there is a telegram." She took it over, quickly translated it in her mind, and knew the content, and said, "Reply, I know, and will truthfully inform the assigned students." 2 hours later, Kaijia village. The patrol bureau had moved in, and Senior Liu's body was found in the rubble. His body was covered by the somewhat tattered protective umbrella. The protective gear on his body was mostly intact, but the fatal injury was from the broken beam that had fallen on top of him. He died in a position of crouching and supporting the ground, with a child tightly protected underneath him. Although the child was also unconscious, thanks to the space he had forcefully propped up, he was still breathing and appeared unharmed. The female senior said in a low voice, "We figured it out." Several rooms around were actually tied with villagers, and remote-controlled explosives were buried on the road. They probably wanted to attract people to rescue them and then press the detonator. Fortunately, we moved fast. At this point, her eyes were a little red as she said, "He could have left." Several male students were silent. Chen Chuan looked around. At least 5 or 6 houses had collapsed due to the explosion. The child in this house was saved because of Senior Liu's self-sacrifice, but the villagers in those houses were buried underneath as well. Han Guo came over at this time and said, "I will write a truthful comment about Senior Liu's death." Wu Sueshang grunted and said, "What's the point when the person is already dead?" Han Guo said, a person leaves a name behind when they die, and what he did is still meaningful. The corpse committee will also help deal with it. She looked at a few people. Also, I want to inform you that the assigned mission has been cancelled. The students present were all surprised and looked at her together. The female student stared at her and asked, what do you mean? Han Guo said indifferently, the literal meaning. Don't ask me why, I don't know, but you should still get the scores you deserve. I guess it's because council member Fang's son was saved. Wu Sueshang sneered and said, saved? He's not here. Chen Chuan had also heard about this just now. While the patrol bureau was searching with all its might, council member Fang's son was playing darts at a classmate's house where he was skipping class, so at first, they thought he had been kidnapped. The two children thought it was fun after they found out and deliberately hid until a long time later when it was confirmed. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid such a big commotion wouldn't have occurred. Han Guo said, although the assigned mission has been cancelled, the mission is still there, but it has been transferred to the patrol bureau. It's up to you to decide whether to continue or leave. The review committee will not interfere. The female senior said, what's the situation now? Han Guo said, Fang Daoyai and his group didn't get far. They have now fled to a highland to the north, where there is an abandoned sentry post left over from the Great Reclamation era, but the entrance terrain is narrow. The patrol bureau has charged several times but failed to get up. Do what you think is best. Those who want to leave can leave with me. I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. After she finished speaking, she left directly. The few people stood in silence. After a while, the female senior said, I quit. A male student also lowered his head and said, me too. I quit too. Another male student looked at the others and said, I admit I'm scared. If Senior Liu hadn't died, I would have stayed. I advise you to leave too. With that kind of terrain, we will definitely have to rely on us to break through. But how can we break through? Besides, the assigned mission has been cancelled, so why bother? I advise everyone to think carefully. Wu Sueshang seemed to want to stay, but he couldn't seem to make up his mind. He looked at Chen Chuan and asked, Junior Chen, what about you? Chen Chuan looked at these seniors, as if they were also expecting him to quit together, but before he could answer, a young woman's voice came over, classmate Chen, is that you? He looked over and saw a fair-skinned, quiet, and frail young woman standing there. She had 2 braids and wore ordinary rural girl's clothes, but she had a sense of maturity beyond her age. He was a little surprised. Guanzai. He thought for a while and said to the students, seniors, you go first. Seeing that he had met an acquaintance, the students didn't say anything more, looked at each other, and left. Chen Chuan walked over and said, Guanzai, is it really you? Do you have relatives here in Kaijia village? At a class reunion, he heard Ding Jiao mention that Guanzai had to hide in the countryside because her father owed gambling debts and her stepmother ran away with her daughter. Was it here? Guanzai nodded lightly. She said, classmate Chen, why are you here too? Chen Chuan said, I was admitted to Wei University I'm here this time because I took on an assigned mission from the Government Affairs Hall. Guanzai glanced at him, very surprised, as if she didn't recognize this classmate anymore. After a while, she said, I understand. She said softly, my mother's family is from Kaijia village, but the village was occupied by a group of people a few days ago. My uncle and I were able to escape because we were outside at the time. We sent a message to the city, wanting to seek help, but no one paid attention. My uncle contacted relatives and friends in other villages, wanting to fight back. Originally, I thought the patrol bureau would be able to solve it today, but they told us to put down our weapons. We could only watch those people rush out. She looked at the departing Wei Academy students and asked, are you all leaving? Chen Chuan looked at her and then at the collapsed houses around him, and slowly said, I will stay. In the sentry command post, Guan Yuming looked at the map. Although Fang Daoyai and his group had escaped quickly, he had arrangements on the periphery, so these people were now trapped on a high ground. It was just that this place was difficult to attack, with steep slopes on 3 sides, and the sentry post often had villagers staying there, so it also had some water and food stored, so it couldn't be expected that this group would not be able to withstand it in the short term. And he could feel that as council member Fang's son was found, the Government Affairs Hall's concern and support for this place was also decreasing. The situation was still deadlocked here. It was okay during the day, but at night, there might be other problems, especially with a large number of Patrol Bureau police officers being dragged outside. If there was a rebellious organization in this incident, would there be problems in the city? Director Guan. An assistant walked in and said to him, a group of villagers has come outside, old and young, all saying that their relatives died at the hands of the bandits and want to ask us to help solve those bandits. Guan Yuming walked out, looked at the villagers standing outside the cordon below the sentry post, and said in a deep voice, tell them I will do my best. The messenger police officer chased out at this time and said, Director Guan, the director is on the phone. Guan Yuming walked back, picked up the telephone receiver. Hello, I'm Guan Yuming. I'm telling you something, the Moulin Company's security guard team is already on the way to your place. Guan Yuming frowned and said, what are they doing here? Because we are making slow progress, the Government Affairs Hall is quite dissatisfied. Moulin Company has convinced the Government Affairs Hall, and they will take over and capture Fang Daoyai and his group. Guan Yuming's expression changed and said, Director, how can this matter be handed over to them? This matter clearly has The other side interrupted him without hesitation. I ask you, since you knew that council member Fang's son was not there, why did you stay in the village for so long? Guan Yuming explained, there was an explosion in the village, and many villagers were buried underneath. There may still be survivors, so I asked the police officers to clean up and rescue them. You don't care about what you should care about. What does the life and death of those villagers have to do with you? Guan Yuming took a breath and said, Director, our duty is. Don't talk to me about duty, I know better than you. You've already left the city, what are you meddling in? Speaking of this, the other side's tone softened a little. Okay, Lao Guan, the Mullen Company people will be there in at most 40 minutes. If you can solve it, solve it. If you can't solve it, let the Mullen Company security guard team solve it. That's it. Saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Guan Yuming frowned. He stared at the map, his mind seemed to be thinking about something, and at this time, the adjutant walked in. Seeing that he was thinking, he stood behind him, hesitant to speak. He asked without turning his head, what's the matter again? Speak. The assistant said, a student from Wuyi, he said he is willing to cooperate with us to raid that sentry post. Guan Yuming slowly turned around and said, didn't they go back? There's one left. One person. Guan Yuming was a little disappointed. Those people from the commission company had also charged before, but they all failed. Just one person, he couldn't play much of a role. The assistant said, he said he can get up. Guan Yuming thought for a while and said, let him come over, I'll ask him. Yes. After a while, Chen Chuan walked in. Guan Yuming looked at him with sharp eyes and asked, I want to know, they all left, why did you stay? Don't tell me it's for the mission, the assigned mission has been cancelled. Chen Chuan didn't explain too much, he only said one sentence, my uncle is Nian Fulai, and I am also a child of the patrol bureau. Guan Yuming was stunned and slowly stood up straight, and the adjutant also looked at him. At first, they still had questions, but now that they heard him report his family, they immediately had a sense of trust in him from the bottom of their hearts. The adjutant said excitedly, Director Guan, I knew that at the critical moment, our patrol bureau children are the most reliable. Although Chen Chuan said this to the two people, he knew in his heart that he was not for the patrol bureau, nor was he for any assigned mission, but just because these people deserve to die. Guan Yuming glanced at the long sword in his hand and said to the deputy, go, bring my protective gear. Yes. Guan Yuming looked at him and said, I just received a call that the Mullen Company security guard team is about to take over the follow-up. We only have less than 40 minutes, are you confident? Chen Chuan raised his head and said, 40 minutes is enough. After a while, the assistant walked in with a light-collared protective suit. Chen Chuan took off his coat and put on the protective gear inside. This protective suit protected the neck, torso, and limbs, and also included a pair of gloves, but it didn't feel airtight, and it fit his body after moving a few times. Looking closely, there seemed to be dense and indistinguishable patterns on it. Guan Yuming said, this protective gear of mine was assigned to me by the headquarters, Central City Technology, even machine guns strafing from a distance can be defended. Chen Chuan said, Director Guan, then I'll go over now. Guan Yuming walked up, patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, if the resistance is great, it doesn't matter if you don't succeed. Your future is very bright. You can advance by retreating. There's no need to fight here. After he finished speaking, he said to the assistant, use my car, you take him there. Yes. Chen Chuan gave Guan Yuming a fist salute and turned around and left the outpost in his sight. Guan Yuming said to the messenger police officer, let the brothers below cooperate fully. The messenger police officer saluted, and his footsteps stopped when he went out. He turned his head and said, Director Guan, don't worry, the brothers below will do it. Guan Yuming nodded, looked at his watch, and thought silently in his heart, there's still more than half an hour left, is it too late? Chen Chuan got off the sentry post and saw the group of villagers. Guan Ziawai was also there. When the two met eyes, Guan Ziawai asked loudly, wait a minute, classmate Chen, where are you going? Chen Chuan paused, walked over, and said, to do what should be done. Classmate Guan, do you have anything you want to say? Guan Ziawai hesitated and said, there is a secret passage under the fortress, but only one person can pass through it. People can walk up from there, but I don't know if it will be useful to you. Chen Chuan didn't know why she didn't tell the patrol bureau about this. Was it because she didn't trust them? He nodded and said, thank you. Just then, he saw a figure walking towards him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He looked at it and said, Wu Sueshang, didn't you leave? Wu Sueshang walked up to him, cursing, I really can't swallow this breath. Damn it, even if I put my life on the line, I will avenge Brother Lu. Junior Chen, are you going to attack that sentry post? Lao Wu, will do this with you. Chen Chuan looked at him and didn't stand on ceremony. Good. Then please help me, Wu Sueshang. Okay. Junior Chen, I've heard about you, I believe you can do it. Lao Wu, will sell my life to you today. Chen Chuan told him a few words. After hearing this he nodded repeatedly, patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave this to me. At this time, the assistant drove the car over, and Chen Chuan took a few steps forward, pulled open the door, and jumped into the car. After he got in, the car immediately accelerated. On the way, the assistant simply discussed the tactics with him, and also told him the specific situation obtained after the battle just now. It can be determined that there are a total of 6 implanted people in Fang Daoi's group, and the rest are only wearing protective gear, so these 6 people should be extra careful. The vehicle drove all the way to the bottom of the sentry post highland. The surrounding patrol bureau police officers had dug out trenches and built simple earth fortresses. Wei Lahu was in charge of this direction. He already knew the situation through a temporary phone call. He saw the assistant and Chen Chuan getting out of the car and took the initiative to walk over. He looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Is it little Chuan? I've seen you once, do you still remember Uncle Wei?" Chen Chuan said, "I remember, I always hear Brother Wei mention Uncle Wei. This kid definitely doesn't say good things about me." Wei Lahu looked at him, "Little Chuan, can you do it?" Chen Chuan said, "Don't worry, Uncle Wei, I'm confident." "That's good. Cheng'an said you can do it, and I believe you too." Chen Chuan said, "It's not just me, Uncle Wei." He looked around, there are so many patrol bureau seniors here, isn't this our home field? So what's there to be afraid of? Little Chuan, you said it well. Brother Chen is right. Damn it, this is right. Some patrol bureau police officers were standing around, all of them were stimulated by this sentence to the point of boiling blood, and they all felt that they must not lose face in front of the younger generation. Chen Chuan looked at the sentry post at this time. Here, he could see a winding path leading to the top. There was only one door to enter on the front, but it was in disrepair, and several holes were broken in the top and other places. He didn't want to take the secret passage below, but prepared to break through directly from the front. He tightened the scabbard. Under the gaze of Wei Lahu, the adjutant, and more than 600 patrol bureau police officers around him, he walked alone to the front of the uphill road and stood there. He first looked up at the sun above, then looked at the sentry post on Gao Chu. With force in his hand, he inserted the Snow Emperor blade scabbard into the ground, burying half of it, and then grabbed the hilt and slowly pulled it out. The friction sound of the blade being drawn slowly came out. At the end, with a clang, a flash of snow-white blade shone in the sun. He slowly adjusted his breathing and could feel that the sword in his hand seemed to be eager to move, and the protective gear on his body seemed to be contracting and expanding with his chest and abdomen. At this time, he couldn't help but think of a sentence Wei Chang'an had said to him before. Carrying a weapon, no taboos. His eyes were fixed on the sentry post above. He tightly gripped the hilt in his hand, and then leaned forward, stepped forward, and at the moment when his feet landed heavily, the second self behind him merged with him in an instant. With a bang, smoke and dust exploded in place, and a figure rushed towards the top. Inside the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart High Ground sentry post, Fang Daoyai and his group of 13 were either sitting or lying down. Apart from a doctor who needed protection, they now had 9 people with combat strength. The remaining 3 were severely injured earlier and were lying there with almost no consciousness. Originally, they had a total of 16 people. Those who were missing were either scattered or killed along the way. Fang Daoyai was very fair-skinned, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a parted hairstyle, and glasses. Although he was physically strong, he didn't look like a bandit but more like an office worker. However, his exposed skin was covered with a layer of scale-like membrane, which also covered his face. Tong Baidao, sitting not far from him, was tall and burly. Grayish-black carapace armor was visible through his torn clothes, with traces of bullets on it. The scapula area behind him bulged high, as if something was hidden there, but it was covered by clothing, making it impossible to see exactly what it was. In front of them was a small radio. A small man wearing headphones was squatting there, listening to the signals inside, and constantly writing down codes. After recording, he quickly took off the headphones, picked up a booklet, translated it against the booklet, and finally looked up and said, "It's out." What did they say? Everyone looked at him with concern. The small man said, "They told us to hold on for a while. Mullen Company's security guard team is on the way and will arrive in about 40 minutes. At that time, at least our lives can be saved. Mullen Company won't let us die. Mullen Company, damn it." Tong Baidao's eyes showed hatred. They had fallen to this point, and it was inseparable from Mullen Company. However, he also knew that the only thing that could save their lives now was Mullen Company. Fang Daoyai was very calm and said, "Actually, it's not without a chance. The resistance organization provided us with so many things. They are not so kind to help us, they must want to cause trouble in the city. Once chaos breaks out in the city, is it possible that these grey dogs will still stay here? Then we will have a chance. Mullen Company's path is just the last choice. We won't take it if we can avoid it. Brother is right." Hearing his words, the robbers were all cheered up, because what he said made sense. The city was the place that Patrol Bureau should guard. Once something happened in the city, how could those grey dogs outside the city care about this place? At this moment, there was a rustling sound from above. A person climbed over the wall. He stuck to it like a spider, and his limbs were like arthropod legs. Fang Daoyai raised his head and glanced at it. The sunlight shone down from a huge hole above, causing him to narrow his eyes. He said, "Old Seven, I told you, don't crawl around on my head." Old Seven responded and quickly climbed down the wall like a spider, lying on the ground and said, "Brother, I have checked everything. There is a secret passage below here, which seems to have been dug by the villagers before. Should we block it?" Fang Daoyai pondered for a moment and said, "No, leave it. Let a brother watch it. Maybe it will be useful later." He looked at the doctor who was examining the wounded and said, "Dr. Lin, can the brothers be saved?" Dr. Lin was a thin middle-aged man in his 40s with white hair. He was wearing a stethoscope and examining several robbers lying there. He said, "The wound medicine given by the resistance organization can save lives, but don't expect it to be too good. And even if you go to a proper hospital, it won't get better in a short time." After a pause, he added, "Actually, it's good as long as you don't die now. It doesn't matter if the broken parts are broken. When you get to Molin Company, they will replace you with better ones." When Fang Doiai heard him mention this, his face couldn't help twitching, as if he had remembered something bad. At this moment, his pupils suddenly dilated, blue veins appeared on his face and forehead, bloodshot appeared in his eyes, he kept panting and scratching himself, and the layer of scales on his body seemed to become hard. Tong Baidao saw his appearance and exclaimed, "Not good, the boss's illness has relapsed. Quickly, Dr. Lin, awakening capsules." Dr. Lin quickly took out a medicine box, broke off a capsule, and threw it over. Tong Baidao caught it, quickly came to Fang Dai's side, supported his body, and said, "Here, boss." Fang Dai quickly grabbed it, stuffed it into his mouth, and tried to swallow it. After a while, his breathing slowly calmed down, and the abnormalities on his body gradually disappeared. Dr. Lin looked at him and then looked at the people around him and said, "One capsule can last for 3 days, but that's on the premise of no strenuous exercise. If you use implant to fight, you may have to take one every half a day. These medicines are only enough for you to last for 3 days. Tong Baidao cursed, "Damn it, we should have gotten the medicine before pressing the detonator." A younger brother said, "Brother Tong, that kid is not in our hands. We would be exposed as soon as we met. It's better to kill a few more people from the company. The remaining grey dogs only know how to use guns, which is less of a threat to us." Tong Baidao glared at him, "That's what you said. How many did you kill in the end?" The younger brother was a little embarrassed. Wasn't it because he was in a hurry to leave at the time, and pressed it when he saw it was about the same? Besides, those people suddenly retreated back, so it's not his fault. At this time, Tong Qianzhong sitting on the upper level of the sentry post stood up abruptly. He looked down and turned back and said, Brother Fang, there seems to be movement below. What are these grey dogs doing again?" This group of people immediately became alert, and each one gathered at the breach and the original gap to look down, seeing all the police officers below pointing their guns at the top, and a young man in student uniform standing below holding a long sword. His clear and cold eyes were looking up. "Brother, that seems to be a student from Wuhan University." Tong Qianzhong said, "I've seen him before, yes, that night. I saw him when I went to trade with Tian Yeazu's younger brother. At that time, I felt something was wrong, so I left early." Tong Baidao looked at it and said in surprise, "I didn't see it wrong, did I? Just one person." He looked back at everyone and said loudly, "Just one person? Huh? Did all the brave ones run away? Just send a kid over." The robbers in the sentry post all laughed wildly. It's not that they looked down on the students of Wuhan University, but the other party was just one person with a knife in his hand. How could he possibly do anything to them? But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the young man disappeared from the spot. Only old Seven, who was like a spider, captured his movements for the first time and said, "He's coming up? So fast." At this time, intensive gunfire began to sound from below. A series of bullets hit the sentry post, forcing them to shrink their heads back. They had tried shooting back with Patrol Bureau before, but later found that it was very disadvantageous. They couldn't shoot accurately from a distance, and there were so many Patrol Bureau people. Even if they could kill a few, it was useless, but the bullets were getting less and less. They simply relied on the remaining protection ability of the sentry post to shrink inside, and wouldn't move as long as no one rushed up. Patrol Bureau also knew that they couldn't break the fortifications, so there was no movement for a long time, but now they suddenly opened fire, and it was obvious that they were cooperating with that young man. Fang Doiai had been sitting there since taking the medicine, seemingly recovering. He tried to take a few breaths, and the scales on his body seemed to stretch out with it. He looked up and said, "Old Four, watch out." A burly man took out a pistol, stood up silently, and walked out. He was wearing a hood, leaving only a slit for his eyes. After walking out of the sentry post, there was a relatively wide platform outside. He took a few more steps and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the figure rushing up from below. At this time, the bullets from below were also shot over, but whether they hit his torso or limbs, they were all knocked away without any effect. One of them hit his forehead, but only made him tilt his head. The hood was torn open, revealing a deep black shell plate below. Chen Chuan watched the front. The straight line distance from the bottom to the top of the sentry post was about 100 meters, but there were 3 narrower bends in it. This meant that no matter how fast the person rushing up was, they would have to slow down at the corners, and would expose their sides to the gunman guarding the sentry post above for a certain distance. But when he passed the corner, his speed remained the same. However, at the moment of reaching there, he stretched his foot and stomped heavily, creating a pit in the ground, and the person brushed out to the other end. Because his speed was too fast, the strong man couldn't accurately aim at his figure at all. Under the continuous firing, all the bullets fell behind him. After Chen Chuan passed 2 corners in a row, the strong man took out another pistol from his waist, held the gun with both hands, aimed at the last corner, and separated the 2 guns vaguely, covering the front and back positions, so that as long as Chen Chuan passed through from below, he would never be able to escape his bullet rain. Before Chen Chuan was about to reach the 3rd corner, he made an unexpected move. Instead of continuing to move forward, he twisted his body halfway, stomped heavily under his feet, and jumped up into the air, leaping over the 5 or 6 meter wide ravine in one fell swoop, and landed on the last straight road. When he looked up, directly in front of him was the strong man. The strong man reacted quickly, and the pistol that was originally separated outward immediately closed inward, firing at him. Chen Chuan lowered his body after landing, and rushed up suddenly, and in this process, he even made left and right shaking movements, and the bullets only hit the mud behind him. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed across a distance of nearly 10 meters, and then long sword slashed upward diagonally, an arm flew into the air, and he stepped to the side. At the same time as passing by the strong man, the blade smoothly cut horizontally. With a tap, with a deep footprint under his feet, his figure suddenly stopped, and when he looked up again, 5 steps away in front of him was the entrance to the sentry post. He shook the blade of his wrist and walked there slowly. Behind him, the strong man stood for a moment, and then the broken upper body fell down, and then the lower body was driven to fall to the ground together. In this process, what implanted armor, what modified bones, what protective gear, were all cut in 2 with one knife. As Chen Chuan was walking forward, he suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw a figure flash past the broken gap above the fortress. At this moment, inside the sentry post, Tong Qianzhong was already standing behind the entrance, holding a knife high and waiting. Although the entrance was not short, it was quite narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. The walls were thick, so anyone rushing in would have no way to retreat. As soon as they entered, he could bring down his knife and cut them down. Behind him, Fang Doiai and his group were scattered around the open space, waiting in full battle readiness. On the 2nd floor, people were also aiming their guns at the entrance. However, the clear footsteps, after walking 3 steps towards the entrance, suddenly disappeared. Just as everyone was waiting, the spider-like Lao Qi suddenly looked up and saw a figure leaping down from the hole above. Instantly, the light inside the fortress dimmed. He shouted, "He's above." Everyone quickly turned their guns and fired, but it was too late. Chen Chuan landed on the circular 2nd floor platform, immediately crouching down and rolling to the side. Several bullets whizzed past him. After getting up, he pushed off with his feet and charged towards a person not far away. The long sword scraped against the wall, creating a string of sparks. The person fired 2 shots at him, but Chen Chuan's speed was too fast, and he was almost skimming the ground, causing all shots to miss. Before the 3rd shot could be fired, Chen Chuan made a diagonal slash, and with a whoosh, the person's head and shoulder flew off their body. Someone below exclaimed, "Lao Bie, 8th old." Chen Chuan's gaze was cold as he continued to advance. The next person was not far away. Seemingly afraid of accidentally hitting a teammate, they didn't fire at first. Then, they grabbed a heavy box beside them, their arm muscles bulging, and with a shout, threw it at him. Chen Chuan, seeing the box almost blocking his view, reached out and gently diverted it. Using internal energy, the wooden box, weighing at least several hundred kilograms, was easily moved aside as if it were weightless. It burst open in midair, scattering countless debris onto the lower level, causing chaos. He used the force of deflecting the box to accelerate forward. A sharp blade flashed, and the person's upper chest area detached from their body and flew away. At this moment, he saw gun muzzles aiming at him from below. He grabbed the half body and used it as a shield. The gunshots rang out, but they were all blocked by the implants on the corpse. He pushed the half body, sending it crashing down towards the people below with a gust of wind. He started running again, heading towards the last person on this floor. The person looked fierce, dropped their rifle, and fired at him repeatedly with a pistol. However, he moved his feet left and right, dodging every bullet. After a few steps, he closed the distance. The blade thrust forward, but when it pierced the other person's chest, it seemed to meet a layer of resistance. Although not obvious in appearance, the person also had protective implants. The person, impacted by the strength of the knife, involuntarily took 2 steps back. However, seemingly confident in their bravery, they roared and reached out, grabbing the blade with both hands. Chen Chuan was expressionless, and with a twist and pull of his wrist, the person screamed. As he tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack again, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He leaned back, his feet firmly planted on the ground. A black shadow flashed past him, then stuck to the wall with a thud. It moved its limbs wildly, climbing upwards like a spider, quickly disappearing into a crack. At this moment, his body was almost bent back at a 45-degree angle, as if a bowstring had been drawn to its limit. It felt like a huge strength was pulling him forward, and he suddenly rushed forward. Because he had been slowed down earlier, the person in front and the robbers below were all firing at him, creating a crossfire. The surrounding walls were filled with bullet marks. At this moment, he felt something poke his ribs. It was a bullet hitting him, but it felt like a slight dent and slid off the protective gear. His eyes flickered slightly. He had been prepared to use second self to take the hit, but now it seemed unnecessary. The protective gear was indeed very effective, and he didn't even feel much impact. So, he simply stopped being cautious, covered his face with his hand, and charged directly into the bullets. The person opposite saw him coming and quickly retreated, firing several more shots along the way. However, the bullets that hit him all slipped off. Greatly frightened, he quickly stepped to the side, trying to jump to the first floor to escape. Chen Chuan then moved forward quickly. When he was within reach, an arc blade flash swept from below, severing one of the person's feet. With a scream, they lost their balance and fell into the air. Chen Chuan took 2 steps forward. At this moment, he held the hilt of the knife with both hands, raised the long sword high above his head, shouted, and slashed down. With a clang, the person's head bounced up from the spot, then fell down, rolling all the way to Feng Daoyai and the other's feet. At this time, seemingly knowing that shooting was useless, the surrounding gunshots stopped. Chen Chuan stood on the second floor, slowly turned around, swept the knife horizontally, lightly touching the ground, and looked down. Where he had just passed, blood gurgled from the corpses, dripping onto the ground below, splashing into droplets of blood. He had only been in here for a dozen breaths, but he had cleared the entire second floor. Everyone on this floor had been killed by him. The remaining people below looked up, and seeing him standing there with his knife, everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes turned red. Feng Daoyai's eyes flickered, and he said, "Lao San, you guard the entrance, don't let the people below come up." Third old. He was very clear-headed. The external shooting ports were basically all on the second floor. Now that Chen Chuan had killed everyone on the second floor, they couldn't suppress the outside. The patrol bureau might take this opportunity to rush up, so someone had to guard the main entrance, or they would be caught in a pincer attack, and then it would be over. Tong Qianzhong, who was closest to the entrance, heard the order, immediately pulled out his gun, fired a few shots outside, then stuck to the edge of the door, paying attention to the movements outside. Chen Chuan also took this opportunity to adjust his breathing and took a look at the general situation inside the sentry post. Excluding the seriously injured lying on the ground, there were probably 5 people standing within sight. One of them, a doctor-like figure, stood in the corner, his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, with a calm expression on his face, as if it was none of his business. Of the remaining 4, the one taking the lead was undoubtedly Feng Daoyai. The large man over 2 meters tall beside him should be Tong Baidao. He had seen Tong Qianzhong at the entrance, although he was wearing a mask at the time, he could recognize him by his figure and eyes. Finally, there was a small man, looking somewhat frightened, wearing glasses, and looking weak, completely unlike the others who were fierce. He seemed to be a technician. Guan Yuming's deputy said that Feng Daoyai and his group had a total of 6 people with implants. He had killed 1 at the entrance when he came in, and then killed 2 more on this floor. So there should be 3 more. Counting the person above who was constantly climbing around like a spider, there should only be Feng Daoyai and Tong Baidao left. In fact, it could be seen from their appearance that the abnormalities on these 2 people were very obvious. So next, as long as he killed these 3 people, the remaining people would not be a big threat. He slowly held the Snow Emperor blade horizontally in front of him. He had just killed several people in a row, but there was not a trace of blood on it. It was still as light as new, with a bone-chilling coldness. He waved the knife to the side, took a step forward, and jumped directly from the second floor. With a bang, he landed firmly, a cloud of dust rising up and slowly spreading out from around his body, then gradually subsiding, while he slowly straightened his body. Feng Daoyai and the others exchanged glances, then slowly moved, surrounding him. At this time, Lao Qi also silently climbed from the cracks on the second floor to the top of the first floor, staring at the back of his head and neck. Tong Baidao then threw away the gun in his hand, and then took out 2 pure steel short sticks from his waist, and rushed towards him with a ferocious look. At this moment, the small man who looked like a technician also suddenly changed his original frightened appearance, became a face of ruthlessness, picked up a knife with both hands, and slashed towards his head like crazy. Chen Chuan looked calmly. Under the second self-merge, not only his strength but also his reaction speed doubled. So at this moment, in his eyes, everything around him seemed to slow down. And regardless of whether it was in front or behind, even people who were not in his line of sight, their movements seemed to be faintly perceived by him through sound and smell and other information. Although Tong Baidao and the kid in front of him came at him at the same time, there was a sequence between the 2. He just took half a step to the right towards the direction of the small kid, stretched out the long sword and dialed it up. The small kid was brought with the knife and turned towards Tong Baidao. To avoid the collision, Tong Baidao subconsciously slowed down his pace. At this time, Chen Chuan dialed the knife back. The small kid was originally deflected, causing one side of his body to be exposed to Chen Chuan. Under panic, he was desperately pulling the blade back. With his force, the whole person was brought back, and inevitably rushed forward a few steps in the case of losing balance. Chen Chuan then staggered half a step to the side. When the small kid crossed with himself, he gently patted the latter's head with the back of his hand. This move was almost the same as the action of hitting the sandbag when his strength technique was first achieved. With a snap, the small kid's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all spurting blood. The whole head seemed to soften in an instant. Chen Chuan pressed the small kid's chest, stopped his body, and pushed it forward gently. The latter's body flew up and crashed into Tong Baidao behind. Tong Baidao saw the body flying towards him, callously shoved it aside, letting it crash to the ground. Wielding his steel rod, he advanced with fierce strides. Standing at the doorway, Tong Qianzhong suddenly raised his hand, aiming the gun at Chen Chuan's head. Though he didn't fire, a sense of menace was palpable. This was the tacit understanding between the two brothers: one attacks, the other provides cover. Old Seven the Spider, atop the fortress, scurried about, deliberately making rustling noises. He was both announcing his presence and awaiting an opportunity to strike. Chen Chuan took all of this into his senses. Watching Tong Baidao's figure loom larger, he moved, advancing towards the latter, long sword rising in a diagonal slash from below. To guard against the distant pistol and the threat from behind, he didn't fully unleash his speed. The trajectory of the slash was clear, and propelled by the mutated tissue within his body, a surge of internal energy transferred to the blade. Tong Baidao hurriedly pressed both steel rods downward, trying to block the blade. He managed to block it, but an unbelievable explosive strength came from it. His hands lost their grip, one steel rod flying away while the other was cleanly severed with a clang. The blade flash didn't stop, continuing to sweep towards his chest, instantly cleaving a deep gash in the shell armor. The inner carapace and cavity walls were exposed. If the strike had gone deeper, even if it didn't kill him outright, it would severely cripple him. Just then, Chen Chuan sensed movement from above and behind. He immediately retracted the sword, deflecting a blow dart aimed at the back of his head, then swiftly advanced, long sword slashing diagonally. As he stepped forward, a gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed the back of his head, taking a strand of hair with it, but his expression didn't change. Tong Baidao, lifted upwards by the force, was forced to lean back. He hadn't fully recovered when the sword struck him in the ribs. However, the seemingly unstoppable force of the blade, after breaking through a layer of tough armor, encountered a force of layered contraction. It felt like countless muscle layers contracting, full of biting force, preventing the blade from advancing and trapping it. Chen Chuan's eyes flashed. He immediately realized that this wasn't just the effect of the implant, but a form of internal energy designed to block and neutralize sharp blades. A cunning look appeared in Tong Baidao's eyes. His raised arm clamped down, coordinating with the contracting muscles within his body, firmly locking the blade. Though he looked burly and reckless, he wasn't as impulsive as he seemed. He had just played a trick. He saw that Chen Chuan's Snow Emperor blade was the greatest threat, so he decided to risk injury to control the weapon. With or without the blade were two different things. With the sword in hand, none of them dared to approach. But without it, that kid had no chance against those with implants. Chen Chuan's expression remained calm. In this situation, most people would indeed become passive. Without a weapon, combat strength would plummet, but he was different. He released his grip on the sword, stepped forward, and driven by a strength technique, his body followed the force, pushing a palm towards the opponent's face. The speed of the palm didn't seem fast, but Tong Baidao watched the hand slowly enlarge in his vision, his pupils contracting as he sensed an immense danger. He grunted, and the clothing on his back where the shoulder blades protruded suddenly exploded, revealing two other deformed long arms that lashed out and blocked in front of him. Chen Chuan didn't seem fazed by this grotesque scene. His hand continued to advance, and upon contact, a gentle force pushed the two arms towards Tong Baidao's face. At that moment, the mutated tissue within his body propelled the force layer by layer. If this strike landed, even if it didn't shatter the latter's head, it would be enough to incapacitate him temporarily. However, just as the blow was about to land, he sensed something and tilted his head to the side. A poisoned needle shot down from above and bounced off the protective gear on his shoulder. Tong Baidao seized the opportunity. The two arms from his back grabbed for his arm, while the other two normal arms wrapped around Chen Chuan's waist, pulling him closer. Chen Chuan disregarded the penetrating force of the embrace, raised his knee to prevent his body from moving forward, and with a flicker in his eyes, tilted his head back. As Tong Qinjiang's gunshot rang out, a bullet passed in front of his face. He used the backward tilt to create a little space, then stomped down hard on Tong Baidao's ankle. Tong Baidao's face contorted, and the strength in his hands slackened. Chen Chuan lowered his body, twisted at the waist, and actually lifted Tong Baidao's burly body into the air, slamming him heavily to the ground, almost knocking the breath out of him. He seized the opportunity to grab the handle of the Snow Emperor blade, first pushing it outwards, then prying inwards with force. Tong Baidao let out a shrill scream. Gunshots rang out from behind, but none hit Chen Chuan. Tong Qianzhong was clearly desperate. Chen Chuan pulled out the Snow Emperor blade, gripped the handle, raised it high, and looked as if he would decapitate Tong Baidao below. Feng Doyai, seemingly still affected by the drugs, hadn't moved until now. Finally, he couldn't hold back and rushed up, launching a horizontal kick at him. Chen Chuan twisted his wrist, slashing with the blade in the same motion. He had intended to sever his leg, but upon contact, it felt as if he had encountered something extremely smooth and flexible. The blade actually slid off. Realizing this, he twisted his wrist again, hooking the blade inward and using the hilt to thrust into Feng Doyai's chest. Then, leaning forward with his shoulder, he slammed the latter away. Without pausing, he used the force from the backswing of the blade, his body following the blade, and sent a flashing blade flash towards Tong Baidao's neck as he stood up. In horror, the latter moved backwards with all 4 hands and 2 feet, barely escaping the blade. Even so, the blade grazed near his collarbone, cutting another gash. Chen Chuan's offensive wasn't over. Using the strength of the back swing, he moved with the blade, both hands gripping the hilt, and thrust the blade point towards Tong Baidao's throat. Tong Qianzhong shouted, grabbed the side panel of a broken crate, and threw it at Chen Chuan from a distance. Chen Chuan watched coldly, ignoring it completely. With the mutated tissue propelling him layer by layer, he formed a unified force, stepped forward in a bow stance, and thrust the blade forward. In that instant, he seemed to feel it pierce through something tough. The crate panel, upon reaching his shoulder, seemed to encounter an invisible strength, and shattered into countless fragments with a crack. As the shattered wooden pieces fell, the remaining robbers saw Tong Baidao supporting himself with 4 hands, sitting halfway on the ground, head tilted back, and the chilling long sword piercing through his throat and protruding from the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he could only make gurgling sounds, his forehands and body twitching. Tong Qinjiang's eyes turned red at the sight. He screamed madly and, no longer caring about guarding the entrance, raised his gun and emptied all the bullets at Chen Chuan, then grabbed a knife and charged at him. Chen Chuan didn't choose to stand his ground. As soon as he opened fire, he withdrew the sword, and as the fountain of blood spurted out, he stepped back. Feng Doiai also charged towards him, and it seemed that the two were attacking him from 2 directions. Chen Chuan looked at the remaining 2, flicked the blade, and retreated a few steps towards the area with more debris. These things were scattered on the ground after the wooden crates broke apart. Many were empty cans, ropes, and various scattered tools, even mixed with some remnants of limbs and implanted carapaces. Feng Doiai and others had intentionally kicked some aside to avoid hindering the fight, but there wasn't enough time to clean up completely. This caused the two to encounter obstacles in the process of rushing forward, making them stumble, and their speed inevitably slowed down. Tong Qianzhong was even more uncomfortable. Seeing Tong Baidao die, he now wished he could rush up and kill Chen Chuan immediately, but he was hindered by these obstacles. He roared frantically, kicking everything towards Chen Chuan as he advanced. Chen Chuan remained calm, lightly lifted the Snow Emperor blade to deflect them, and watching Tong Qianzhong rush over first and slash at him with the knife, gently raised the Snow Emperor blade and tapped it with the back of the blade. The two collided, and a gap immediately appeared in the latter's knife. Chen Chuan then twisted his wrist, turning like a spear, deflecting the former's knife while shifting his body to the side, stretching his shoulders and back, holding the knife in one hand and thrusting it forward. With a soft sound, it pierced through the protective gear and straight into the abdominal cavity. Tong Qinjiang's movements froze, his back arching. Feng Doiai stopped in his tracks at the sight. Chen Chuan then slightly lifted his wrist and stepped forward. Tong Qianzhong couldn't help but grab the blade, stand on his toes, and stagger backwards. After about 10 steps, he almost stumbled back to the sentry post entrance. Chen Chuan then suddenly pulled out the knife, drew the hilt to his chest, and then with a shout, gripped the hilt with both hands and spun into a rising slash. With a soft sound, Tong Qinjiang's head flew off, passed through the sentry post door, and fell onto the open ground outside, while his headless body swayed twice and collapsed to the ground. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Chapter 91 Gap/Breaches Entry Posts Perimeter. Because there hadn't been any gunfire from above for a while, the Patrol Bureau police officers were creeping up the slope under the cover of sporadic fire from below. At this moment, they had traveled about halfway, already reaching the second bend. This was extremely risky. If even one person rushed out from the sentry post and opened fire on them, that group of police officers could be immediately killed or wounded. After all, this was on a slope. Even if the police officers at the front were wearing protective gear and steel helmets, being hit in the limbs or face, or falling from above, could be fatal, and there was no way to retreat here. If it had been someone from another commission company storming the sentry post, they would not have taken such a risk, but would have waited for the real outcome. But it was Chen Chuan who went up, a member of their patrol bureau, and they had no face to shrink back. Just then, they suddenly saw something flying out of the sentry post. Their expressions changed, and they all lowered their bodies. But after a while, there was no movement. Looking up, they saw that it was a head. The head fell onto the outer platform, and because of the slightly inclined slope there, it continued to roll downwards after a moment, sliding down from above, bumping and bouncing all the way down the steep slope, and finally landing below. After seeing this, Wei Lahu pushed his hat with the muzzle of his gun and said, "Go identify it quickly." A police officer immediately ran over. After a while, he returned and said, "Captain, it's Tong Qianzhong." Wei Lahu's spirit perked up, and he said, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No mistake. Although some parts are smashed, it's still recognizable." Wei Lahu was overjoyed. "Well done." He pointed his gun to the sky and ordered loudly, "Get up there immediately. This situation must mean Little Chuan has the upper hand. We can't just stand here and watch. Wait a moment." He stopped them again, his face fierce, and said, "I'll lead the team myself." With that, he threw his hat on the ground and rushed towards the slope with his pistol in hand. After Chen Chuan killed Tong Qianzhong, he flicked his blade and turned around. At this moment, his eyes glanced upwards and met the eyes of the person who was like a spider. However, the latter seemed frightened and immediately crawled away from above, disappearing into the cracks. He looked forward again. At this time, only Feng Doiai remained in front of him. He didn't know what kind of implant this person had, but the blade was almost useless when it struck him. Not only that, but he had also used internal energy to strike him, and the touched area produced a slippery feeling, as if it had no effect on this person. Feng Daoyai stood there, seemingly not nervous at all. He said, "Young man, are these people enough?" Seeing Chen Chuan's gaze, he repeated, "Shouldn't these people be enough for you to report back?" Chen Chuan stared at him without replying. Seeing that he didn't speak, Feng Daoyai slowly opened his arms and said, "To be honest, this implant greatly restricts my strength. The internal energy I've cultivated for 20 years seems to have disappeared, but at least it makes me invulnerable. Your knife can't cut me, and even those bullets are useless against me." At this moment, Dr. Lin, who was leaning to one side and seemed to have no presence, suddenly spoke, "You are only in the adaptation period. Once the adaptation period is over, your strength will slowly recover." Tong Baidao adapted much faster than you, of course, because his implant is a finished product, while yours is just an experimental product. Feng Daoyai said, "Even if it recovers, it will take time." He said to Chen Chuan, "To be honest, without these brothers, it would be easier for me to leave alone. Now, as long as you let me go, I won't seek revenge in the future, nor do I have the ability, because I need to avoid certain people and will no longer appear in Yangzi City." He could see that Chen Chuan's speed was very fast and his strength was extremely great. Even if he couldn't kill him, it wouldn't be difficult to stop him. And when a large number of people came up, there were plenty of ways to deal with him, even a net could capture him. But if Chen Chuan let him go, he was confident that he could rush out while the police officers below were unprepared. He added, "Young man, we robbed a lot of cash from the bank before. Those things are now buried in a safe place. I can tell you the address, or I can take you to get them later. You can take this money and live the life you want, and you don't have to worry about those banknotes being problematic. If you go to another city, who would care about these things?" At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps slowly moving over from outside. He said, "It seems that the people below are coming up. Well, have you considered it? If you really want to stop me, it will only be a lose-lose situation. Before I die, I will definitely drag some people down with me." You think I would use force?" He smiled, shook his head, and said, "No, that's too low level. I will only say a secret in front of all of you, a secret that Molan Company doesn't want outsiders to know. And at that time, what do you think Molan Company will do?" Chen Chuan then turned his head to the side and shouted loudly, "Don't come in." The sound outside paused. After a moment, Wei Lahu's voice came in, "Little Chuan, is that you? How's the situation inside?" Chen Chuan said, "The situation is under control. Uncle Wei, trust me, don't come in yet." Wei Lahu's voice immediately said, "Okay, Uncle Wei will listen to you, Little Chuan, just let us know if you need anything. The brothers from the patrol bureau will stand with you." Feng Daoyai then smiled, looked at Chen Chuan and said, "It seems you've figured it out. Very good, I will also keep my promise and tell you where the money is hidden. You need to know that as long as I'm alive, Molan Company won't do anything to you, because doing so won't prevent the news from leaking out." Chen Chuan then slowly said, "I was thinking about something just now." "What is it?" Feng Daoyai was a little surprised. He added, "I have to remind you, Molan Company's people are on the way. I don't have much time to waste here. If you have anything to ask, you must ask it quickly." You don't want to know that secret, do you?" He smiled, "If you really want to know, I can tell you." Chen Chuan said, "Although the implant on your body is invulnerable and covers your whole body, it can't stay that way all the time. After all, you need breathing." Feng Daoyai's expression changed slightly, and then his eyes turned cold. "What do you mean by this?" The Dr. Lin in the corner then looked over with interest. Chen Chuan said, "I observed you while you were talking. Although the implant on your body is attached there, you need to use a certain amount of consciousness to functionally drive it. When you need breathing, you must force them to stretch outwards, revealing certain gaps to allow outside oxygen to enter. At that time, they are relatively weak. Only when you hold your breath and tighten them do they become difficult to penetrate." Dr. Lin clapped his hands lightly and praised, well said, young man, you observed very carefully." Feng Daoyai's expression was completely cold, and a hint of chill rose in his heart. He said, "So what?" Chen Chuan gripped the hilt of his knife, slowly raised his arm, pointed the tip of the knife at Feng Daoyai, and slowly said, "This means that the protection of your implant is not impenetrable, so don't say it's invulnerable." Feng Daoyai sneered, "Then it seems we can't reach an agreement. I can't beat you now, but it's easy to say a few words. It seems you don't care about the lives of those people from the patrol bureau at all." Chen Chuan calmly said, "You don't have that chance." After saying that, he strode forward, raised the Snow Emperor blade in his hand, and slashed at Feng Daoyai. Feng Daoyai retreated quickly, but the experimental implant made him seem to be wrapped in a layer of constraints. While protecting him, it also made his speed and reaction far inferior to before the implantation. At this time, his strength was even less than 30% of his normal strength, and he had no choice but to resist Chen Chuan's slash. He said he could tell the secret, but in fact, Chen Chuan was right. Once he started fighting, with the expansion of his own movements and the slashing of the blade, he had no way to say a complete sentence. Watching the blade flash around him, he subconsciously held his breath to maximize the defensive strength of the implant. At the same time, he waited for gaps in the attack to make it easier for him to inhale oxygen. But he soon realized that something was wrong. Chen Chuan's blade was fast and slow, with an unspeakable sense of rhythm, hitting him on uncomfortable notes every time. In this situation, he couldn't breathe at all, so he could only try to dodge as much as possible to find an opportunity. But it was useless. Chen Chuan's speed and strength were far superior to his. Whenever he wanted to escape, the blade followed him like a shadow, as if it was stuck to him. And because of the intense exercise, the oxygen consumption was greater, so after holding his breath for a long time, he found that he would suffocate himself sooner or later, and could only try to expand the coating and take a breath. Chen Chuan's eyes flashed at this moment, and just as he inhaled and stretched, the tip of the knife moved forward and stabbed Fang Dai in the chest and shoulder. The latter couldn't help but take a few steps back. He subconsciously reached out and touched it, only to find his hands covered in blood, which made him both shocked and angry. Chen Chuan nodded and said, "It seems it really works." Fang Dai then turned around and ran to the second floor. Chen Chuan took a step forward and slashed the former's leg with a knife. He suddenly staggered and fell forward to the ground. At this time, he crawled a few steps, touched a gun from the ground, turned around and fired 2 shots at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan could see clearly that Fang Dai's control was very poor and he didn't even aim the muzzle, so he didn't mean to block or dodge at all. He didn't know where those bullets floated. He stepped forward, raised his knife and slashed down, one knife after another. Every time Fang Dai just got up, he was knocked down again. And as long as Fang Dai tried to breathe, there would inevitably be a rapid downward slash, cutting open that layer of coating. Before long, Fang Dai became covered in blood, and the clothes on his body and those implant scales were broken. He couldn't even crawl anymore, just lying there panting. Chen Chuan took 2 steps to the side, used the tip of his knife to pick up a rope from the ground, walked over, and knelt on Fang Dai's still slippery back. He first wrapped the rope around this person's crotch and armpits, and then wrapped it around his neck several times. Then he got up and dragged Fang Dai to the second floor. Fang Dai seemed to realize what he was going to do, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He grabbed the rope with both hands and kicked his feet constantly. After Chen Chuan arrived on the second floor, he tied one end of the rope to a box filled with debris, and then kicked Fang Dai down. Below the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart Net's entry post, as Chen Chuan and Fang Dai began to fight, Spider-Man Lao Chi was crawling out of the secret passage. In fact, he had lost his will to fight when Tong Bai Dao was killed, because he knew that the remaining people could not beat Chen Chuan at all, not to mention he could feel the patrol bureau people were coming up. Later, seeing that Fang Dai was also failing, he did not hesitate to run away, and the secret passage he had discovered below became his escape route. His figure was very unique, not easily noticed. As long as he sneaked out and hid in the bushes, he could run away when it got dark. This secret passage was very narrow, only allowing a person of normal size to pass, but it was nothing to him. He stuck to the rock wall and crawled outwards. And he would stop after taking 2 steps to make sure there were no problems before continuing forward. Moving slowly like this, he soon reached the exit. After waiting for a while to make sure there were no problems outside, he nimbly darted out. But just as half of his body was out, before he was completely out, a short gun suddenly pierced out from the side, nailing him to the rock wall with a thud. His limbs twisted uncontrollably. Wu Sueshang walked out from the side, excitedly saying, "I've been waiting for you guys for a while. You really escaped from here. Chen Chuan Jr. is right." Chen Chuan had agreed with him when he came earlier, asking him to guard the entrance of this secret passage, but not to go up. If anyone from Fang Dai's group escaped from the secret passage, he should try to ambush them. If it were someone else, they might have doubted this statement, but he believed it without a doubt. He could risk his life to fight, so what was unbelievable? While waiting here, others might have been overthinking and anxious, but he was completely single-minded. He would wait if he was told to wait. Since arriving here, he hadn't even changed his posture, and his breathing remained in an almost hibernating state of convergence. This also led to Lao Chi not noticing him. At this time, seeing that this guy was still not dead and his limbs were twisting wildly, a look of disgust and revulsion appeared on his face. He lifted his leg and stomped hard, snapping Lao Chi's neck with a crack. Inside the sentry post, Chen Chuan kicked Fang Dai down. The rope around his neck tightened, and his eyes rolled back as he struggled and writhed. But the more he did, the tighter the rope became. After waiting for a few minutes, he gradually stopped moving. Dr. Lin looked at Chen Chuan standing on the second floor and asked curiously, "You killed him. Aren't you afraid of Molan Company causing you trouble?" Chen Chuan's gaze fell down, and he said calmly, "Dr. Lin, right? If you're not afraid, what do I have to be afraid of?" "I see." Dr. Lin suddenly understood. "Not bad, but I'm different from you," he said leisurely, "because I am originally from Molan Company." He took out a card from his coat pocket and waved it at Chen Chuan. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Fa, an external implant doctor hired by Molan. An implant doctor from Molan Company." "That's right." Lin Fa put the card away and pointed to the severed limbs on the ground, saying, "Do you know where these implants came from?" He smiled. Molan Company selects a batch of criminals every year for experiments in order to research new implants. And in order to test and collect data, they release these prisoners into the wild every once in a while, and let people hunt them, or let them hunt others. Of course, in most cases, they are the hunted because those hunters are descendants of power, and they have heavy protection around them. Those power scions call this hunting, but when hunting, the prey sometimes slips through the net. But for Mullen Company, it doesn't matter. It's just a little more troublesome outside. Once they've observed enough, they can catch them again. At this time, Chen Chuan walked down from above, came to Dr. Lin, raised his head, and said, "This is the so-called secret." Dr. Lin spread his hands, seemingly helpless, and said, "Yes, it counts for people at Fang Dai's level, but which of those power scions doesn't know it? Even if the news gets out, so what? Not to mention in Yangtze City, even in Central City, who can do anything to Mullen Company?" Speaking of this, his voice was full of worship and longing. That is a behemoth. The whole world is divided by countries and these conglomerate. They are the real rulers of this world. Chen Chuan looked at him and said, "Then what are you doing by Fang Dai's side? Just helping them heal their injuries? Or do you have other tasks?" Dr. Lin smiled. "I stay by their side to examine their bodies, and also to observe and record the daily changes and combat performance of the implants in their bodies. I can also collect some biological materials and do some small experiments that I like." Speaking of this, he pushed his glasses and looked at Chen Chuan, revealing a very interested look. "Actually, your fight with them was really wonderful. I saw a lot of things that I had previously overlooked and never seen. I will record these and then give them to Mullen Company. I believe I will soon receive an award and even be transferred to the implant laboratory. Well, maybe I should also transfer some martial artist over to participate in the experiment together. That would." As he was talking, a flash of a blade suddenly passed, and the entire sentry post seemed to light up for a moment. His expression froze there, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. His knees buckled and he fell to the ground, his hands trying to block the gash that had been cut open. Chen Chuan walked out, speaking calmly as he walked. "What made you have the illusion that you could escape?" Dr. Lin fell to the side on the ground, watching Chen Chuan's back with the knife in his hand walking towards the sentry post exit that was glowing with white light, walking towards the place full of light, while his consciousness slowly left until it completely sank into darkness. When Chen Chuan walked out of the sentry post, the afternoon sun shone from the front. Wei Lehe and the Patrol Bureau police officer looked at him with surprise and concern, waiting for his answer. Chen Chuan nodded to the front. Wei Lehe raised his gun and said loudly, "Go." He was the first to rush into the sentry post, followed by a group of police officers behind him. Chen Chuan walked forward, came to the edge of the platform, stood there with his long sword, looking at the vast and endless sky in front of him, while one police officer after another passed by him, rushing into the sentry post. In this world, everyone lives in a net woven by themselves or others, layer upon layer, separating and surrounding people inside. However, what they come into contact with is only a artificially divided piece, and not the real world, and they cannot see the world outside. And some people look down with that superior gaze, watching everyone below fight and peck at each other in the circle they have drawn. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist tightly in front of him. He still remembered that his original intention of embarking on the path of martial combat was to constantly surpass himself and constantly become stronger, so as not to be subjected to any restraint. Now his idea has not changed. He will strive to become strong enough to obtain the strength to break free from all constraints. After Wei Lehe entered the sentry post, he looked at the severed limbs and broken pieces all over the ground, as well as Fang Doi hanging there swaying. Although he had not counted them yet, he could be sure that this group of bandits should all be here. Suddenly he felt very stuffy, fanned himself a few times, and wiped the sweat from his face, saying, "Damn, Nian Dato has a good nephew, he really brings him glory." He grabbed a police officer nearby. "Go, hurry up and inform Bureau Chief Guan, and tell him that this place has been taken down." Well, everyone was taken care of by little Chuan alone. At the Sentry Post Command Center, Guan Yuming also received the report at this time. After repeatedly confirming the reality of the news, although he was calm on the surface, he couldn't help but clench his fist, thinking, "Good boy, he really did it." He pulled up his cuff and looked at his watch. Counting the time to go and return to report the news, it was exactly half an hour. He thought for a while, picked up the telephone receiver, and dialed a number in the bureau. After it was connected, he said, "Hello, Bureau Chief, this is Guan Yuming." "Old Guan, don't say too much. The people from Mullen Company are almost here at this time. You should withdraw your people as soon as possible. You've brought so many people outside, the city is quite empty." Guan Yuming said, "Bureau Chief, I was just about to tell you that the matter has been resolved." "The matter has been resolved? What? The people from Mullen Company arrived early." "No, it was our people, our patrol bureau children, a Wuda student." He rushed up to the sentry post alone and took down Fang Dai and his gang. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, seemingly digesting the news. After a long time, he said, "It's our patrol bureau's child." "Yes, he is Nian Fulai's nephew." "Old Nian's nephew, huh? When I was a company commander, he was my messenger. Since he is his nephew, then he should be reliable." Guan Yuming said, "Bureau Chief, this time the Wei Academy students came on a designated assigned mission. Later, after learning that council member Fang S-san had been found, this assignment was revoked. The Wei Academy students basically left. Little Chuan, that is, old Nian's nephew, stayed alone, and with only one weapon, he broke into the sentry post. I don't need to say more about why he stayed. A sigh of admiration came from the other side. Good boy, he's got guts. After a pause, he said again, say it. What do you want me to do? Don't go too far. Guan Yuming said, this is what I'm thinking. Although his designated assigned mission has been cancelled, it doesn't have to be cancelled. Not cancel it. Guan Yuming said with a serious expression, Fang Daoyai and his gang are not all dead. There are also some seriously injured people. We all know what's going on, but we can also not know. In exchange, little Chuan must pass the designated assignment. The other end of the phone was also very decisive. Since he is a child of our patrol bureau, I can sell my old face. Old Guan, take care of your affairs and come back as soon as possible. I will talk to them about this matter. Hanging up. Guan Yuming slowly put down the phone, pressed down on the phone. He looked outside, his eyes full of seriousness. Designated assigned mission is not the most important thing, but he wants to tell the outside through this action. This person, our patrol bureau protects. Just as Guan Yuming was on the phone with the bureau, 3 armed transport vehicles were heading towards Kaijia village. The vehicles were marked with a blooming melon, its dark petals gloomy and radiant. In one of the armed vehicles sat He Yaoxian, the newly appointed external director of Molin Company, and Wan Poming, the captain of the 3rd security guard team. He Yaoxian looked to be in his 20s, with an ever-present smile on his face. He was slightly plump, but looked full of energy. Molin Company, at his level, would provide him with some quota drugs every year to maintain his vitality, even if he hadn't practiced martial arts. Although he was nearly 40, his hair was thick, and his muscles were not loose, still full and strong. His eyes were very bright. Not only did he look like a young man, but he only needed 3 hours of sleep a day to maintain his spirit and working state. This was the benefit of technical drugs. And the drugs enjoyed by each level of personnel were different. The higher the position, the more one received. But also, if he couldn't stay in this position and couldn't give the company a satisfactory return, then everything he had obtained would dissipate. But how could that be? In Central City, where competition was fierce, he might feel inadequate, but in the Yangtze City Company branch, he was only dealing with some local trivial matters. There was no reason why he couldn't handle them well. He looked at Wan Poming. This 3rd team captain was usually taciturn and hadn't said a word the entire way. This was something he was quite satisfied with. Such people were good tools. Tools didn't need so many questions, they just needed to obey orders. He asked leisurely, Captain Wan, are you confident in this mission? Wan Poming replied with a very calm expression, Director I have reviewed all the data on Fang Daoyai and his gang. They are using outdated or incomplete experimental products with side effects. Even if they are holding favorable terrain, my team can take them down within 5 to 10 minutes. He Yaoxian asked strangely, why 5 to 10 minutes? If you are confident, shouldn't you take them down in the shortest amount of time? Wan Poming explained, because some people will develop anomalous mutations under the stimulation of implants, the extent of which varies from person to person. This may be a little troublesome, but it's actually not a bad thing. The company is sometimes happy to see such things because it can provide the laboratory with new ideas and materials. Worthy of being a company veteran. He Yaoxian praised him. As the newly appointed external director, he didn't really understand these things because he used to be mainly responsible for communication with subordinate companies and various municipal departments, and rarely handled things in this area. Mainly because in a place like Yangtze City, some things didn't need to be deliberately handled. Usually, the people below could take care of them themselves, and they wouldn't even reach the higher UPS. Director we're almost there. The female assistant beside him reminded softly. He Yaoxian looked out and only saw police officers stationed on both sides of the road, and police cars driving back and forth, looking very busy. He couldn't help but smile playfully. The 3 melon-armed transport vehicles then turned onto an uphill slope, and after a while, drove into a large open space. This was located directly below the outpost command center and there were many patrol bureau vehicles parked here as well. After the vehicles stopped, security guards, fully armed with special firearms, wearing full-face helmets and 2 layers of protective clothing, got out of the vehicles first and set up a cordon around the area. Then, He Yaoxian got out of the car. He looked at the sun overhead and said, it's a little hot today. The female assistant quickly took out a fan to fan him. He Yaoxian pointed his finger at the guard post there, and immediately a follower went over to negotiate with the police officer there, indicating that their people had arrived and needed to see Director Guan Yuming to hand over the matter, and that the matter here could be handed over to Molin Company. The follower quickly returned and said, Director, they said that Deputy Director Guan is not here. He has gone to the village in front to appease the villagers. Appease the villagers? He Yaoxian snorted. He didn't believe a word of this reason, thinking, stalling for time? That's useless. If the patrol bureau could take down Fang Daoyai and his gang, they would have done it long ago. It doesn't matter how long they stall. He walked towards the car, saying, in that case, since Director Guan is a little busy and can't see us, then we'll have to trouble ourselves and go see him. Just as he was saying this, a patrol bureau convertible off-road vehicle drove over. The female assistant looked at it and said, Director, it's Guan Yuming. He doesn't seem to be in his special car. He Yaoxian couldn't help but stop. The convertible off-road vehicle quickly drove over. When the car stopped, the surrounding police officers all saluted solemnly with a whoosh. Guan Yuming returned the salute in the car before getting out of the car. He Yaoxian took the initiative to walk over, smiling obsequiously. Director Guan, I heard you went to the village in front to Director Affairs. I wonder if you've handled it well. Guan Yuming said, it's been handled. We are about to withdraw. He Yaoxian was very satisfied. If Guan Yuming was willing to cooperate, it would save a lot of trouble. Molin Company could influence some decisions of the Government Affairs Hall, but they couldn't do anything about the Patrol Bureau because it was a department directly under the higher UPS. The Patrol Bureau's main target in the city was not the bandits and criminals, but Molin Company. The Patrol Bureau knew this, and Molin Company also knew this. He said, Director Guan, in that case, let's hand over as soon as possible. After all, we need to take down Fang Dai and his gang as soon as possible to give the Government Affairs Hall an explanation. This is beneficial to both of us, isn't it? Guan Yuming said, Fang Dai and his gang have caused no small amount of trouble. We have been wanted for so long, and the Patrol Bureau has only found them now, and even allowed them to cause such a big commotion in the city. It is truly shameful. He Yaoxian sighed and said, Director Guan is being too serious. Yangtze City has more than 6 million people. It is inevitable that the Patrol Bureau will have oversights when managing such a large area. Guan Yuming said, so we must make up for these oversights. It is difficult to prevent problems before they occur, but we can still try to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. He Yaoxian raised an eyebrow, chuckled, and said, Director Guan, this is really not your fault. You see, the Government Affairs Hall is not prepared to pursue anything, and our Molin Company is willing to help solve this problem. We will also give the Patrol Bureau a page in the subsequent newspapers. This is a win-win situation. What do you think? He thought that Guan Yuming wanted to talk about conditions. This was something he was familiar with. He could arrange for people to say good things about the Patrol Bureau in the newspapers, but that was all he could do. Then I have to thank Director He, but this matter really doesn't require your concern. Guan Yuming paused slightly before saying, we have already resolved this matter. All the bandits have been dealt with and captured, with no one escaping. He Yaoxian was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously looked to both sides and then looked at Guan Yuming, saying, Director Guan, resolved? Are you kidding me? Guan Yuming said, the criminals and corpses are all there. It will be published in the newspaper today. The Patrol Bureau will never tolerate those who cross the line. He glanced at He Yaoxian again. All right, Director He, I have to send the remaining criminals back as soon as possible. There is a lot of work waiting to be dealt with in the Bureau. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. After speaking, he returned to the off-road vehicle. Suddenly, he turned his head again. By the way, the content of your newspaper may need to be revised. I have to trouble Director He to worry about it. After speaking, he gestured, and the car started and drove away. With the sound of a whistle, the surrounding rows of police officers also put their guns on their backs, turned around with a whoosh, and trotted towards the location of the transport vehicle below. He Yaoxian's face turned ugly. The Patrol Bureau actually solved the matter? Damn it! The fact that he couldn't complete the company's mission was secondary. The main thing was that Fang Dai and his gang were involved in many secrets, and there were still survivors. Now that the Patrol Bureau had them, who knew how much they could find out? Melon would not fall and would not suffer too much loss, but the higher UPS would definitely find someone to take the blame afterward, and the most suitable person. His face turned pale instantly, and he trembled all over. The female assistant quickly went up to wipe his sweat, but she couldn't stop it. Wan Poming watched him silently, without saying a word. Over the years, he had seen too many company employees like this. They were glorious when they were in office, but if they took one wrong step, their end would be very miserable, and it would be a terrible sight. He Yaoxian turned over and over in his mind. He felt that he had to save himself. He grabbed the female assistant's collar. Under the latter's horrified gaze, he said with a ferocious expression, Go find Director Guan for me, even if it's someone by his side. Tell him that I will try my best to meet any requirements he has. If I can't make the decision, I will also convey it to the higher UPS. At the same time, a Patrol Bureau Director's special car was driving towards the city. The interior decoration was not luxurious, but it was very spacious and comfortable to sit in. Moreover, the driver's skills were also excellent, and it was smooth and stable even on the roads outside the city. Wu Suesheng lay on a reclined soft chair on one side, and said to Chen Chuan, who was sitting on the side looking at the scenery outside, being able to ride in this car is really thanks to you, Junior Chen. Chen Chuan said, compared to what Wu Suesheng has done, this is nothing. Wu Suesheng chuckled, sat up all of a sudden, and said, I did that to avenge Brother Lu. I don't care about anything else. Junior Chen, I, Lao Wu, am convinced by what happened today. If you have anything to say in the future, I will write my name backwards if I frown. Chen Chuan said at this time, Wu Suesheng, if you were in Senior Liu's position today, would you have gone to save people? Wu Suesheng thought for a while and said, I might not have in the past, but in the future. He said affirmatively, I will. Chen Chuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and said, Chen Chuan, freshman at Wei University. Wu Suesheng was stunned for a moment, and then a look of radiance appeared in his eyes. He also stretched out his hand and shook it tightly with him, solemnly saying, Wu Han, sophomore at Wei University. At this time, the car made a turn. Guan Yuming, after leading the patrol bureau personnel back to the city, did not relax. Instead, he remained vigilant throughout the night. Only after confirming that there were no immediate problems by the next morning did he allow people to return in shifts to rest. The higher UPS of the Patrol Bureau were aware that the Resistance Organization was indeed involved in this incident. The Resistance Organization's assistance to Fang Daoyai and his gang wouldn't be for nothing, nor would they do nothing at all. The current lack of activity only meant that Guan Yuming had brought people back too quickly, leaving them no time to act. This ticking time bomb was still buried, and it was unknown when it would explode. Nian Fulai, as the captain of Baofeng district, remained at his post all night. The next day, around noon, he was called in by the bureau chief and questioned before being allowed to leave. Emerging from the bureau, countless people greeted him along the way. He knew that this was due to his nephew's fame. Nevertheless, he felt pleased, and he rang his bicycle bell extra loudly on the way back. Old Nian is back. Captain Nian is back? You've worked hard. Old Nian, just back? Must be exhausted. My wife also worked the night shift yesterday and was complaining to me. Detiou, you're not young anymore, don't overwork yourself. As Nian Fulai passed through the alleyway, it was almost lunchtime. Hearing the bell, people kept poking their heads out to greet him warmly. The residents of this family area all knew that Nian Fulai's nephew had returned yesterday in Director Guan's special car. Patrol Captain Bei personally escorted him to the door, as he had reportedly helped the bureau capture Fang Daoyai's gang, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Patrol Bureau. Nian Fulai responded to each greeting, taking a while to get through the small alleyway. As he entered his home's courtyard, he was humming an opera tune. Upon entering the living room, Yuan came up to take his bag and patted him, saying, "Quick, change your clothes, you're covered in dust and smoke." Nian Fulai said, "I already patted myself off outside." He handed over a newspaper. "Take a look." Yuan asked, "What's this?" Nian Fulai said, "Little Chuan is in it." Yuan quickly grabbed it, opened it, and read, "Wei young man is both courageous and righteous, assisting the Patrol Bureau in capturing fierce bandits." She criticized without hesitation, "This headline is too corny, it doesn't show off my Channer's qualities at all." She flipped through it, "It doesn't even mention his name. Don't you understand? That's to protect him." Nian Fulai poured himself a glass of water. Little Chuan's actions are remembered by the Patrol Bureau and by Wuda. Just watch, he'll definitely get rewarded. Yuan was still somewhat dissatisfied. She then took Nian Fulai's cup and poured hot water from the thermos. "Why are you drinking cold water? Drink something hot? I prepared it for you, and you didn't even take it? Everyone, big and small, makes me worry. That newspaper, it's as good as saying nothing. It's already in the newspaper, what more could you want?" Nian Fulai muttered, "I haven't even been in it once." Yuan said that, but she ran back to pick up the newspaper, carefully examining it several times. Meanwhile, Nian Fulai was yawning while changing his clothes and shoes. Yuan pressed down on the newspaper and said, "Right, from yesterday afternoon until now, I've been busy answering phone calls, all from your patrol bureau, asking about Channer, and inquiring about my Channer's age and whether he's married. Channer is only 16, even if there was something, he should decide for himself. Didn't your second sister not listen to mom and dad back then?" Nian Fulai said, "Little Chuan has his own ideas, we don't need to worry about him." Yuan looked at the floor, stood up, grabbed a mop, and started mopping, saying, "I saw others come back quite early. Didn't that Captain's son from next door come back early? Why are you so late?" "Late?" Nian Fulai chuckled, saying, "Why late? Today the old company commander called me over, said he remembered my hard work over the years, asked me a few questions, and then let me come back." Yuan, after so many years of marriage, immediately sensed something. She stopped mopping, looked up, and said, "Old Nian, does it sound to me like you're implying something?" Nian Fulai waved his hand, saying, "Don't overthink it, it's not even on the horizon yet. I'm going to sleep for a while, call me when lunch is ready." Saying that, he walked slowly towards the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Yuan curled her lips, show off. Then her mopping became a bit faster, and she began humming a tune she often hummed when she was a young woman. Inside Chen Chuan's dormitory at Wei Academy, Feng Xiaoqi was pacing back and forth with the newspaper in his hand. He looked at the article, then looked up at Chen Chuan, his face full of amazement and envy, saying, "Classmate Chen, you're really amazing." Luo Kaiwan also nodded, saying, "Classmate Chen, you did really well." However, his focus was different from Feng Xiaoqi's, not on how amazing Chen Chuan was, but on the newspaper saying that some villagers thanked Chen Chuan for avenging their relatives. Chen Chuan said, "If you were there, you would have done the same." Luo Kaiwan fully agreed. Feng Xiaoqi shook his head like a rattle drum. I can't, mainly because I'm not as capable as you guys." Chen Chuan said, "Xiaoqi, don't underestimate yourself too much. Anyone who can become an A-grade student at Wei is not weak. Either they are born with talent, or they have outstanding endowments." He had observed both of these classmates, and their levels were quite excellent. Feng Xiaoqi was a little embarrassed, thought for a moment, and said excitedly, "Classmate Chen, will the school give you an award this time?" Chen Chuan said, "Perhaps, it's just a pity that Senior Lu didn't get any of this. Even the newspaper only mentioned him in passing, which is a bit unfair to him." Luo Kaiwan said seriously, if you do more in the future, then his death will not be in vain. Chen Chuan looked at him and nodded. After returning to school, it was like entering a closed harbor. Although he could see the news from the outside, once the dormitory door was closed, the noise outside couldn't influence him at all. He quickly returned to his daily training routine. It wasn't until after dusk that Cheng Zitong came over. After entering, he sat on the sofa, looked at him, and said, well, nothing serious, not bad. Chen Chuan said, I made teacher worry. Cheng Zitong waved his hand and said, although this matter was a bit risky, teacher knows you are measured. Chen Chuan said, the only pity is Senior Lu. Cheng Zitong said, I know that student, Lu Xin. He has a strong sense of justice and especially likes to take on responsibilities, very much like another student I know, and often takes him as an example. Well, maybe that's why. The academy will take care of the matters after his death. He was a warrior before his death and should receive the honor he deserves after his death. He picked up his briefcase and took out a form. Teacher is here today to tell you one more thing. In a few days, go with me to the review committee to get the weapon permit. Chen Chuan was very surprised. He said in astonishment, wasn't the assigned mission withdrawn? How can I still get the weapon permit? Cheng Zitong said, it is said that someone from the Government Affairs Hall spoke up, thinking that cancelling such a big assigned mission so casually was too much of a joke, so it was reinstated. It should be a big shot who came forward or some force pushing behind it. Think about it yourself, you should have an idea. Chen Chuan thought of Guan Yuming having a special car sent him back yesterday, and he already had the answer in his mind. Teacher also wants to remind you. Cheng Zitong's expression became serious. Molin Company is a behemoth, not something that ordinary people or forces can shake. When you are still weak, be cautious and don't rashly challenge anything. Of course, if you are bullied, don't back down. This world is still very big. As long as you have ambition, ability, and faith, you will always have a chance to get it back in the future. Chen Chuan nodded and said seriously, yes, thank you, teacher, for the guidance. Cheng Zitong's expression relaxed a little. Teacher knows that you, my student, are clear about things in your heart, so teacher doesn't need to tell you much. Anyway, think carefully before doing anything in the future. Chen Chuan agreed, thought for a while, and then asked about something else. By the way, teacher, it has been a while since the last well-child mission. I wonder when I can do the next one? I'm also very interested in these. Cheng Zitong laughed. In the future, who can say that you are not my, Cheng Zitong's, student? Few people would ask about urban legend commissions. In the academy, only he studied them out of interest, and only this student, Chen Chuan, was very much to his liking. He considered it and said, well, don't rush. These missions have an influence on people. Wait until you get the weapon permit, so it will be more convenient to assign them. Besides, these days, because of the resistance organization's matter, many places are under martial law, so it's not easy to do things. Wait until this storm passes. Chen Chuan thought it was good too. He had indeed been a bit tense before, so these 2 days were a good time to settle down. Cheng Zitong had things to do, so he didn't stay long. He reminded him again to remember to go to the committee with him 3 days later in the morning, and then picked up his briefcase and left. After Chen Chuan saw him off, he returned to the living room, took out the Snow Emperor blade, and sat there slowly wiping it with the knife oil sent by old Mrs. Ni. After yesterday's battle, this blade was full of blood. It also constantly endured his energy transmission during the battle. At this moment, when he held it in his hand, he could feel it becoming more harmonious, and the weight seemed to have become lighter. Especially after the fierce fighting, there were always some minor damages in some places on the blade, but after one night, looking at it again today, it seemed that they had all disappeared. This is indeed a blade that can self-repair, and he can feel that the more it is used, the more it suits his will and the sharper it becomes. The second method of nourishing the blade did indeed make progress quickly, but he always remembered that people make the blade, not the blade make the people. He doesn't need to deliberately pursue killing in order to nourish the blade. Every slash must be in line with his will and his beliefs. At this time, he looked up and saw Second Self leaning against the wall. Yesterday's fight also gave Second Self a great response to him. Even he himself did not expect that this merge time actually increased by a full half-hour, not only surpassing all previous progress, but also exceeding the originally accumulated merge time. Because of this, the merge time jumped to nearly an hour. This is a tremendous improvement. But it's not enough. Far from enough. Chen Chuan looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window, and for a moment, he seemed to see a very far place. It is foreseeable that as he moves forward, what he will face in the future will not only be martial combat experts on the training road, or some bandits, but maybe opponents far beyond his current imagination. But it is precisely these opponents, these targets, that make him feel that the direction of his progress is more meaningful. Thinking of this, he raised the well-maintained Snow Emperor blade and gently slashed forward. The narrow blade made a buzzing sound, and a flash of snow-bright light appeared in the room, as if the air in front was also torn apart for a moment. After a moment of pause, he turned his wrist, rested his elbow on his chest, held the knife horizontally on his shoulder, and then sent the blade into the scabbard on the side. With a snap, the cold light was restrained, and everything returned to silence, quietly waiting there for the next time it was unsheathed. 3 days later. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Chuan changed into a student suit and followed Cheng Zitong to the Wei auditorium. The current office of the Weapon Permit Review Committee is located here. After all, the weapon permit examination is only open to students of WEI. After Cheng Zitong brought him here, he first filled out the data, then signed and stamped it. It took about half an hour to successfully obtain the weapon permit. Chen Chuan also learned that he was not the only one who obtained the weapon permit through this designated assignment. Wu Sueshang also received it. Although this designated assignment was made up for because of him, and he was the main force in destroying Feng Daoyai and his gang, Wu Sueshang dared to come back and fight the bandits, and he personally killed a bandit, which is worth giving a weapon permit. Not only that, with the efforts of the academy, the review committee also made up a weapon permit for the deceased Senior Liu as a comfort to the deceased and those who remember him. The whole process of obtaining the certificate was basically without any twists and turns, because the necessary key links had already been gone through above, and here it was just issued. However, when they were about to come out, a review committee member made a proposal. He seemed to want to gather all the students who passed the examination this time and hold a certificate awarding ritual. Cheng Zitong thought it was inappropriate and strongly rejected it in his capacity as Chen Chuan's guiding teacher. This made the committee member very unhappy. When they got out of the main entrance of the auditorium, Cheng Zitong said to Chen Chuan, "Those rituals are just to add glory to the members of these committees. Except for wasting your time, they are meaningless to you. You are not their tool for profit, and you don't rely on them to get the weapon permit, so you don't need to pay attention to them." Chen Chuan nodded. He then picked up the weapon permit. He had no time to look at it inside, but now he can take a good look at it. This is a certificate like a silver name card. It is like jade and stone. It is a bit heavy in the hand. It can be put in a mask and carried with you. It can be inserted into a pocket. The surface of the card is engraved with small numbers and names in ancient seal script, which looks very antique. Cheng Zitong said, "Don't underestimate this small thing. It is made of special materials. Ordinary knives, guns, and bullets can't damage it. So people used to joke that if you were covered with certificates, you could use it as a bulletproof vest." Chen Chuan thought to himself, "I know about being covered with medals, but I have never seen anyone filled with certificates." Cheng Zitong said, "I will get you a better cover later. You don't have to carry this thing with you in Yangtze City, because it has been filed in the Government Affairs Hall, but if you have the opportunity to go outside, it is better to bring it with you, because it will take a while to verify it outside, which is very troublesome." Chen Chuan asked, "What if I accidentally lose it?" Cheng Zitong said, "You can pay a sum of money to get a replacement certificate, but it will not be made of this material at that time, it will only be an ordinary card. Although it looks similar on the surface, the inside is completely different. That's why some people risk counterfeiting it. You should keep it safe. This card has both commemorative and practical significance." Chen Chuan said that he understood. He properly and solemnly put the certificate into his clothes. From today on, he can openly carry the Snow Emperor blade when walking outside. The teacher and student went down the steps and walked towards the dormitory. Cheng Zitong said as he walked, "It's good that you have that knife, but since you have a weapon permit, you must also have a gun, because outside, the deterrent power of a gun is far greater than that of a knife or sword." Chen Chuan agreed. Sometimes people may not be afraid if you draw a knife, but drawing a gun is really useful. He asked, "Does teacher have a channel to buy guns?" Cheng Zitong said, "As long as you have a weapon permit, you can buy it from any arms company. Nowadays, the two best arms companies in China are UN Incorporate and Dragon's Roar Corporation. Dragon's Roar Corporation's prices are high, specializing in providing boutique services to upper-level power figures. They have business all over the world and don't care much about small customers below. UN Incorp cooperates more with the military, and their products sink downward, producing many famous weapons, such as the Detuo rifle and the 15th year of Jianzi handgun. I suggest you buy a Wuji pistol to practice with first. This gun is moderately priced, less than 200, has a beautiful appearance, has a fast rate of fire, and is light to hold." Chen Chuan doesn't understand firearms, so he decided to follow Cheng Zitong's advice and get such a gun to try it out first, but he doesn't know where to buy it. After all, he has never seen such a place selling guns in the city. Cheng Zitong smiled and said, "You don't need to look for it. Have you forgotten what teacher does? WEI has channels. Teacher will send one over to you later and give you a bottom price." Chen Chuan thanked him and asked, "Teacher, after the weapon permit examination, can I take the armor permit examination?" That day, when he fought against Feng Daoyai and his gang, protective gear did give him a lot of help. It can be said that it was very useful. This is also the reason why he ended the battle so quickly. Without protective gear, relying solely on second self, he would have had to change his combat strategy at that time. Cheng Zitong said, "Yes, with a weapon permit, it will be easier for you to get an armor permit. At least the commission will definitely look for people like you first, but there is another certificate that is the most important. It depends on whether there is a chance. You should focus on the armor permit first. As for that certificate, someone should come and talk to you in detail then." As he said that, he patted him again. "As for the assigned mission, don't worry, it's almost the end of the month in a few days. Next month, teacher will arrange it for you." The teacher and student walked to the spring-autumn lake while talking. The two of them were about to separate here. Cheng Zitong gave him a stack of tickets when he went to the administration building. The school will hold a B-grade student arena tournament in the martial arts arena at the end of the year. This is open to the public, and your family can also go and see it. If you are interested, you can also take some time to watch it. Although the level of B-grade students is not as good as yours, there are still many things to learn from some of the senior students. After all, some of the best of them have also developed mutated tissue through their own practice, thus mastering internal energy. Chen Chuan put away the tickets and said, "Thank you, teacher." Cheng Zitong smiled at him, put on decorative sunglasses, waved to him, and walked towards the administration building. In the middle of the Wei Academy's teacher area, there is a lake about the same size as Spring-Autumn Lake. Old qualification teachers such as Tiao Lin who live in the flower gardens surrounding the lake, but in the middle of the lake, there is also a villa built. There is no passage connecting it to the land. Every communication with the outside world requires boats to travel back and forth. It is almost a place isolated from the outside world. At this moment, in the villa's closed training ground, a man with a thin and sharp face, narrow eyes, and who looked ageless was comfortably sitting on a long sofa, with a coiled python at his feet. The expression on the man's face was a half-smile. His slender hair was combed back. His body was slender and powerful. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt on his upper body and tight leather pants that hugged his figure, outlining the powerful leg muscles. In front of him, a student was posing in a strange posture, with one foot making a lunge posture and the other foot propped on the ground with the knee, with the calf raised upward, while the upper body was leaning back and twisting half a circle, and both hands were also placed behind him, like embracing a round ball, with the fingertips facing each other, and the gap just facing the toes. It can be seen that while doing this posture, he is also maintaining a very complex breathing pattern. The muscles on the surface of his body seem to have a wave flowing through them, and sweat is oozing from his body. In a short while, a large area flows on the ground. The man then sat up a little, put his hand on the armrest, looked at him for a moment, and said, "That's enough." The student then slowly inhaled, then slowly turned his body back. After a series of bone-cracking sounds, he returned to his normal posture. After standing up straight, he could see that this was a short-haired youth who was more than 2 meters tall and had a well-proportioned body. He was naked from the upper body, and his full and powerful muscles seemed to be full of vitality, with a layer of flowing luster on them. He then twisted his neck and said, "Teacher Tan, I can continue." Teacher Tan chuckled, "It's not about persevering longer, but about efficiency. This stance only benefits from 40 minutes of practice a day. Continuing to practice will not do anything other than let you show off your patience and flexibility." The male student said, "Then I don't know how long I have to practice." Teacher Tan hummed and said, "Half a year. If you can complete this stance within half a year, then you will be qualified to go to Central City with me." The male student said a little impatiently, "Half a year more." Teacher Tan leaned his body to one side. He supported his face with his hand and put his elbow on the sofa armrest, crossed his legs and said, "I don't need to say more about the situation in Central City. You also know it very well, but your family gave the money. Even if you can't complete it in half a year, I will take you to Central City, but do you think you can gain a foothold?" The male student became cautious and said, "Half a year, I will do it." "I hope so." Teacher Tan chuckled. The male student turned around and walked out, saying, "I'm going to wash up." As he said that, he left here. A moment later, a butler-like person walked in. He was holding a tray in his hand with a new set of training clothes on it, and placed the tray aside. Then he took several newspapers and several magazines with seductive beauties on the cover and placed them in front of Teacher Tan, and respectfully said, "Mr. Tan, these are the magazines you want and the newspapers for the past few days. Do you need me to read them to you, Mr. Tan?" Teacher Tan said, "No need." He glanced at it, moved the beauty magazine away, took a few newspapers over, and flipped through them casually. When he saw a news item from the previous 2 days, he couldn't help but notice it a few times, tapping his fingers on the armrest continuously. After a while, he kicked the python at his feet. The python spat out its tongue and slowly moved out of the room. After a while, a young man with a handsome face and a somewhat pale complexion walked in. He bowed and said, "Sir, what are your orders?" Teacher Tan took out the newspaper, turned it over to face the young man, and pointed at it with his finger. "This person is the Wei student mentioned above. Go find him and bring him to see me." The young man carefully said, "Student wants to confirm what sir means first." Teacher Tan said very casually, "It's nothing, I just want to see if he is like what the newspaper said. If so, then perhaps he can obtain a qualification." The young man bowed deeply. "Understood, sir, student will bring sir's wishes." It had been a few more days, and time quickly arrived at the end of November. Chen Chuan was originally required to take a monthly exam, but after obtaining the weapon permit, this was no longer necessary. Not only the monthly exam, but even the midterm and final exams were no longer required for him. After all, being able to obtain the weapon permit had already proven his own strength, and his reality level had surpassed that of ordinary students of the same or higher grades in the academy. It was completely unnecessary to measure him using ordinary examinations. This meant he didn't have to bother preparing for exams, but it didn't mean he could be idle. Next month, he might have to undertake new assignments and receive further training. Therefore, these past few days, he had been going to the training hall of the military combat department early in the morning to practice with the students there, in order to become more familiar with the use of the long sword. Of course, training swords were used during practice. Even though he had obtained the weapon permit, he didn't need to carry a weapon with him all the time while walking around the academy. On this day, after finishing training, he returned to his dormitory, preparing to wash up and go for a meal. However, as he came out of the elevator and walked to the dormitory area, he saw someone standing in front of his dormitory door. This was a pale-faced, somewhat handsome young man, wearing a set of exquisite and expensive imported formal wear. Wei Dong was also standing there, staring at this person with wide eyes. He looked at the two people in surprise, then looked at Wei Dong, and asked curiously, "Wei, what's going on?" Wei Dong said, "Chen, he doesn't seem like a good person." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "This is the dormitory building. Since the dormitory teacher allowed him to come here, it should be fine." Wei Dong thought for a moment and said, "But he still doesn't seem like a good person." Chen Chuan nodded and glanced at the young man again, saying, "I'll handle it." Wei Dong said, "All right," and promptly returned to his room, slamming the door shut. Chen Chuan then asked the young man, "What can I do for you? Why are you standing in front of my dormitory door?" The handsome young man, hearing him say this, was no longer as calm as before. He turned to Chen Chuan and said, "You are Chen Chuan?" Chen Chuan nodded and said, "I am." The handsome young man looked at him for a moment and said, "I have something to talk to you about in private." He emphasized, "It's very important to you." Chen Chuan glanced at him, took out his key, opened the door, and gestured, "Please come in." The young man didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight in. Chen Chuan followed him in, walked to the cabinet, poured a glass of water, and said, "There's only plain water here." The young man came to the middle of the living room, stopped, and turned around, saying, "My name is Jing Lin, and I'm not your senior yet." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "So, Mr. Jing, you said you wanted to talk to me. What do you want to say?" Jing Lin said faintly, "My teacher wants to meet you. You may not know his identity. I'm telling you now, he's from Central City. This is an opportunity for you, and my teacher rarely gives people opportunities. You are very lucky. I don't know why teacher suddenly took a fancy to you, because you don't seem special. Well, that's all I have to say. Come with me." Saying that, he walked directly towards the outside. However, after he walked to the door, he realized that Chen Chuan was still standing there, not moving. He frowned and said unhappily, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to see teacher. Do you understand?" Chen Chuan said naturally, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jing, I have no interest in meeting your teacher." Jing Lin was stunned and seemed a little incredulous. He looked Chen Chuan up and down and reminded him, "Do you know what you're saying? Don't you understand the meaning of this? Forget it." He seemed very impatient. "I'll say it again, now, follow me and meet teacher. Do you understand?" Chen Chuan said naturally, "I'm sorry, if you only want to say this, then I have given you a clear answer. Mr. Jing, you can leave." Jing Lin sneered, "Stupid." He said irritably, "Do you think what you see is everything? I hate people like you who are self-righteous." Chen Chuan said calmly, "If you don't leave, I can ask the dormitory teacher to escort you out." Jing Lin stared at him for a moment, chuckled, lowered his head first, then raised his head, and sneered, "I knew it would be like this in the end. You people from small places are always arrogant and narrow-minded, not knowing what the real world is." He chuckled again, "I saw your news in the newspaper. It is said that you are very good at fighting. I want to see it for myself, and also let you." He tugged at his tie, "Re-understand this world." Chen Chuan looked at him, "You want to spar with me? Spar? Hee, if that's what you think, you can." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go outside." He took the lead to walk out, and Jing Lin followed. Soon, the two walked out of the corridor and came to the training ground on this floor, and then stood face to face. Chen Chuan moved his shoulders slightly, and saw Jing Lin standing there stiffly, without any intention of moving, and reminded him, "Don't you need to warm up?" Jing Lin said coldly, "No need, let's start now, it will be over soon anyway." Chen Chuan said, "Then let's start." Jing Lin raised his hand, "See clearly." While speaking, his body suddenly swayed. He didn't see how he moved, and seemed to leave the spot in an instant. The next moment he came to Chen Chuan's side, and he was still maintaining his original standing posture. Jing Lin glanced at Chen Chuan, who seemed to be standing there motionless, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He reached out and pressed his shoulder, but before his hand could be placed on it, the palm of his hand suddenly felt a pain. He suddenly realized that his hand was slapped away by Chen Chuan's outstretched hand. He was very surprised. His movement was driven by mutated tissue stimulated by special skills, which far exceeded the reaction of ordinary martial artist. How could Chen Chuan, who was at most still in the first limit, keep up? Before he could recover from his surprise, Chen Chuan's body suddenly turned, facing him in an instant, and that hand had already grabbed his wrist with a snap. Jing Lin's eyes narrowed. When Chen Chuan grabbed him, internal energy naturally penetrated into him. If an ordinary person was grabbed by him like this, if there was no mutated tissue to strengthen the wrist joint, or if it was not resisted with internal energy, it would not be impossible to crush this part in one fell swoop. But this time, he did not feel the internal energy resistance from the other side. The internal energy he sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any reaction. The other party did not pull his hand away, but instead sent it up, and it slipped out a section. Then the wrist cut down again, and reinserted under his wrist. In this process, the entire arm was like a wandering snake. Jinglin's eyes showed coldness. Once he was entangled by him, he only needed to twist it to break all the bones of Chen Chuan's arm, so that the latter could learn a lesson. Then, under his force, he found that what he was entangled with was not an arm, but seemed to be cast in steel, and could not be twisted at all. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? This kind of entanglement and competition is a confrontation between the strength and force of mutated tissue. How long has the young man in front of him been practicing? How much mutated tissue can be formed in just 2 or 3 months? How could he be able to withstand this intensity of pressure? Chen Chuan could feel the bursts of strength coming from his arm. Not only that, he could detect that Jinglin almost had a tightened strength all over his body. This was almost detached from the breathing pattern. There were no precursors or gaps when he exerted his strength. This was completely different from the enemies he had encountered before. But if that's all, he gently brought his arm outward, and a powerful strength burst out. Jinglin's whole person couldn't help but be taken off balance, and he staggered 2 steps. Then Chen Chuan stepped on the ground, suddenly exerted force, and suddenly rushed forward. Jinglin narrowed his eyes when he saw this, but both hands climbed onto his arm, and at the same time pressed down the center of gravity trying to drag him down. However, this move did not seem to have any effect, and he was almost dragged forward by Chen Chuan, and a rapid and sharp friction sound was made on the floor. After only a few steps, Chen Chuan had already come to the wall, and then with a flick of his hand, Jinglin was suddenly lifted up and smashed horizontally against the wall. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a bang, the entire wall shook. However, when they collided, the muscles on his back squirmed, but the strength was removed. Chen Chuan was expressionless, grabbed him back, lifted him into the air, and threw him against the wall again. Bang! Jinglin couldn't help coughing and said with incomparable shock and anger, "Stop! Stop it!" Bang! Chen Chuan ignored his words at all, and smashed him against the wall again and again. The entire 7th floor could hear the huge crashing sound, which made some students in the dormitory building come out to see what was going on. The dormitory teacher also came here with a serious expression. The fierce collision continued. Each time it came down, Jinglin's face would become more ugly. At the beginning, he could rely on special muscles and internal energy to resist and resolve it, but as such collisions occurred frequently, he felt that the strength he had been holding tightly was a bit unsustainable, and the bones all over his body seemed to become loose in the collision. But no matter how hard he tried to exert his strength halfway, he could not resist the pure and powerful strength. The most important thing is that in such frequent and intense confrontation, Chen Chuan did not show any signs of exhaustion at all. How is it possible? Jinglin's face was full of horror and anger. After another collision, he finally reached his limit, and the strength of the whole person collapsed in an instant, as if a cohesive body had suddenly become loose. Chen Chuan felt that the 2 arms that were wrapped around him had become soft, like 2 dead snakes. He shook his hand and threw them away, throwing Jinglin on the ground. He straightened his clothes and walked back. After 2 steps, he turned his head and said, "Welcome to the real world." Saying that, he stepped away from here in the sight of a group of students and the dormitory teacher. After Chen Chuan returned to his room, he closed the door naturally, as if the martial combat just now was as ordinary as eating and drinking. He first washed up and changed his clothes. After walking out, he found that Jinglin was no longer there. Only some students were still excitedly discussing it. They nodded and greeted him when they saw him. He came to the public telephone here. The dormitory teacher looked at him helplessly and said, "Chen, don't vent your anger on the wall in the future. A lot of the paint on the wall has been wiped off." Chen Chuan said apologetically, "I'm sorry, teacher." The dormitory teacher smiled. "Well, you can face the floor in the future. It doesn't matter if it's damaged a bit more, so I can report it, right?" Chen Chuan also smiled. After the dormitory teacher walked away, he picked up the phone and called Cheng Zitong. After the call connected, he said, "Teacher, I just met someone who claimed to be from Central City and said he wanted to take me to see his teacher." Cheng Zitong's voice became serious. "Where is he? When was this? Did you agree?" "I didn't agree." Chen Chuan briefly explained what happened just now. Cheng Zitong said in a deep voice, "I understand. If this person comes to you again, you can just refuse. Remember, this is Yangtze City Wei Academy, not some central city. I have something to do here and can't leave. If you have any questions, you can directly call Supervisor Gao of the Recruitment and Preparation Office. He will help you solve it." Chen Chuan said okay. After Cheng Zitong hung up the phone, he turned his head to talk to the person on the opposite sofa, but found that the person was gone. After Chen Chuan put down the phone, he looked at his watch. It didn't take much time just now, but he was delayed a bit when washing up, but it wasn't meal time yet. He took the elevator downstairs and walked towards the cafeteria. On the way, he recalled the battle just now. Jinglin was a little different. It seemed like he had broken free from the shackles of breathing and promoted mutated tissue, but he didn't think this performance was anything great. According to his observation, the teachers in the academy also have this level, unless Jinglin has some extra skills, or he is simply too arrogant. He didn't want to see that teacher because he didn't believe in the so-called opportunity. If that were the case, Cheng Zitong would have told him long ago, Moreover, Cheng Zitong is his guiding teacher, so this kind of thing definitely can't be bypassed, at least he needs to be informed, but the other party bypassed Cheng Zitong and came directly to him, and there was no respect in his words. It was a deep-rooted arrogance. While thinking, he unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria. He temporarily put the matter behind him and continued training in the dormitory after eating. 2 more days passed like this, and it was the holiday at the end of the month. He went home. Nian Fulai was still not there. According to Yuan, he had been burdened with many tasks recently. However, Nian Fulai not only didn't feel tired, but was full of energy. Chen Chuan could probably guess some of the reasons. He smiled and took out the stack of tickets, saying, "Little aunt, these were given by the academy teacher. Little aunt and uncle can take your younger cousins to watch." Yuan looked at the stack of tickets and was a little surprised. The Dachshund Republic of China has a strong martial arts culture, and everyone is very enthusiastic about arena tournaments, but the citizens of Yangtze City can usually only watch the competitions in various boxing gyms, but neither the scale nor the competitive level, nor even the duration can compare with Wei. Although underground arenas like Bloodstain Gang and Iron Chain Gang have a higher competitive level, they are not only bloody and exposed, but also not places that ordinary citizens can go to. Therefore, the annual arena tournament at the end of the year for Wei Academy students is the most popular. In previous years, tickets were hard to come by. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan was able to bring back so many at once. Some of these tickets can be distributed to the neighbors, and they can go to the arena tournament together. Channer, little aunt will accept this. Channer, I want it too, I want it too. Nian Mo jumped around. Yuan grabbed her youngest son's ear and taught him, "Isn't the stuff your cousin brought back last time enough for you to play with? Also, how many times have I told you, don't call your older brother by his nickname? I'm polite, I always call him older brother." Nian Lu raised her small face, her small expression full of come and praise me. Yuan patted Nian Mo's butt. "Your younger sister is much more sensible than you." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "I'll bring you some next time." Nian Lu immediately said sensibly, "Thank you, brother." After spending the night at home, when he got up the next day, it was already December. Although there was still a month before the new year, every household had already started decorating. After Chen Chuan had breakfast, he said goodbye to Yuan and went directly back to school. After entering the school gate, he could hear the neat running sounds and slogans from the B-grade student training ground. Some A-grade students on the road were also in a hurry. They just nodded to each other as a greeting when they met. In a few days, the B-grade students will have the arena selection, and the A-grade students need to worry about the final exams. Every year at this time, it is the most stressful time for Wei Academy students. On the contrary, he had a leisurely appearance with his hands in his pockets, walking slowly in the school. Back at the dormitory, he changed his clothes and went to the fencing training hall he often went to. The management teacher here was already very familiar with him. He only needed to nod and say hello each time he entered. However, today he felt that this teacher was a little different from usual. When he came in, he kept looking forward, as if he didn't see him. He thought for a while and continued to walk inside. After pushing the door open, he saw that the spacious training ground was empty. The students who used to train here were all gone. Only a tall and slender man with a smile on his face was standing there. The moment he came in, he guessed the identity of this man, but he didn't retreat because of it. Instead, he turned around and closed the 2 doors behind him again, and came to stand in front of this man. The man looked at him with interest and said, "You are very sharp. I felt that your pace slowed down a little when you entered the venue for a moment. You should have noticed that something was different today, but you still came in. Is it because you trust the school environment or because you have confidence in yourself?" Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, "Both." The man said, "Very interesting. Your confidence should have been accumulated through surviving one fight after another and defeating opponents one after another. Very good." Chen Chuan could understand the man's gaze. It was like evaluating an item that was open to discussion, as if he was in a state of uncertainty between something that could be abandoned and acquired at any time, and he was enjoying this pleasure of measurement. This attitude undoubtedly placed himself in a very high position, which was also a kind of arrogance. Although it was different from Jinglin's way of expressing it, there was no difference in essence. He said, "It seems he is indeed your student." "Student?" The man seemed a little surprised and amused. "Wrong, he is just a toy of mine." A hint of mischief rose from the corner of his mouth. "He is an illegitimate child who was often abused by the heir when he was a child, but he was reluctant to leave his home because even if he was beaten, scolded, and abused, he lived better than most of the civilians and 99% of the people in the slums of Central City. His heart yearns to be superior, yearns for revenge, yearns to trample those who used to beat, scold, and abuse him under his feet, so I gave him a chance, because I really want to see how this drama will be performed next. Watching a play requires buying tickets, so I don't hesitate to give him some pointers, but I can't give him too much, because that would be too boring. You know, in Central City, he was a timid person who didn't even dare to speak loudly to people, but now that he's outside, he's become arrogant, reserved, and aloof. This is so interesting." Chen Chuan said, "So, are you looking for me for the same reason?" No. The man immediately denied, "I won't watch other plays before I finish watching one play. Originally, I just had a whim to meet you and see if you are really as impressive as the newspaper boasted, but after Jinglin came back, I learned about your past. I found that you meet my requirements very well. Requirements? The man looked at him and said, people like you who come from small places are just seeking an opportunity to formally gain a foothold in Central City. As a WI student, there are only 2 ways to go to Central City. One is to pass the exam to enter the main academy, but this quota is very limited and almost never occurs outside of recommended students. The other, which is more practical for you, is to establish a personal dependency relationship with someone who has the qualification to go to Central City and enter there as a servant, but this opportunity is not available to everyone. If you are not good enough, no one will look up to you. Whether it is what you have done in the past or the strength you showed in defeating my toy not long ago, it proves your personal ability. You have this qualification. So, as long as you agree to be my servant, well, in name, you will be my student's sparring partner, then you can go to Central City with me. He smiled playfully again. Are you having trouble making a decision? It doesn't matter. I have always been tolerant to talented people. I will give you 2 days. You can come to me after you have thought about it. After speaking, he walked outside. Chen Chuan said, may I know your name? Tan Wang. Tan Wang walked past him, opened the door, turned around and said, I forgot to say, I don't like being rejected. Enjoy this holiday. After speaking, he walked out directly. Chen Chuan stood in the empty venue and thought for a while, then walked out after a while. After Tan Wang left the training hall, he went directly back to the villa in the heart of the lake, but as soon as he walked into the training hall, he narrowed his eyes, because he saw someone sitting on his usual sofa. This was a lion-like man, with a wide mouth and a large nose, and his loose hair scattered over his shoulders. His broad and strong physique seemed to bend the sofa. He was wearing a waist-tight training suit, revealing distinct muscles. His strong body seemed to possess a soul-stirring strength, which could make people feel suffocated even from this distance. He narrowed his long eyes. Who are you? The man slowly stood up from the sofa, and with this action, a more powerful sense of oppression suddenly arose, and he answered in a broad and powerful voice, He Xiaoxing. He Xiaoxing. Tan Wang walked forward, tapping his temple with a finger and rotating it. I seem to have heard of you. Are you a teacher at Wei? He Xiaoxing grunted. You could say that. If Wei hasn't removed me from the teacher files. Tan Wang said, then let's say you are. What are you doing here? You should know this isn't a place someone like you, a WI teacher, can come to. He slowly moved his arms and wrists, and twisted his neck. The lakeside villa doesn't belong to Yangtze City, but to Central City. Without the owner's permission, trespassing here allows the owner to expel you or use drastic measures. As he spoke, he walked in front of He Xiaoxing, stopping about 7 or 8 meters away. Although he was tall, he still appeared too slender and weak compared to the lion-like man opposite him, like a poison snake facing a lion. He Xiaoxing said casually, these things don't matter. I came here today just to see how much strength a teacher from Central City really has. If that's what you want, I'm happy to oblige. Tan Wang moved his fingers, causing his joints to crack. He casually lifted his foot, leaning his weight forward. The moment his foot landed, he had already crossed the 7 or 8 meters, and the fingertips of his forefingers stabbed at He Xiaoxing's heart. However, the hand that should have pierced his chest felt a very strong resistance. The muscles touched by the fingertips only sank slightly and could not move forward any further. He Xiaoxing seemed a little disappointed, his eyes dropping. Is that all? Tan Wang smiled strangely. Veins suddenly bulged on his arm, then abruptly shot out from under his skin like living things, transforming into whip-like tendons like poison snakes. They spread out along He Xiaoxing's chest, binding him tightly, and then raised their heads like snakes. At the very front, sharp biting fangs could be seen, now aimed at his vital points. One of them was close to his cheek, its tip already against his throat. He Xiaoxing said, oh, from the secret serpent cult? I seem to remember that you used to cultivate and refine alienated freaks in the old days, but now you use this kind of implant as a substitute. He stood there motionless, his voice steady and calm, as if he wasn't the one being controlled. Tan Wang narrowed his long eyes. He didn't answer. The tough tendons suddenly tightened, and the fangs at the front plunged into various parts of his body like a poison snake biting. However, when the fangs touched his skin, they seemed to encounter an invisible layer of resistance, stalling there and unable to continue. To his surprise, a cyan pattern resembling a human face appeared on He Xiaoxing's chest, spreading throughout his body. He was slightly astonished. Mystic form force. At this moment, He Xiaoxing slowly raised his fist. The tendons binding him made a clanging sound, and they snapped one by one. The tiny dust particles around him seemed to float up as he inhaled. When his arm reached its highest point, he slammed it down. Inside the lakeside villa, Qiao Linhu was instructing a student in stance training. He was very satisfied with this student. He had good talent and a very serious attitude. He executed every word he said meticulously, each movement precise and without deviation. Although he lacked the liveliness of a young man, he found this kind of personality even better. Within a year, he should be able to master his secret stance strength, and then continue to teach him, so he could continue his legacy. Just then, he heard a distant crash from the direction of the lake, feeling a little surprised. He told the student to continue practicing there while he walked out along the corridor to the lakeside. At this time, all the Wei teachers residing in the lakeside villa who were at home came out and looked towards the island in the center of the lake. They could see a cloud of dust rising there. When it dissipated, they could see a large breach in the wall of the white training hall. Outside the breach, Tan Wang leaned against a tree trunk outside the training hall, surrounded by a circle of fallen leaves on the ground. Then, a burly figure walked out from there. Xiao Linhu was a little surprised, his white eyebrows raising. He Xiaoxing? When did he come back? He Xiaoxing casually flung off the half-section of tough tendon wrapped around his arm, walked to Tan Wang, and looked down at him. You know what? I really hate people like you who stuffing things into their bodies. Tan Wang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at him. Are you, from the purist faction? He Xiaoxing didn't answer his question. He walked directly past him, then towards the lake in front. He walked straight into the lake, letting the water submerge him. But after a while, his figure emerged on the opposite shore, and he walked away step by step. As he walked, the water droplets on his body rolled down one by one, and soon there was no trace of wetness left. Ignoring the gazes of the teachers, he left along the road. After Chen Chuan returned to his dormitory, he first called Cheng Zitong, wanting to talk about Tan Wang, but no one answered the phone. He should be out of the office. He didn't think much of it and planned to call again later. Although Tan Wang had asked him to consider it, there was no need to think about it. He would definitely not make that choice. As for the consequences, he wasn't really afraid. Tan Wang was from Central City, but he didn't represent Central City himself. The academy would naturally block this kind of thing for him after it found out. Even if, as a last resort, the academy couldn't block it, he had already obtained a weapon permit. The world was so big, he could go anywhere. Of course, things were far from reaching that point, because the cost of pressuring the academy was too high. Unless it was a deep hatred, almost no one would do such a thankless thing. If Tan Wang really had this kind of energy, he should be lying down and enjoying it in Central City, instead of running here to teach students. Back in his room, he continued today's training. Time slowly passed, and after dinner, he continued his breathing technique practice. Now he could maintain the basic breathing technique for more than 2 hours continuously, nearly 3 hours, and it was still increasing as he progressed. At this speed, if he didn't consider bottlenecks, it would only take a year or two to reach 24 hours. However, this was only the basic breathing technique. Next, he would definitely have to learn more advanced breathing techniques. If he added this to his training, it might take longer in the future, or it might promote each other and shorten the time spent. The latter possibility was relatively greater. While he was maintaining his breath, he heard a knock on the door. From the rhythm and strength, he could tell it was Cheng Zitong. He looked at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Zitong rarely came to find him at this time. He felt a slight movement in his heart, which should be related to what happened during the day. He gathered his breath, went over and opened the door. Sure enough, Cheng Zitong was standing there, so he greeted him and welcomed him in. Cheng Zitong sat down on the sofa and said, "The teacher knew about Tan Wang coming to find you during the day, but you don't have to worry, because someone has already solved this matter for you." Chen Chuan thought for a moment and asked, listening to the teacher, "That person doesn't seem to be from our school." Cheng Zitong said, although his file is still in the school, he hasn't been back for 2 years. Hearing the time frame of 2 years, Chen Chuan felt a slight movement in his heart. Cheng Zitong took a breath and then exhaled, saying, "Actually, the school originally wanted him to be your teacher, but he hasn't returned, so I was asked to take his place. As your teacher, I've always felt that I'm not good enough, afraid that I wouldn't teach you well, but fortunately, you are a very good student and haven't given your teacher too much to worry about." Chen Chuan looked at him. The student thinks that the school arranging the teacher to teach the student is the student's good fortune. Cheng Zitong laughed and said, "I'm very happy that you can say that, teacher. But being my student doesn't mean you can't learn from other teachers. Your teacher isn't that unenlightened. I came over tonight to talk to you about this. I plan to take you to meet this teacher because he will be leaving the school tomorrow and probably won't be back in the future." Chen Chuan raised his head and asked, "Is it because of this matter?" Cheng Zitong nodded. "Do you know how he solved this matter? He went and beat up Tan Wang, and he did it in front of those old seniors. Tan Wang lost so much face that he has no face to stay at the academy. Either he moves to the house of that recommended student, or he returns to Central City overnight. When I came over just now, I got the news that he had already left by car." He shook his head again. "But old he can't stay either. He hasn't been to school for 2 years. After doing this, he really can't stay. Before he leaves, he wants to see you?" Chen Chuan said. Since teacher he left to resolve the student's affairs, the student should see him and thank him in person. Cheng Zitong gave a sound of agreement, stood up, and said, "Come with me." Chen Chuan said okay and followed his footsteps. The teacher and student went out of the door, left the dormitory building, got into the car, and Cheng Zitong drove eastward. 10 minutes later, they arrived at South Hill, where the Hall of Self-Reflection was previously located, and drove up the winding mountain road, stopping at the top. Chen Chuan could now see a burly figure standing with his back to them on the edge of the mountain. This person was facing the starry sky in front, and the cool night wind blew, causing his hair that was scattered on his shoulders to flutter from time to time. Cheng Zitong got out of the car with him, and the two walked towards where that person was. Cheng Zitong led Chen Chuan behind that person and said, "Old he, I've brought my student here." He Xiaoxing turned his head, his hair lifting in the wind, revealing his firm and resolute facial contours. Then, he turned around completely, his penetrating gaze landing on Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan also looked at him. The man's imposing physique gave off a strong sense of pressure, especially now that they were face to face. He could feel a strength about to erupt from this man, like a volcano dormant for years, waiting to explode, or like a deep vortex brewing beneath the sea, calm yet unpredictable. Cheng Zitong said, "Little Chuan, this is old he Xiaoxing. You can call him teacher he. The school originally wanted him to be your teacher, but he didn't seem interested at the time. It wasn't until he heard that you chose circulating UN strength that he seemed to change his mind." He Xiaoxing spoke then, his voice deep and powerful, as if each word was hammered out. Martial arts is a very personal thing. If a martial artist is only influenced by external factors and doesn't have a firm personal choice, they won't go far. Cheng Zitong agreed, but then said with emotion, "Old he, you're right, but saying it is one thing, but how many people can clearly know what they need? And how do they know they're right? After all, the experience of predecessors can't be completely discarded, even if I consider myself an intuitive type, I'm no exception." He Xiaoxing then raised his head, looking at the hall of self-reflection not far away. His eyes were very deep, but also seemed to suppress all storms beneath the surface, just like his aura. 3 years ago, I accepted Shenzheng as a student here. He chose mystic form force at the time, but he chose it because it was the school's expectation, and because I, his teacher, also cultivated this strength technique. But I knew it wasn't the best fit for him. He actually knew it too, but his burden was too heavy. He never wanted to disappoint others, so he made that choice. At that time, I knew that his path was destined to be full of obstacles. To climb to the upper echelons of strength, either he crushes others, or he is crushed by others. Cheng Zitong said, "He had excellent talent. I remember, you only taught him for half a semester, right? 3 months to be exact. Later, I went to the wilderness to cultivate, leaving him only a set of guidance notes. He learned what he did on his own." He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, "Later, I heard the news of his accident. I was both surprised and not surprised." Chen Chuan thought for a moment, then asked, Teacher he, I've heard many senior students mention this senior, but they're all unwilling to talk about it in detail. I wonder what exactly happened back then." He Xiaoxing didn't speak, he just stood there in silence. Cheng Zitong said, "Well, this matter should be discussed with you, especially since you've already passed the weapon permit exam, so you're qualified to take the next one. This matter is related to that permit. Originally, I wanted old he to tell you when he was guiding you, but seeing that old he couldn't stay, I'll explain it to you here." He paused, and said, "Usually, if you take the exam step by step instead of participating in the selection exam, it takes about 2 or 3 years to get the weapon permit, making it difficult to take other permit exams. But if you pass the selection exam, like you have plenty of time to take other permit exams, one of which is called Unlimited Self-Defense Permit. Speaking of this, he emphasized, you should be able to guess the meaning from the name. If you get this permit, as long as you perceive someone is persecuting you, or you feel that you are in a life-threatening danger, then you automatically have the power of unlimited defense. Moreover, after being granted this permit, you can automatically obtain the power to participate in limited law enforcement during national emergencies, so it is also called a law enforcement permit by some people. In the past few decades, this unlimited self-defense permit has been monopolized by recommended students, because holding this permit allows them to better obtain legitimate defense rights. But even without these permits, the children of power have plenty of ways to do this, yet they still want to get it. Do you understand?" Chen Chuan thought for a moment and nodded to show his understanding. Defense has always been passive, but having power blurs the boundaries here. In fact, getting this permit is just icing on the cake after having power, whether you have it or not is not very important. What's important is that after the recommended students monopolize this permit, then other A-grade students certainly can't get it. So, looking deeper, this is a precaution to prevent people from other classes from breaking the rules, and the original intention of granting this permit is likely to give people in certain classes a weapon to break the rules. Cheng Zitong sighed. Back then, Shenzheng, like you, obtained the weapon permit early on. In fact, before him, due to some reasons, the atmosphere of the academy was very bad. Many A-grade students treated B-grade students like servants, while the Mutual Aid Society kept absorbing excellent students into their own group, and then used agreements to bind them after graduation. The management was also restrained by the commission, and the situation was very bad. To change the situation at this time, it is necessary to break it first within the student body. He saw this at the time and led the students to form the Fengxin Society. He didn't directly confront the Mutual Aid Society, but led a group of like-minded students to try to correct the atmosphere of A-grade students oppressing B-grade students, provide guidance and help to lower-grade students, and train young people outside the school who wanted to apply for WEI. Although Fengxin Society also charges fees, it allows repayment after graduation, without any interest, and without the harsh conditions of the Mutual Aid Society. Even if they fail to enroll successfully, the repayment can be extended to more than 10 years, and they can also recommend talented relatives and friends to study together. Chen Chuan thought for a moment. If it was just to reverse the unhealthy atmosphere, then it had nothing to do with the Mutual Aid Society. But providing guidance to lower grades and helping student training for the exam without any special conditions was almost digging at the roots of the Mutual Aid Society. He said with certainty, doing this will definitely cause conflict with the Mutual Aid Society. Cheng Zitong said, you're right. The Mutual Aid Society had several conflicts with him because of this, and even had several duels on campus. Chen Chuan roughly guessed that things would develop this way, because this was the simplest and easiest way. Everything Shen Zheng did was undoubtedly based on his own prestige and martial power. But this was also very fragile. As long as someone was found to defeat him and undermine his credibility, that would be enough. You need to know that, apart from a few students with firm beliefs, most of the rest are wavering and are just being swept forward by the torrent. Cheng Zitong then sighed and said, it's just that the Mutual Aid Society didn't succeed, because even the senior recommended students who were qualified to go to Central City at that time couldn't beat him in the duels. Chen Chuan thought, this senior student Shen can do this kind of thing, and it really relies on something, but he doesn't feel optimistic, because it's easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden sword. If you can't beat you openly, there are other means to deal with you in secret. Cheng Zitong's voice lowered again, and he said, next, we'll talk about the key point. The cause of the incident 2 years ago was likely that he applied for the unlimited self-defense permit and successfully obtained it. He paused and looked at He Xiaoxing, who had been standing silently. He thought for a while and said, I've only heard the investigation results about the follow-up, but I'm not sure if that's how it was. Shen Zheng was found in an abandoned factory. When he was found, he was already dead. The report said that all the injuries on his body were self-inflicted, and no one had abused him. But why he did it, we still don't know. It is only certain that there was more than one person present at the time, but many people, and the school was able to frame it on a certain group of students, but they couldn't convict them, because they didn't actually do anything in the process, and were released after being questioned for a day. The explanation in the investigation report is that Shen Zheng was too eager for quick success, and practiced strength technique so frantically that he became self-harming and died. Of course, this pale and powerless explanation is just to cover up the case file. Everyone knows it's not like that. Speaking of this, he said to He Xiaoxing, after the incident, a group of people were still on guard against you, the guidance teacher, for revenge. Some people in the school were also nervous for a while. He Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, that was the path he chose himself, and he should be responsible for it to the end. He assumed responsibilities that he shouldn't have assumed. Some burdens have exceeded his ability, and I'm not surprised that he was crushed. Since those people chose to do it, it means they have prepared everything. My coming forward is just jumping into the trap prepared by those people. Apart from adding one more person, it doesn't make any sense. But as long as I'm still here, that's a knife hanging over their heads at any time. The stronger I am, the more uneasy they will be. Chen Chuan nodded. This teacher He's choice was right. The outbreak at the time may have backfired, but choosing to take a step back temporarily gives him room to maneuver. And everyone knows that this matter is not over yet. As this person in front of him continues to grow stronger, it will undoubtedly be a long-term torment for those people. Just like after today, the news of Tan Wang's expulsion will spread, and some people may not be able to sleep again. Cheng Zitong said with both emotion and regret, Shen Zheng, this student, really did a lot of things, but his sense of justice was too strong, and he shouldered too many things. He almost carried everything alone. After him, no one in Fengxin society stepped up to take the lead, and many people left the society because of this. The remaining members have been hoping that someone will stand up and lead them back to the past. Saying that, he looked at Chen Chuan, his expression extremely serious. Little Chuan, you have now obtained the weapon permit, and in the future, it should not be difficult to obtain the armor permit. If you just stop here, then there is no problem. But if you decide to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam, it will arouse the vigilance of those recommended students and the forces behind them, especially with Shen Zheng's example in front of you. Their reaction may be even greater, because this is not only competing with them for immediate interests, but may also really harm them in the future. The higher your ability, the greater the threat. Do you understand? Chen Chuan nodded. Teacher, I think I understand. Cheng Zitong looked at him and said, so, what is your decision? He Xiaoxing, who was standing there, also looked at him at this time. The night wind blew past, stirring the clothes and hair of the three. Chen Chuan looked at the lights at the foot of the mountain, and then looked at the faintly discernible starry sky, and slowly said, the things that bind the students will break free from one by one. If even the difficulties in front of us cannot be overcome, then what about the future? If we look to the future, I think these things we encounter now should be the easiest to face, right? Cheng Zitong couldn't help but laugh. How is it, old he? What did I say? This is my student. My Cheng Zitong's student. He Xiaoxing looked at Chen Chuan intently. After a while, powerful words came from his broad chest. Confronting difficulties requires force, and force is violence. This is the fundamental logic of the world's operation. This is true for company conglomerates and for countries around the world. When narrowed down to a martial artist, it becomes even clearer. However, to gain strength, you must first understand yourself before recognizing your opponent. The academy asked me to come back and teach you, and even told me they were preparing to let you cultivate mystic form force. But if you choose such an arrangement, you will at most be the next Shen Zhang. Even if there are changes, they won't be significant. As he spoke, he lowered his voice, repeating the past is meaningless. But you chose the Zhou Yuan strength method, and I also heard that you resisted the interference of the Fengzin society. This shows that you clearly understand what you want. From this point of view, if you persevere, you will go further than him. He stretched out a large palm, fingers spread, and faced Chen Chuan with his palm, saying, use your full strength. Seeing this, Cheng Zitong took 2 steps back, signaling Chen Chuan to attack boldly. Chen Chuan nodded. He stepped forward, raised his hand and clenched his fist, took a deep breath. The second self instantly merged with him, and all the mutated tissue in his body contracted together under the influence of his consciousness. After accumulating to the extreme, he shouted, and the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed, and his fist had already hit the palm. The moment the two collided, a clear and highly concentrated sound was emitted. A layer of cyan patterns appeared on the back of He Xiaoxing's hand. With the transmission of that strength, the pattern extended backward layer by layer, until it reached near his elbow and could no longer go up. After throwing this punch, Chen Chuan was prepared for the recoil. However, to his surprise, all the strength in his fist sank in, as if not a single bit was left. He had no doubt that if He Xiaoxing withdrew his palm now, he would inevitably lean forward. But now he was just at the boundary where he could just withstand himself without any extra strength overflowing. This kind of control was undoubtedly very exquisite. He Xiaoxing looked at the pattern extending from his elbow and said, well, interesting. Your strength is very close to the theoretical limit of the first limit. Your talent is indeed, as Lao Cheng said, very high. Cheng Zitong said as a matter of course, I told you, this student of mine is unusual and has extraordinary talent. Chen Chuan then asked, the limit of the first limit. He Xiaoxing slowly said, the true essence seed stage is called first limit not only because of the degree of mutated tissue transformation, but also because it expresses that a person's strength has its limit. As long as you are human, no matter how powerful your mutated tissue is, in the first stage, you can only reach a certain limited upper limit. This is the first limit. However, because individuals are different, the margin here is very large. The upper limit can theoretically only be reached by individuals who are nearly perfect in all aspects. But even so, you are already very close to this level. Chen Chuan looked at He Xiaoxing's elbow. Through the blow just now, this teacher seemed to have accurately measured his strength and skills, and perhaps some other things, but he didn't understand it yet. He wasn't too disappointed that he hadn't exceeded this limit, because every time he improved by 1 point, the second self would also improve by 1 point. Now, just talking about himself, he hasn't reached the limit of this stage. In fact, according to this theory, he actually has the opportunity to challenge or even surpass the past. Cheng Zitong then interjected, Tan Wang's follower, I think he has already touched the second limit, but I learned about the conflict that day, and he still lost to Little Chuan in pure strength competition. This is the difference in talent. He Xiaoxing said, this is entirely possible. The upper limit of the first limit can exceed the lower limit of the second limit, but the upper limit of the second limit is something that the first limit can never reach. The key here depends on the depth and integrity of the mutated tissue. Lao Cheng, did you only teach one set of breathing technique? Cheng Zitong said, yes, besides the basic breathing technique he already knew, I only taught him a set of Ziqiao breathing technique and a Zhang San Shao Dash, nothing else. I was afraid that my ability would not be good enough to teach him and lead him astray, so I didn't rush to instill those more advanced training methods. He Xiaoxing said, Lao Cheng, your caution has saved a lot of trouble. He looked at Chen Chuan, in my opinion, you are still like a blank sheet of paper. At the moment, there is still a lot of room for improvement. You don't need to rush to enter the second limit now. Laying a good foundation is everything. I will teach you a set of breathing technique and a set of exercises later, which can continue to improve and strengthen your mutated tissue. According to my observation, when you punch, there are still many parts of your body whose strength has not been mobilized. That is because the mutated tissue has not been able to participate or only participates partially, resulting in insufficient intensity and being rejected by the whole. For others, that's normal, because he only strengthens a certain part of the mutated tissue first. But you practice the Zhou Yuan strength method, which emphasizes being all-encompassing. Then those places must be taken care of. Otherwise, later on, just because of these small places, it may influence your overall exertion of force, making your future improvement even more difficult. By that time, if you want to go back and make up for the shortcomings, it will take 10 or 100 times the effort. Chen Chuan couldn't help nodding, listening to these words and remembering them carefully. He Xiaoxing added, your overall exertion of force is not sufficient either, which is actually two sides of the same coin as the above problem. It is not sufficient because the strength of many mutated tissue has not been mobilized. Although I don't know what your internal mutated tissue is like, I know from your shot that it must be uneven in strength and somewhat scattered in distribution. This is not because you are not attentive. Strength always goes deeper and deeper with practice. This is the case when you first enter this stage. But you must know that other people's special organizations only practice a part, and then expand from one point to all. They have the time and energy to correct, and there are also summaries and experiences of predecessors for reference, so that they don't go astray and can correct themselves at any time. However, circulating Yuan strength does not have these. This can only be explored by yourself, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty many times. But you must be aware that if this is building a high-rise building, and a defect occurs in a certain part of your foundation, which in turn causes a weakness, then in the future, you are destined to only reach a very limited height. My suggestion is that you can use the Ziqiao breathing technique to observe the inside, and at the same time cooperate with strength technique movements to focus on consciously stimulating and guiding the areas that need to be strengthened, so that the mutated tissue there can be fully exercised as much as possible. Fortunately, you have only practiced for 2 months, and you are still in the initial stage. The gap between the mutated tissue has not widened. It is still time to correct and make up for it now. Cheng Zitong then said, Old he, why don't you stay for a few more days and give him more guidance? He admitted that he was far inferior to He Xiaoxing in teaching students. If he could stay and give guidance, even if it was only for a few days, it would be great. He Xiaoxing said, since I have decided to leave tonight, I will not stay until tomorrow. I will write down a list of key points to pay attention to later and send it to you. However, cultivation is a very resource-intensive thing, especially for someone like him. To reach the target, a lot of drugs are consumed. The more you get to the back, the more you need. In old times, it was almost impossible to practice. But the times are always progressing. While promoting the world, they also drive us as individuals, allowing us to use various convenient strength to create a brand new future. He looked at Chen Chuan. I also want to see how high your future achievements will reach. Cheng Zitong said solemnly, leave the drugs to me. Little Chuan is my student. I can find them for him, even those from Central City. He Xiaoxing believed in Cheng Zitong's energy. He said to Chen Chuan in a deep voice, I will demonstrate. You write it down first, mainly the key points. It is not necessary to practice everything I teach. As long as it can make up for your loopholes and exercise the places you have neglected, then the purpose is achieved. Then you can throw it away at any time. Chen Chuan responded seriously. He Xiaoxing didn't say much and started to demonstrate directly. He basically did it himself first, and then let Chen Chuan follow suit. However, unlike other teachers, his vision was very accurate. When Chen Chuan followed the exercise, he could immediately point out the shortcomings and tell him how to correct them. Almost after teaching 2 or 3 times, Chen Chuan could not only completely remember it, but also basically get rid of the shortcomings. This feeling was very smooth. How should I put it? It was like riding the wind and crossing the river in a boat, with a strength pushing you forward. Time always passes quickly. Under the blowing of the night wind on the top of the mountain, when it was almost close to midnight, He Xiaoxing said, let's stop here. Chen Chuan stopped his movements, knowing that this guidance was over. At this moment, not only him, but even Cheng Zitong, who was watching from the side, felt a sense of unfinished business. He Xiaoxing stood there, his loose hair swaying in the wind. I have told you the places you should pay attention to, including how to correct them and how to strengthen them. Next is self-cultivation, but don't be dogmatic. What I said may not be right. Adjust it at any time according to your own situation. Our learning process is to constantly correct mistakes and omissions. After a pause, he raised his head, looked at the full moon hanging high in the night sky, and said, okay, I should go too. Chen Chuan bowed to him and said sincerely, thank you for your guidance, teacher He. He Xiaoxing nodded. Cheng Zitong said, old He, we are going down the mountain too. Let me see you off. He Xiaoxing did not refuse and said, okay. The 3 of them got into the car one after another. The car came down from the top of the mountain and came to the entrance of the dormitory building. Chen Chuan got out of the car here, cupped his fists and saluted the 2 teachers, watching them drive away accompanied by the street lights on both sides. The car lights gradually disappeared into the darkness, but he knew that it would not be long before a brand new day would come. He turned around and walked towards the dormitory building, which was still lit. This time, he gained a lot. It can be said that he completely understood the things that he didn't understand before, pointed out the problems, and also provided solutions. He also had a more detailed and clear direction. He stepped up the steps step by step. The quiet midnight made his footsteps very clear. He turned his back to the dark night and walked towards the place where light gathered. The next day after reading the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chen Chuan, despite sleeping late last night, still woke up at his usual time. This didn't influence him much. He used the breathing technique guide a few times and adjusted himself to the best condition. Starting today, he planned to temporarily put aside the saber practice in the martial arts training hall and prepare to correct his shortcomings according to He Xiaoxing's guidance, because this was the foundation of everything. Only by making up for and solidifying the foundation can he build a house on it. He cultivated quietly in the dormitory for more than 20 days, correcting the previous weak and neglected areas one by one. Besides himself, Cheng Zitong would also come to help him check and discuss the problems in cultivation. After all, as an instructor, Cheng Zitong's experience was far richer than his. Even if he couldn't see the problem for a while, he knew where the problem was and could give some reference opinions. In these days, Chen Chuan felt that he had gained a lot. Even if there was no way to make an accurate comparison, he could feel that he was stronger than before. The most direct thing was that the mutated tissue became stronger after nearly a month of exercise, which obviously could withstand more harm and emit more strength. He came to the writing desk, picked up a notebook on the desk and flipped through it. This was sent 10 days after the meeting with He Xiaoxing that day. No address was left, but according to Cheng Zitong, he should have arrived at a new place. The not-too-thick notebook was written with many things he needed to pay attention to in his subsequent cultivation. It can be said that there was not a single word that was superfluous, and it was full of useful information. Just talking about Zikiao breathing technique and self-examination, it listed many special skills, and each one dealt with different situations. Many people are using Zikiao breathing technique. There are indeed many experiences of the old seniors in it, but in specific situations, which one is useful to you, either you find it yourself, or you rely on the instructor to tell you. The method given by He Xiaoxing is obviously a good medicine. Before checking according to this method, even he didn't know that he had so many problems, and with the help of the skills above, he found out the shortcomings one by one. Cheng Zitong told him that the old times name for first limit was building tendon bridges and erecting bone beams, but when subdivided, these are actually two stages. The first stage is mainly to strengthen the mutated fascia, and the second stage is to allow the basically spread mutated fascia to continue to penetrate into the bones, and even change some bones and muscles. The support of many strength technique movements comes from bones. Different strength techniques require different bones to be strengthened. However, his strength technique is destined to strengthen all of them, which may take longer. He was not afraid of this, because in reality, the time others can use for exercise is far less than him. Because many trainings require a recovery period, so they are done intermittently, and the time used each day is not long, not to mention that the drug stimulation also needs to be adjusted slowly. But he doesn't need it. Any damage can be borne by second self. As long as second self can still bear it, he can continue to exercise like this. If it is extreme, he can even compress his sleep time, but it is not necessary to do so at present. At this time, he heard bursts of noise and cheers from afar coming in through the window. In these days, the B-grade student arena tournament was also being held, lasting from the end of this month to the end of the year, while the real semi-finals and finals would not begin until after the new year. Of course, these are all conducted among B-grade students. A-grade students will not have this kind of public confrontation. If what B-grade students learn is more inclined to normal competition, what A-grade students learn is pure force. Wei Chang'an was right about one thing he said at the beginning. The path of A-grade student itself is aimed at the positioning of law enforcement officers, and in the conversation with Cheng Zitong, he could feel that these students seem to have some other functions for the upper level, but his status is not high now, and he cannot reach that level. Here we have to mention the unlimited self-defense permit. He noticed that another function is to participate in law enforcement when the country needs it. It is very likely that getting this certificate will give you access to the upper level. Regardless of the function of the certificate itself, or the upward path that may be available after obtaining the certificate, he must find a way to obtain it. After that day, he turned around and tried to find out more about it. In fact, this certificate is divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Level A is held for life, but don't expect this. This is directly granted by the country and cannot be obtained simply by taking an examination. When the upper level decides to grant it, the examination is just a formality. Level B certificate can be taken at any time after applying if the conditions are met. It is valid for 10 years after one examination, and needs to be retaken after 10 years. The difficulty is relatively high. Level C is less difficult and requires an examination every 2 years, but it is only valid for 2 years. If you fail to pass Level B certificate twice in a row, then every time you take the examination after that, you will be charged a huge examination fee, which will continue to accumulate as the number of examinations increases. This means that if power children want to hold this certificate, they must either pass the Level B certificate, or if they hold the Level C certificate, they must repeatedly invest in it, and even multiple people in the family must hold it. The amount of money invested in this is very huge. This seems to be a disguised form of taxation. Chen Chuan felt that if he was going to take the examination, he had to find a way to get the Level B certificate. The Level C certificate not only costs money, but its effect is very limited for individuals, because the holding time is short, and when you get the certificate, you are probably thinking about how to seek benefits for yourself or leave a way out. He could imagine the resistance in this. If he didn't want to follow in Shen Zheng's footsteps, it would not only require force, but also a lot of off-court work, and all the strength that could be used needed to be used. Fortunately, he still has enough time to prepare now, but force is the first priority after all. He needs to first improve first limit to the limit he can reach, and then consider other things. After flipping through the notebook for a while, he put it down and went back to training. Near noon, Cheng Zitong came to the dormitory to find him and said to him, "It's almost the new year. I originally thought that you should adjust yourself first and wait until next year to find you an assigned mission, but now someone has asked me for a favor. I looked at it, and as long as the executor has a sense of propriety, the danger of this assigned mission is not very high, so I brought it over for you to take a look. If you think it's okay, then take it. If you don't have time, then the instructor will push it back later." Chen Chuan said with a smile, "If the instructor doesn't come to me, I will also come to the instructor. Students need to use a lot of drugs for training, so I can't just sit around and do nothing." Cheng Zitong said with a smile, "That's not the case. The school's scholarships this year will definitely not be less for you. You were in the newspaper this semester. Who else would we give the award to if not you? Well, this matter is a sure thing, so I won't talk too much about it. Since you have decided to take it, let's talk about the mission first." He took out a stack of data from his briefcase. Take a look first. Chen Chuan took the data and flipped through a few pages, feeling a little surprised. Do such things really exist? I used to think they were just midnight stories or gimmicks deliberately created by movie theaters. Cheng Zitong said with a smile, although there has been some distortion and exaggeration in the circulation, it does exist. If you take it, then you can witness it with your own eyes. I have only seen it once before, instructor. Chen Chuan nodded and said, Instructor, I am also very interested in this. I will go and take a look today. Cheng Zitong said, then be careful yourself, don't be careless. After speaking, he stood up. There are many things to do at the end of the year, I will go and get busy first. The name cards for contact are all in the data, you can call that manager yourself. Chen Chuan said okay, stood up and sent Cheng Zitong away, came back and read the data from beginning to end again, making sure that nothing was missed, then took out the name card, came to the public telephone outside, and made a call according to the number on it. The call was quickly connected. After a brief communication, the other party said that they would send a car to pick him up, so he went to the cafeteria for lunch first, came back and washed up, changed his clothes, and then took Snow Emperor blade from the knife rack. After thinking about it, he came to the writing desk, opened the drawer, took out the Wuji pistol that Cheng Zitong had given him a few days ago, took out the bullet box, put the bullets into the magazine one by one, and then pushed it into the pistol. However, he did not put the gun into the holster, but put it directly into the shoulder bag he carried with him. The pistol was only a backup for him, and the main combat power was still Snow Emperor blade. After preparing, he went downstairs, holding the knife and walked out of the school gate. At this time, a car had stopped in the front square. Seeing him come out, he honked the horn. He walked over, the car door opened, and a person came out, nodding and bowing and said, Are you Mr. Chen? Manager Huang asked me to pick you up. Chen Chuan nodded and said, Then trouble you. No trouble, please get in the car. Chen Chuan got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, the vehicle started, and drove along the road to the south of the city. Except for the city center, the south of the city is the most prosperous area in the entire city, with almost more than half of Yangtze City's population. Most of the rich people live here, and the style is very different from that of the north of the city, which is relatively more prosperous. After the car drove for about 20 minutes, it stopped at a place called Langxiang Cinema. Chen Chuan could see that the huge advertisement above was a portrait of a heavily made-up woman. She was blowing a dandelion with her eyes closed, and the scattered fluff was drifting outwards, which was very artistic. This cinema is relatively large. Although the building is not very tall, the front and rear of the main entrance extend for at least 300 meters. The driver drove the car directly into the arched gate of the cinema, parked the car in an internal parking lot, opened the car door. Chen Chuan took Snow Emperor blade and walked out, straightened his clothes, and looked around at the environment inside. The pedestrians coming and going in the cinema couldn't help but open their eyes and look at him a few more times when they saw him. Some security guards couldn't help but focus their eyes on him when they saw him, with tension, curiosity and surprise mixed in. Because they all know that those who can openly carrying a weapon outside must be from Wei Academy and have a weapon permit. The driver ran out first, puffed out his chest and said, This is a guest invited by Manager Huang, make way, make way. He gestured to Chen Chuan to come forward, very respectfully said, Mr. Chen, this way please. After Chen Chuan was invited to the cinema's internal reception room, a waiter served tea. After waiting for a while, a chubby middle-aged man came over, panting as if he had run all the way, with sweat beading on his temples. Upon seeing Chen Chuan, he rushed forward to shake his hand with his sweaty palm, enthusiastically saying, I am Huang Dachen. You must be Commission Chen, am I right? Chen Chuan didn't mind the sweat on his hand. He shook it and said, I am Chen Chuan. I am just a Wei Academy student, not a client yet. Manager Huang remained enthusiastic. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. We know Mr. Chen, you are young and promising. We heard you are an expert in this field. The conditions here are simple, and we haven't taken good care of you. Please follow me. Chen Chuan followed Manager Huang up an open staircase, the latter introducing as they walked, Our Langxiang Cinema is invested by Molin Company and can accommodate 5,000 people at the same time. We also have complete catering, dance, concert, and other services. Many large-scale social activities in the city are held here. He talked non-stop along the way, then led Chen Chuan to his office. This was a room decorated in a foreign retro style, with a leather sofa, a gilded desk, a wine cabinet filled with imported famous wines, colored arched glass, black and white checkered floor tiles, and a large crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. A corner of the room also had a large gramophone, its golden horn facing the entire room. The curtains were open, and soft sunlight shone in from outside. Chen Chuan took a few steps, and from this angle, he could see the plaza outside. Well-dressed men and women were constantly coming and going, and luxury cars he couldn't name drove past from time to time. At this moment, he heard a melodious tune and turned back to see that Manager Huang had turned on the gramophone. Manager Huang walked over to him again, smiling, and said, Mr. Chen, our cinema is in the best location south of the city. It's almost the end of the year, and citizens with free time will choose to watch movies, but, alas. Chen Chuan turned around and said, Manager Huang, I am here to solve this problem. Yes, Thank you, Mr. Chen. Oh, please sit, please sit. Manager Huang invited Chen Chuan to sit on the sofa and asked, Mr. Chen, would you like something to drink? Chen Chuan said, plain water is fine. Manager Huang raised his thumb. Mr. Chen, that's a very good habit. Drinking alcohol is harmful, and sugary drinks are too sweet. Only plain water is good for a moment's pleasure, mild and peaceful, a gentleman's drink. He went over to pour Chen Chuan a glass of water himself, respectfully handing it to him. Chen Chuan took it. Thank you. Manager Huang waved his fat hands, saying, you are too polite. I should be thanking Mr. Chen for coming all this way to help us solve the problem. Chen Chuan didn't continue with the pleasantries, skipping them and directly asking, Manager Huang, how many days has this been happening specifically? The data I received noted about a month, is there an exact date? Manager Huang, hearing him mention the main issue, immediately entered the state, his expression becoming serious. He thought for a moment and said, it should be 25 days. Chen Chuan asked again, has it happened before? Manager Huang sighed, I heard some rumors before I took office, but I thought that they were just supernatural entity deliberately released to attract business. Mr. Chen, you know, the more this kind of supernatural entity is, the more attractive it is. After all, everyone has a curiosity. Chen Chuan understood this. He was also very curious about mysterious things, but he was more interested in exploring the causes behind them and the source of that kind of strength. Manager Huang, have you seen it yourself? Manager Huang shuddered and quickly shook his head. Has it happened at other times? Manager Huang quickly shook his head, saying, not yet, it's currently only between 8 p.m. and midnight. Chen Chuan looked at him. Besides the employees noted in the data, have there been any other casualties or injuries to personnel or guests? I want to hear the truth. Manager Huang hesitated, then nodded, holding up one finger. There was a drunk guest. We only found his body the next day. We don't know how he got there that day. Just one, really. Chen Chuan didn't delve into it, thinking for a moment, and said, I roughly understand. I will stay tonight to deal with this matter. Manager Huang was overjoyed and came over to shake Chen Chuan's hand, saying, okay, then I'll leave it to Mr. Chen. I'll cooperate with Mr. Chen as much as possible with any conditions you have. Chen Chuan said, my only condition is that no one should approach the surrounding area during that time. Manager Huang nodded repeatedly. Of course, definitely. Oh, he took out a card, presented it with both hands, and said respectfully, this is our cinema's VIP card. You can occupy a private box alone, with free tickets to movies and song and dance performances throughout the year. Please accept it, Mr. Chen. Chen Chuan was not polite and accepted it. Thank you, Manager Huang. Can we go take a look at that place now? Manager Huang quickly said yes, but he didn't dare to go himself, so he had a trusted assistant take him to the scene where the incident occurred. This place could accommodate 300 people at the same time. After walking around, he sat down in the middle position. After waiting for a while, the surroundings darkened, and as the projection beam came from behind, the large screen in front lit up, showing current movies. Speaking of which, the previous body was also a movie enthusiast, and there were many movie posters pasted at home, and a lot of pocket money was spent on them, and he was reluctant to buy new clothes. His favorite in his previous life was the Swordsman series and the Mysterious Cave series, but after he came to this world, he had been working hard to train and pursue martial arts, and he didn't have time to watch them. This time, the films he specially selected were to make up for the regrets of his previous body. While watching the movie, a female waitress pushed a dining cart over and delivered soda and snacks. He didn't touch the soda, but he tasted some of the snacks, and felt that the fried arrowhead slices suited his taste best. The taste was crispy and the taste was good, not worse than the potato chips of his previous life. Because he was here to deal with the problem, the surrounding seats were not for sale, so he almost had the whole place to himself, and the movies were watched one after another. At dinner time, he came out and had a hearty dinner in the restaurant below, communicated with Manager Huang, and then returned to the previous scene, still sitting in the original position, and continued to watch the film. The surroundings were empty, and under the huge screen, he was the only one sitting there, with the light occasionally shining on his face. Time passed little by little. After watching another movie, he raised his watch and looked at it. It was almost midnight now, and the problem occurred during this time period. He put down his hand, didn't do anything extra, but slightly adjusted his breathing to keep his spirit up, and then continued to look at the screen. At this moment, the plot above was just at a critical moment. The protagonist entered an unknown deep cave, and the light also dimmed, and then the protagonist clicked on the flashlight, illuminating the scenery in the cave, and just when the light lit up, he suddenly found that 2 rows in front of his seat, a person appeared there abruptly. It seemed to be a woman, and only the long hair on the back could be seen, covering both shoulders. Chen Chuan stared at the back, thinking, here it comes. This is one of the urban supernatural entity in Yangtze City, the midnight shadow of the cinema. If a person is still watching a movie at Langxiang Cinema at midnight, and if he is the only one, then a viewer will suddenly appear to accompany you. But at this time, you must not greet this audience, because if you greet them, then the next day, when you return home, it may be that audience instead of you. He silently looked at it. Cheng Zitong warned him in the data he gave him that to deal with this urban supernatural entity, as long as you watch movies at this time for 3 consecutive days and do not leave the venue in the middle, the shadow will automatically disappear. You really can't talk to the shadow during this process. The most important thing is that you can't leave the venue in the middle, and you must never go to the front to see the face of the shadow. This should be the experience summarized by the predecessors, and he did not mean to overstep it. If there is a simple way to deal with it, there is no need to take risks, so he just sat still in his seat. At this time, he glanced at second self, and unsurprisingly, a faint phantom appeared on second self, which was very similar to the situation when he met Well Child. This time it seems that this state will last for a while, and because of the particularity of this supernatural entity, the duration may be longer. He looked at his watch, and next, he just had to watch the movie honestly. Now, the night is still very long. So he turned his attention to the screen again, but after watching for about 3 hours and 2 movies, he felt a trace of strangeness, not from the ghost, but from himself. He found that his mutated tissue growth was actually a little faster, but this process was subtle. If Xiaoxing hadn't taught him an observation skill, which made him more keenly aware of his own mutated tissue, then he would hardly have noticed it. At this time, he suddenly realized, could it be that the fading on second self came from this? How similar is this to stimulating mutated tissue with drugs, which also damages the body to a certain extent? In this way, supernatural entity also plays this role to some extent? No, it should be more than that. He thought for a while, there may be other harms that he doesn't know about here, but now these are all borne by second self. At this time, he also had an idea. If this is the case, can he use this supernatural entity to guide mutated tissue? In fact, he didn't want to make trouble, but now he is at a critical moment in making up for and correcting mutated tissue, especially since it has penetrated into some subtle places. He must not let mutated tissue grow so independently and disorderly, even if it is a slightly deviated part. It is possible to form hidden dangers in the future. So he thought for a while, and at this moment, he also used breathing to guide it, so that the direction of growth can be controlled by himself. Several hours passed in a flash. When it came to 4 o'clock in the morning, he inadvertently looked up and found that the figure had disappeared at some point. He sat for a while, then stood up from his seat, walked out of here, and came outside along the corridor, and said a word to the waiter who was waiting here anxiously. The waiter immediately ran out to inform Manager Huang. After hearing that he came out, Manager Huang wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and hurried over. After seeing him, he quickly said, "Mr. Chen, how is it?" Chen Chuan looked at him. "I saw her." Manager Wang's face turned pale, and he stammered, then. Chen Chuan said, "This supernatural entity will take about 3 days to eliminate. I will come here in the next few days." Manager Huang breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed joy. Okay, then I will have to trouble you, Mr. Chen. We will definitely send a satisfactory thank you gift afterwards." Chen Chuan nodded to him, left the cinema, took the cinema's car back to school, took a nap, and continued his daily training. The next day, he didn't go over during the day, but had the car pick him up around 6 o'clock in the evening. After arriving at the scene of the cinema, he sat in that position again. Manager Huang knew how to behave. He changed a batch of movies again today, and many of them were newly released. He kept watching until about 12 o'clock, but after the time was up, he didn't find that figure. No, it didn't not appear. It's just that the position of the figure is different from the last time. It is no longer in the first 2 rows, but next to him. Chen Chuan was very calm at this time and glanced at second self. As expected, the fading influence appeared, and it was even more intense than yesterday. He remembered the reminder on the data that he must not look at the front of that figure, so he did not shift his gaze there, but remained on the screen. However, the stimulation of mutated tissue could not be ignored at this moment. In order to prevent it from growing wildly, he had to continue to guide it with breathing technique. Ignoring those unpredictable additional harm, this influence was actually much greater than the effect of drugs penetration. He completely ignored external interference and concentrated on doing his own thing, just like during training, because he also had second self as a defense line. As long as second self existed, he didn't have to worry about other things. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, he suddenly noticed that the fading sign of second self disappeared. He took a breath and waited for a while, then slowly turned his head to look to the side, and saw that the seat was empty, with nothing there. He adjusted his breathing slightly, stood up, walked out of the theater seat, and after leaving the corridor, asked the assistant waiting there to say hello to Manager Huang, saying that he would be back tomorrow, and then left directly. When he got outside, because it was still early morning, the sky was still gray. After getting into the car that the cinema sent to take him back, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his body, and found that some parts of his clothes were unthreaded. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but looking at it in the light, it seemed a little faded, and he was thoughtful. The data that Cheng Zitong gave him did not mention that the position of the figure would change, and naturally there was no explanation or response to this situation. Now what he is considering is, what caused this? Is it because he guided the mutated tissue? This is not impossible. The only thing he did in the process was this. It seems that no one has ever tried this before, but this is what he has to do. It is impossible for him to allow the mutated tissue to grow arbitrarily, and he must restrain it. He thought about it again. It takes 3 days to eliminate this supernatural entity, but on the second day, it moved to his side. Then he had to think about what would happen on the third day. Would it merge with him? Or go somewhere else? If so, how should he respond? He can ask Sheng Zitong about this when he gets back. After all, this teacher has done a lot of research in this area. After returning to school, he first took a nap. He got up at 8 o'clock in the morning, washed up, and prepared to go out. He originally planned to wear the coat from yesterday, but when he picked it up and touched it, he found that it was indeed a bit old, but it was just the coat. The inner clothes and the watch he wore seemed to have no influence. He thought for a while, changed his clothes, went out and came to the public telephone here and dialed a phone number. After the call was connected, Cheng Zitong's voice came out. Little Chuan, you called me at this time. Did you encounter any problems? Chen Chuan said, Teacher, there is indeed a question. The thing is like this. He roughly explained what happened a few hours ago. After listening, Cheng Zitong thought for a while and said, It is not convenient to talk about this matter on the phone. Don't worry, I will come to you at noon and think of a way for you. Chen Chuan said okay and hung up the phone. He was not affected much and continued his daily training. When it was noon, Cheng Zitong came over and said to him, Let's go, let's have dinner first and talk while eating. Chen Chuan knew that he was busy and had tight time recently, so he needed to use the mealtime, so he followed Cheng Zitong's footsteps. The two came to the teacher's private room in the cafeteria, sat down and ordered food. Cheng Zitong asked for more details, thought for a while, and then said, I haven't heard of the change in position before. Your situation is quite unique, but it may be related to your guide mutated tissue. Looking at past records, whether in old times ancient books or modern records, the supernatural entity is most easily seen by martial artists like us. There seems to be a natural attraction between the two. Of course, ordinary people who see the supernatural entity either fail to survive, or are lucky enough to survive but leave no name, so we cannot make arbitrary judgments based on this. Looking at your problem now, do you think that the figure may move again next time, or even come to your own location? Chen Chuan said. The student did imagine this result. Cheng Zitong said, there is a simplest solution here, which is to directly abandon the commission, because the cinema phantom supernatural entity seems to be fixed in a certain area. As long as you leave there, there will be basically no danger. At most, some people may get sick or have a bad spirit for a period of time. Teacher, if the student chooses to retreat, then this supernatural entity will always exist there, right? Yes, and it may be more dangerous than before. Chen Chuan looked up and said, then the student is not prepared to give up. Please teach me, teacher, are there any other ways? Cheng Zitong smiled and said, I knew you wouldn't. In fact, the simplest way is to close your eyes, because the most taboo thing here is to see the face of the supernatural entity. Avoiding this can avoid most of the danger, but considering the special circumstances, it is indeed not stable enough. There is one thing that can help you. He reached out and took the briefcase over, took out an ancient mirror from it that was covered in rust and almost invisible, and said, this thing is also a relic after a certain supernatural entity was dealt with. Bring this over tonight and put it in the row behind you. Remember, it must be directly behind your own row. Chen Chuan took it and said, Teacher, is that all I need to do? Cheng Zitong said, that's all you need to do. Although the teacher has not encountered your situation, but after studying supernatural entity for so many years, there are still a few ways to deal with it. Otherwise I would not have let you take the commission. But you need to know that it is difficult to say that there is no problem at all with this kind of thing, and it is not to say that there are no other solutions. You can pay attention to it yourself. Supernatural entity has great harm to ordinary people, and they often lose their lives. The endurance of us martial artist is relatively better. The current one is not the most dangerous, so the teacher believes that you can solve it well. Chen Chuan nodded. Thank you, teacher. Cheng Zitong smiled and said, let's eat first. After Chen Chuan had dinner here, he returned to the dormitory and devoted himself to training again. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after preparing, he took his satchel and went out with a knife. The cinema's car arrived on time and took him to Langxiang Cinema. Now he was familiar with the road, said hello to manager Wang's assistant, and went directly to the theater seat. After arriving here, he first took off the satchel he was carrying and hung it outside the door, then took out the mirror from the inside, walked to the middle of the theater seat, opened the wooden support behind the mirror frame, and placed it right on the back seat. After doing this, he came to the front and sat down, and began to watch the movie. This place is indeed worthy of being the largest cinema in south of the city. There are many sources of films. Today, it has taken out many movies that he has not seen before. This time, it is showing foreign movies, which allows him to get a glimpse of the world in other places. As the movie played, the time gradually approached midnight. He didn't wear a watch this time, so he couldn't accurately observe the time, so he just waited silently. It seemed like a long time later, very abruptly, the big screen flickered, and he seemed to feel a chill. Almost at the same time, the fading sign on second self suddenly appeared. However, he did not see the figure, nor did it seem to be in the seat next to him. If the ancient mirror worked, the supernatural entity should be sitting behind him now. Chen Chuan looked at second self. The fading sign there had exceeded the range of the drug's effect. Even without using Ziqiao breathing technique, he could feel that the mutated tissue had become anomaly active. Under this strong stimulation, it was driving the mutated tissue to grow and spread, even more intensely than last time. He was somewhat mentally prepared for this, so he closed his eyes and used the breathing technique taught by Professor He Xiaoxing to guide it, so as not to let it expand recklessly. In this process, he also found that the fading sign not only did not weaken, but was gradually deepening. This sign shows that the supernatural entity seems to be gradually approaching him, and may even merge with him in the end, but he remained unmoved and devoted himself to the guide. It continued for a long time. At the moment when the time reached 4 o'clock in the morning, extremely abruptly, whether it was the fading sign on his body or the chill, all the abnormalities disappeared suddenly. Whether it was a coincidence or a malfunction, the movie playing on the big screen also came to an abrupt end. Chen Chuan waited for a while before slowly opening his eyes, stood up, reached out and groped for the flashlight placed next to him, turned it on, shook it twice, first went out, came to the row behind, and put away the ancient mirror. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized something, took the flashlight and shone it twice again, reached out and groped for it, and took out an old photo covered in dust from the gap between the backrest and the seat cushion. He took the flashlight and shone it again. The photo was about 2 inches in size, and it seemed to be a woman inside. Because the photo was old and yellowed, the face was not clear. He could only vaguely see that she had a slender figure, thin hair hanging down to her ankles, and she seemed to be wearing an old opera costume. He thought for a while, put the thing away first, walked out of the inside, and said something to Manager Huang's assistant. The latter ran out quickly. After a while, Manager Huang ran over panting. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said expectantly, "Mr. Chen." Chen Chuan said to him, "Manager Huang, the matter has been resolved." Manager Huang was overjoyed, came up and shook his hand continuously. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen. You have helped us a lot." Chen Chuan said, "Manager Huang, you are being polite. I came here to deal with this matter. I still want to thank you. We have found a lot of people before, but either they declined to come, or they had no solution. It's still up to Mr. Chen. He is indeed an expert. He solved the big problem with one move." Manager Huang was full of gratitude. "From now on, Mr. Chen will be a VIP of our Langxiang cinema. As long as Mr. Chen comes, we will definitely treat you with all our heart." At this time, Chen Chuan thought for a while, took out the old photo he had obtained and showed it to him. "Manager Huang, I have a question to ask. Can you recognize the person in this photo?" Manager Huang leaned over and looked at it, shook his head, but he seemed to remember something and said, "Mr. Chen, wait a minute, maybe someone recognizes it, but can I borrow the photo?" "Yes." Chen Chuan handed the photo over. Manager Huang asked the assistant to take good care of Chen Chuan here, and he ran out with the photo. After about 10 minutes, he ran back panting. After he calmed down, he said, "Mr. Chen, I have found out that the person on this photo is wearing an old opera costume from the theater. It should be an old opera troupe actor." "Opera troupe?" Manager Huang said, "Yes, Langxiang Cinema used to be called Fenghua Theater, and it performed traditional operas. That was about 60 years ago, before the Great Reclamation even started. Is Mr. Chen looking for this person? If she's still alive, she'd be an old woman now." Chen Chuan nodded. "Yes, thank you, Manager Huang. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Mr. Chen solved this matter, you can be considered Huang's benefactor." Chen Chuan said, "The matter is settled. Manager Huang, I should go back now." All right, Mr. Chen, take care on your way back. Come again next time, and I, Huang, will personally entertain you." Manager Huang enthusiastically saw Chen Chuan into the car and returned upstairs, muttering to himself, wondering why Chen Chuan was looking for a woman from so many years ago. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he tremblingly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He composed himself and said, "It's resolved, it's resolved. A good sleep will do the trick." On Chen Chuan's side, he took a car all the way back to Wei Academy. Back in the dormitory, he raised his hand forcefully, and the underarm of his clothes immediately tore open. Unsurprisingly, the clothes had become old and brittle. He grabbed the collar of his chest and tore it apart with a little force. He had brought a change of clothes before setting out today, so fortunately, the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He tidied up the scraps of cloth, took a shower in the washroom, and went back to catch up on his sleep. He woke up at 8 in the morning. He glanced at his second self, which was showing continuous signs of fading, but this time, it seemed very rewarding. He examined himself with the Ziqiao breathing technique. This time, stimulated by the supernatural entity, the mutated tissue in his body had grown for about a month, indirectly strengthening the mutated tissue. If he hadn't made up for the loopholes in advance, the result wouldn't have been so pleasant, and it might have gone in another bad direction. The continuous presence of fading signs indicated there were additional negative influences. However, his merge time was no longer what it used to be, and he judged that he might be able to remove these things even sooner. He first had breakfast, then called Cheng Zitong to tell him that the matter had been resolved. The latter asked him to come to the administration building. He agreed and left the dormitory building, turning towards the school's administration building and arriving at the logistics office on the 6th floor. The office door was open. When he arrived, Cheng Zitong was on the phone. When he saw him, he motioned for him to come in and sit down, then looked up and said, "The tea is in the cabinet." Chen Chuan saw that the water in his teacup was almost empty, went over to pick up the thermos and filled it, then sat down on the side. After Cheng Zitong finished the call and signed a few forms, he walked to the door, called someone over, gave a few instructions, then walked back, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "Looks like it went smoothly." Chen Chuan said sincerely, "Teacher's method worked very well." As he spoke, he took out the ancient mirror, but then he noticed that the originally rusty mirror surface had become as bright as new. Cheng Zitong didn't seem surprised at all. He took the mirror from his hand, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and put it in, then said, "Tell me the details." Chen Chuan described the process. Then he took out the photo from his pocket. "I found a photo where the supernatural entity disappeared. After asking around, I found out that it was an old photo from more than 60 years ago, which might be related to this supernatural entity." Cheng Zitong walked over, took it, looked at it, and handed it back to him, saying in a relaxed tone, "Keep this photo. We can't trace those past things anymore. After dealing with urban supernatural entities, sometimes things are left behind, and you've also seen that these things can change. You can collect them. Some of them may be useful in the future, like my ancient mirror." "Okay, teacher." Chen Chuan agreed, and then he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what exactly are these supernatural entities or urban legends?" He was still very curious about this question. Cheng Zitong didn't answer directly last time, so he took the opportunity to ask again. Cheng Zitong said, "After experiencing this incident, you should have some guesses in your mind, right? But I want to say that what you see is only a part, and it doesn't represent the whole. On this path, I am just a student and explorer like you. I just walked a little earlier and came into contact with more things, but I can't get the real answer either. My statement may mislead you. So my suggestion is, don't rush to draw conclusions. Wait a little longer, see a little more. When you come into contact with more, you may have your own new judgments." Chen Chuan nodded. "Student understands?" After a pause, he said again, "Teacher, student would like to ask, if student plans to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam, what is the procedure?" When Cheng Zitong heard him mention this, his expression became serious. He walked to the door, looked out, closed the door, and said, "Don't rush this matter. The New Year holiday is in a few days. Before that, I'll find time to talk to you in detail." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, teacher." He didn't disturb Cheng Zitong any further, left the office, and when he came to the corridor, he glanced outside and saw snowflakes falling. Inadvertently, a snow fell. A day later, Guangmo Street, south of the city. Inside a simply decorated venue, a 27 or 8-year-old man in a white shirt was looking back and forth at the sheets of paper in his hand, looking worried. Several young people were sitting next to him, both male and female, each wearing exquisite and well-fitting clothes, but all looked listless at the moment. A large chandelier was hanging above everyone, and a map of Yangtze City and the surrounding counties and towns was spread on the solid wood table in front of them, with many marks marked with different colored drawing pens. At this moment, the door was slammed open, and the wind and snow outside the door poured in with a person, causing the people in the venue to shiver. "Hiss, freezing me to death. Quick, close the door. Xiao Zhang, are you out of your mind? Close the door." Xiao Zhang didn't care about being scolded a few times. He hurriedly pushed the door shut, ran to the man, and said, "Brother Ren, do you know? I heard that the Yuying supernatural entity in Langxiang Cinema has been resolved." "Resolved?" Brother Ren was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, grabbed Xiao Zhang, and asked eagerly, "Resolved?" Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously. The young people also raised their heads after hearing this. Brother Ren asked anxiously, "Who solved it? Have you found out?" Asked. Xiao Zhang said, "Manager Huang said that he couldn't disclose the client's information, but I found out that his driver was responsible for picking him up every time someone came, so I gave his assistant some money. That assistant privately told me that he was a WEI student. He couldn't say the name, but he always came with weapons. Manager Huang found him through personal connections. From WEI? And he always came with weapons? Then he must have obtained a weapon permit. No wonder." Brother Ren said excitedly, "This is exactly the person we need." However, a young man poured cold water on him from his seat. "Brother Ren, don't be happy too early. WEI students are not so easy to invite. They all go to large commission companies. Why would they come to our newly established small temple?" Brother Ren was very confident. "How would we know if we don't try? Have we forgotten what our dream is? We want to make the company the largest commission company in Yangtze City and the entire prefecture. We will find ways to overcome these small difficulties in front of us." He encouraged the young people present. "We are not as good as those large companies now, so starting with these supernatural entities is the best breakthrough. The experts who can solve these kinds of things are the clients we need to find. We must find a way to convince him and invite him to join us." "Okay, Brother Ren, you are right, but we can't even enter WEI Academy, and we don't even know the name, so how can we see him?" Someone said, "Doesn't Manager Huang know him?" "Impossible, Manager Huang has a lot of professional ethics. If he leaks the information of the commissioned party, no one will hire him in the future, and even he found him through personal connections, he won't help us. Then give the assistant more money. If he can reveal a little, he can reveal more. If there is no name, there can be a description of the appearance. There are not many people with weapon permits, so we can definitely find him." Brother Ren listened to the young people's debate, thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. That's right, arena tournament. What? The young people all looked over. Brother Ren clenched his fists, and said with great interest, WI Academy has arena tournaments at the end of the year and the beginning of the year. At that time, citizens can enter the academy to watch the games. As long as we get tickets, we have the opportunity to enter WI Academy. Then we might be able to find him. That's right. The young people's eyes lit up. They also liked to watch the arena tournaments. They could find people and watch the games at the same time. It was a win-win situation. At this time, a young woman with a bun raised her hand and said crisply, leave the matter of getting tickets to me. I haven't helped everyone with anything yet. Okay, we'll leave it to Xiao Wan. Brother Ren agreed very readily. It may be difficult for others to get these tickets, but it is not a problem for these wealthy disciples gathered together, and they got enough tickets in just half a day. However, today is already the 27th, and the holiday is in 2 days. Tomorrow's arena tournament is also the last day of the year. If we don't find him at this time, we may have to wait until next year. Originally, the young people were very lazy and felt that it would be fine to find him next year, but Brother Ren disagreed and gave a convincing reason. Such an expert, we have noticed, other commission companies will definitely notice too. If we don't find him as soon as possible, he may be snatched away by other companies. Under this reason, the young people immediately drove to WI Academy on the same day they got the tickets. At nearly 6 o'clock, Chen Chuan walked out of the training room. He had just heard the dormitory teacher knocking on the door, saying that he should clean up the internal transfer box. So he walked out, opened the box, and saw that it was full of transfer letters, which surprised him a bit. He took the letters back to the dormitory and looked at them one by one, and found that many of them were sent by senior students. Most of them said that they wanted to have a meal with him and get to know him, this junior, and the wording was very enthusiastic and polite. Chen Chuan looked at the dates of the transfer letters, and they all appeared in these 2 days. He thought about it and realized that this was likely related to the resolution of the Langxiang cinema incident. Many graduated students and senior students are interning and working in various commission companies, and it is likely that they knew about this and came over. With the energy of the commission company, it is not difficult to know that he did it. He sorted out the letters, first prepared to solve dinner, and then walked out of the dormitory building, and saw a female senior wearing imported formal wear, looking heroic and sassy, standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. He glanced at her and continued to walk forward, but at this time, there were footsteps chasing up from behind, and a voice came, Chen classmate? Is it Chen classmate? Please wait a moment. Chen Chuan stopped, turned to the side, and asked, Senior, what's the matter? The female senior stretched out her fair hand and said with a smile, Chen classmate, nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Min Lan, a graduate of WI. I am now a client at a commission company. You should have received the name card that we entrusted Fang classmate to send last time.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.